Part 1. A man with flowing blue blood. When traveling to Japan, most people's destination is Tokyo, particularly the upscale district of Ginza. However, that is not the case for me. My destination is Hokkaido, where I intend to ski and enjoy the beauty of the snow. There are three remarkable places in the world for appreciating snow: Changbai Mountain in China, Hokkaido in Japan, and the Alps in Europe. I rented a suite in a quaint inn located near the largest ski resort in Hokkaido. My presence here is rather secretive. No one knows who I am. From the outside, this inn appears quite dilapidated, far from the old Japan that would tempt more curious Western tourists. The innkeeper, an elderly lady named Madame Fujikawa, has an origin cloaked in mystery, yet her eloquence suggests she hails from high society. She tends to her young, single guests with great care, making one feel at home at the foot of these towering snow-capped mountains. For several consecutive days, I skied relentlessly, occasionally rolling down the soft snow to loosen my muscles, relishing the joys of childhood as snowflakes dispersed around me. By the fifth day, a holiday arrived. I anticipated the slopes would be crowded, and thus I hesitated to go outside. Yet by noon, my restlessness overcame me. Armed with my skiing gear, I boarded the lift to the summit, deliberately choosing a particularly steep slope that inexperienced skiers would dare not descend. Hence, it was blessedly less populated. The slope was indeed quite steep, and when a girl fell, she tumbled down at a remarkable speed. A few others noticed the incident, but merely gasped, none daring to ski down to her aid. It was easy to understand their hesitation given the girl's rapid descent. Anyone attempting to rescue her would surely accompany her in the fall. Rolling down such a slope and merely breaking a leg could be considered the best of outcomes. In that fleeting moment, I paused briefly before instinctively signaling with my ski pole and horizontal sliding across the slope. The girl continued to scream, but her cries were intermittent, her voice muffled at times because, as she spiraled down, her face was occasionally buried in the snow. Just in time, I maneuvered to intercept her downward trajectory. I had noticed a small pine tree growing nearby, so I aimed my slide in that direction. As I reached it, I grasped the tree with my left hand while extending my ski pole with my right, shouting, "Grab it!" At that moment, she rolled right into my path. She instinctively reached out with both hands. Had she missed me by even a fraction, I would have been powerless to help her. Fortunately, she caught the small wheel of my pole, halting her descent. The small pine tree bent under the strain, producing a sound of cracking, thankfully without breaking. I breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the girl up with considerable force. Perhaps her complexion was as pale as fresh snow, or perhaps the fear had drained her color. Her face was as white as the snow underfoot and the wool sweater she wore. A crowd began to gather from all directions, and a middle-aged man approached, calling out, "Yoko! Yoko! What's happened?" When he reached us, it was evident that the girl's name was indeed Yoko. I glanced at the man and could not help but feel intrigued. The individual was well known in this region, even throughout Japan. He was the most experienced and celebrated ski instructor in the country, a figure I had often seen in sports magazines. It dawned on me that the girl I had just rescued, Yoko, was the promising young ski talent, Yoko Kasada, frequently featured in the newspapers. Undoubtedly, Yoko's skiing skills exceeded my own, yet here I was having saved her as she tumbled down the slope. What an extraordinary turn of events. I was deep in thought when I heard Yoko exclaim, "Thank goodness this gentleman caught me." I had indeed saved her with no expectation of gratitude. I had no intention of revealing my real name. Remembering the innkeeper's surname, and recalling this was my third visit to Hokkaido, I simply replied, "I am Fujisaburo." Yoko asked, "Where are you staying?" But before she could finish her question, her coach pulled her away. Her coach's actions were undoubtedly in her best interest. A most promising ski talent unexpectedly tumbling down a slope would indeed be humorous. Night soon descended upon us. I had invited a fellow guest, an esteemed Japanese surgeon in his 60s, to play Go. As I strained not to lose too badly, I suddenly heard Madame Fujikawa's voice say, "Fujisaburo? There's no one by that name here." "I'm Fujikawa, so please, Miss Yoko, inquire elsewhere." Yoko's voice followed. "I've asked everyone already. He's young, wearing a light blue ski jacket, very sturdy, and he's wearing a large amethyst ring on his right hand." Upon hearing this, I instinctively drew my hand back. At that moment, I was certainly not in a light blue ski jacket, but rather clad in a deep gray kimono. Nevertheless, I still wore that ring. As I recoiled, the elderly doctor beside me grasped my hand tightly, fixing me with a very stern gaze. Initially, I was perplexed by his intense scrutiny, but I quickly realized why it was directed at me. With a grunt, he said, "Young man, are you trying to deceive this young lady?" He took me for a scoundrel and Yoko for a heartbroken girl searching for her lost lover. Unable to contain myself, I burst into laughter. Just as I managed two chuckles, I heard Yoko's astonished voice. "That's him, it's him." Madame Fujikawa interjected. "He's a guest from China. Miss Yoko, please don't be mistaken." Before Madame Fujikawa's explanation was complete, Yoko rushed into my room, beaming and bowing deeply. "Mr. Fujisaburo, please forgive me." At this point, I felt compelled to rise and clarify that Fujisaburo was not my true name, but merely a fabrication to avoid any sense of obligation from her. Yoko listened with a polite, enduring smile. As I spoke, I observed Yoko Kasada closely. She was even more enchanting in person than in the photographs that adorned magazines and newspapers. There was an immediate warmth in her presence, a comfort stemming from her beautiful features, gentle smile, and amiable demeanor. Wearing a thick fleece coat that accentuated her petite frame, she hadn't even removed it upon her hurried entrance. Yoko recounted the day's events with a smile before suddenly declaring, "I think I should refrain from skiing anymore." I was puzzled. It's a commonplace incident to fall on the slopes. Why give up your passion for such a reason? Yoko removed her coat, settled down, and stoked the fire, explaining slowly, it's that I experienced an illusion in the snow, which startled me and caused my fall. I had suspected that Yoko's tumble might have deeper roots, and her words rekindled my curiosity. "Miss Kasada, precisely what did you see?" "I saw a man," she replied. At this, the doctor and Madame Fujikawa both erupted in laughter, and I too found the situation amusing, for Yoko's claim seemed absurd. Seeing a man could hardly qualify as an illusion. Her face flushed crimson. She insisted, "Please don't mock me. I saw a man, and his hand was injured on a branch. He was leaning against a tree, tending to his wound. His blood, it was blue." I chuckled. "Surely, Miss Kasada, that must have been due to your tinted goggles." She shook her head emphatically. "No. I removed my goggles because it was precisely for that reason. I could see clearly his blood was indeed blue, and his skin was so pale, almost to the point of being unsettling." As she spoke, I felt a chill run down my spine. "Miss Kasada, did you mean his complexion was of an unsettling hue, perhaps white with a bluish undertone?" Her eyes widened in surprise. You've seen this man as well? Then it wasn't an illusion?" I shut my eyes for about 2 seconds, then opened them again. In that brief moment, I recalled a distant memory and said, "Please continue." Yoko nodded, looking somewhat anxious. I pointed at him and asked, "Sir, why is your blood that color?" He looked up at me, and in that instant, I felt dizzy and fell. I mumbled, "A rush of dizziness." My voice was low, and I spoke with my head bowed. Everyone was riveted on Yoko's narration, oblivious to me. I uttered just these 4 words, and then fell silent. Yoko took a few deep breaths. As I fell, my mind was acutely aware. I knew it was dangerous to tumble down such a steep slope. I would certainly be affected. Yet I couldn't react in time to save myself, Anne, if it hadn't been for you. She paused, casting me a grateful glance. "It was nothing," I replied. "Miss Kasada need not dwell on it." With a gentle sigh, Yoko said, "I will not forget you, Mr. Wei." As she spoke, she looked at me with a hint of that characteristic Eastern feminine shyness, adding, "After you caught me, I did eventually look up." I interjected, "Miss Kasada, at that moment, there was no one above us?" At this juncture, Madame Fujikawa kindly took Yoko's hand, while the elderly doctor stifled a yawn and commented, "Miss Kasada, would you like me to introduce you to a doctor?" Yoko responded swiftly, "Sir, I am not mistaken." The doctor waved his hand dismissively. "I understand that in the face of illusions, one believes they see reality, yet when the mirage fades, it disappears into thin air." Yoko listened attentively to the doctor, and upon his conclusion, she covered her face with her hands and wept. "Then I cannot participate in the world skiing competition." Gradually, Yoko composed herself and stood up. Madame Fujikawa escorted us to the door, where heavy snow was gently falling, blanketing the night in serene stillness. Yoko and I walked side by side, and I found myself glancing back repeatedly, an action that did not escape her notice. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yoko asked, Mr. Wei, is someone following us? My feelings were difficult to articulate, though no one trailed us. I couldn't shake the notion of being followed. Suppressing my inexplicable trepidation, I inquired, Miss Casada, are you alone here? After a moment's thought, I added, tonight, if it's convenient, would you consider inviting your coach to keep you company? Her cheeks flushed, and she replied immediately, oh no, he has ulterior motives toward me. If that's the case, she resolutely shook her head. No, I continued. Then, might you find someone else to accompany you for the night? Yoko's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, Mr. Wei, will I be in danger tonight? I can request police protection. It's not a matter of danger, Miss Casada. Please don't let today's events trouble you. I assure you, the person you saw today was real, not a delusion. Your skiing life is not in jeopardy. Yoko gazed at me in astonishment. How can you be so sure? I closed my eyes once more for a few seconds, reflecting on that distant memory. With a sigh, I crafted a lie. At the moment I caught you, I too saw him gliding swiftly downward. I felt compelled to tell this falsehood, for the reality was that once I had steadied Yoko, I instantly looked up to see what had caused her fall. To my clear view, there was no one above us. Yoko stared with wide eyes, her trust evident in their gleam, which stirred feelings of guilt within me. I turned my head slightly, asking, can you not find someone to accompany you tonight? Yoko responded, somewhat puzzled. Why must I have company? I felt uncertain, taking a moment to consider. I fear that after today's events, your mental state may not be entirely stable. Before I could finish, Yoko interjected, rest assured, my mind is completely calm now. We walked in silence for a while longer, arriving at the entrance to the inn where Yoko was staying. The light shone brightly ahead of us, illuminating the way. I paused and said, Miss Casada, I have some words that might seem trivial, yet I implore you to heed them. Would you be willing to agree? Being taller than her, she had to look up at me, causing the snowflakes to cascade onto her face, melting into glistening droplets that adorned her beautiful visage. If you must sleep alone tonight, it would be best to do so in a pleasant atmosphere. You might borrow some lighthearted music from the inn and think of nothing troubling. I paused, observing Yoko's reaction. With a sweet smile, Yoko replied, Mr. Wei, are you treating me like a child? I managed to smile in return, though mine was undoubtedly strained. Because if my memory served correctly, Yoko was in a precarious situation. What I urged her to do was not mere jest, but of utmost importance. Yet I had no means of articulating the gravity of her situation, nor could I utter two critical words. For all the misfortune that could occur was best averted by keeping Yoko calm and cheerful. Should she ponder those two words, it might become an unspeakable calamity. After a wry smile, I said, that's all I wish to convey to you. Can you do that? Yoko smiled back, yes, I can. I waved, bidding her farewell. See you tomorrow.
Part 2. Remembrance of distant past. When K-Din Yoshiko encountered that individual, I can indeed affirm that I had previously met him. This was a long time ago, during my early days at university. The institution I attended was a renowned academy, attracting students from various locales, and it boasted exceptionally well-equipped dormitories. Among my dormitory mates was a remarkably taciturn individual named Fong Tian. Fong Tian was of a frail disposition. His skin was pallid with a hint of an ashen hue, and his countenance offered little in the way of warmth or congeniality, resulting in his profound solitude. I often observed him gazing upwards at the sky, sometimes for 3 to 4 hours on end, seemingly without fatigue. While he stared vacantly into the heavens, he would hum an odd little tune. On several occasions, when I inquired about its origins, he would inform me that it was a melody from a very distant place. Fong Tian, despite his unpopularity, found residence in our dormitory primarily because the other two students in our room were athletic types, not particularly intellectually inclined, while Fong Tian excelled academically, ranking first in the entire school. We were all astonished by his brilliance. During that term, we studied mathematics. Later, I acknowledged my lack of aptitude in that field and switched majors. For Fong Tian, even the most intricate problems seemed as simple as solving an equation. Thus, he became the informal tutor for the two athletic students. The first half of the semester passed without notable events, but shortly after the commencement of the second half, one sweltering afternoon, I found myself alone in the dormitory when an athletic student burst in, his face pale and lips white. Clutching a tennis racket, he entered, panting, and exclaimed, I just played tennis with Fong Tian. I fanned myself and replied. What is the big deal about that? He sighed and said. Fong Tian took a tumble and injured his knee. His blood as he spoke. His eyes bulged with a terrifying intensity. I was taken aback and asked, was it a serious fall? Why didn't you notify the school nurse? As I spoke, I leapt from my bed and rushed outside. Before reaching the tennis court, I spotted Fong Tian approaching, a towel wrapped around his knee. I hurried to him and asked, are you hurt? Do you need me to accompany you to the nurse? Fong Tian paused in surprise and asked, how did you know? I replied, Lin Wei told me. Lin Wei was the very individual who had rushed in earlier, flustered. Fong Tian's expression grew more anxious as he grasped my arm, his hand cold as ice, and asked, what did he say? I responded, nothing much. He just mentioned you fell. Fong Tian's demeanor was peculiar. He sighed and remarked, actually, Lin Wei is a good person. He is just rather unfortunate. I was momentarily taken aback. Asking, unfortunate? What do you mean? Fong Tian shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. As we conversed, we made our way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching our doorway, I pushed it open, and the scene that awaited me was one I would never forget. There sat Lin Wei at the edge of his bed, facing us, desperately wielding a razor against his own neck. Lin Wei was attempting to take his own life. This was utterly inconceivable. He was the epitome of an optimist. The kind of person who would believe that even if the sky were to fall, someone would hold it up. If individuals of such a temperament were to commit suicide, then the entirety of humanity would have perished long ago. Yet, he was indeed trying to end his life. Not only was I young at the time, but even in the years that followed, I never witnessed anyone so fervently attempting to sever their own throat. I was frozen in shock for an indeterminate period, aware only that I felt as though I were trapped in a nightmare, wanting to scream but unable to do so. When I finally managed to cry out, my first words were, Lin Wei, what are you doing? Fong Tian stood behind me, and I heard him say, he is a good person. That was the second time I had heard him utter that phrase. Although I found it odd and perplexing, in such a dire situation, no one would delve deeply into the meaning of such words. I shouted, someone, help, someone. Within 3 minutes, the entire dormitory was in an uproar. The dorm supervisor's expression was ghastly. The subsequent events became a blur in my memory. I only recall that Fong Tian and I were interrogated by the police, and Lin Wei was ultimately saved from his suicide attempt. The incident surrounding Lin Wei's attempted suicide birthed numerous bizarre legends within the school. Some claimed that the dormitory was haunted, while others suggested that Lin Wei had been spurned in love, leading him to take such desperate measures. For over half a year, the rumors persisted before gradually subsiding. After Lin Wei's recovery, he never returned to school, and we lost contact altogether. Suddenly, Fong Tian leaned to the side, and with a sharp crack, the blade of his ice skate snapped in two, the severed piece flying up and striking his thigh. Naturally, Fong Tian collapsed onto the ice. I swiftly glided over to him, only to find his right hand pressed against the wound on his thigh, blood oozing between his fingers, leaving a trail of crimson on the ice. Ordinarily, such an injury would not be surprising, as accidents on the ice are commonplace. Yet, I was frozen in place. The blood flowing between Fong Tian's fingers and pooling on the ice was an astonishing shade of blue. The hue was so vivid, akin to having spilled a bottle of blue ink. In that moment, I was reminded of the events from 6 months prior. His blood at a tea that time. He had not finished his sentence, and I had never comprehended Lin Wei's words. But now, it dawned upon me. When Fong Tian had attempted to convey to me the truth he had witnessed, he found it too absurd to continue. And now, I too had witnessed that extraordinary reality. I stood there, momentarily speechless, exclaiming, Fong Tian, your blood. Fong Tian looked up at me, and I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, my body tilting to the side, and I too fell upon the ice. I had always believed that the sudden onset of dizziness was merely a result of the sunlight reflecting off the ice. When I rose once more, Fong Tian was no longer on the rink. In the distance, I saw a figure walking away, resembling Fong Tian. I called out several times, but the figure did not turn. Upon entering the dormitory, I noticed that Fong Tian's bed had been hastily disturbed, and his small iron case, which he always kept at the head of his bed, was now missing. I sat down on the edge of my bed, replaying the earlier events in my mind. I was convinced that I had not imagined it. However, The notion of a person possessing blue blood was simply too incredible to fathom. After pondering for a while, my thoughts turned to Lin Wei. When Lin Wei had suddenly attempted suicide, a strange feeling surged within me at the mere thought of the word suicide. In an instant, I perceived suicide not as a terrifying act, but rather as something akin to a romantic relationship. Something lighthearted and worthy of exploration. I looked up at the window sill, immediately envisioning hanging myself there. My gaze fell to the ice skates on the floor, their blades glimmering coldly. I then considered whether those blades could also serve to end my life. Of course, I had never truly contemplated suicide. Yet, when the thought of the ice skates blade as a means to end my life crossed my mind, I found myself bending down to pick up the skates, aiming the tip of the blade at my forehead. Without a second thought, a peculiar and unimaginable sensation surged within me, and I forcefully brought the blade down toward my head. If I had succeeded in that moment, I would have surely met my demise. But at that critical juncture, I suddenly heard someone call out, "Wei Sili, what are you doing?" The voice belonged to a woman, and it came from just outside the door. I was jolted from my trance, as if awakening from a vivid dream. For a brief moment, I was utterly bewildered, not comprehending why I was holding the skates aloft, the blade aimed at my forehead. Of course, I quickly realized what I had intended to do. I was contemplating suicide. A chill coursed through me, and at that moment, 3 girls clad in colorful winter jackets burst in, exclaiming, "Wei Sili, teach us how to skate." I was immensely grateful to them, for they had saved my life. Yet, I had never shared this with them, as it was a matter too complex to articulate. I sat quietly. Reflecting on the incident, I understood now why Lin Wei had suddenly contemplated suicide. He had acted involuntarily, just as I had moments ago. But why had both Feng Tian and I experienced such an intense urge to end our lives upon witnessing Feng Tian's blood? And why had we acted upon it? I had never spoken of this matter to anyone, and since that day, I had not seen Feng Tian again. He had not returned to class, and I remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Gradually, I began to forget the incident, attributing it all to mere coincidence. Perhaps the thought of suicide had been a result of the intense sunlight affecting my psyche, leading to an abnormal reaction. And I concluded that the blue blood I believed I had seen was most likely an illusion. Feng Tian's absence, too, I chalked up to coincidence, if not for Kei Den Yoshiko recounting her sudden descent from the hillside. I might have entirely forgotten the event. I fervently hope that my admonitions to Kusa tonight are nothing but mere drivel, and I wish even more fervently that upon hearing my words, Kusa would borrow some light-hearted records from the inn and, after listening, immediately succumb to slumber. I hope that all my imaginings are simply the result of unwarranted apprehension. With my head bowed, I continued onward. When, just as I was about to reach Madame's inn, I suddenly heard, in the distance, the mournful wail of a police siren shattering the stillness of the frigid night, and my heart raced, and I involuntarily cried out within, "No! No! It cannot be that she is in peril." I abruptly turned and dashed forward. Part 3. Grave injury. In a mere 10 minutes, I had arrived at the inn where Kusa resided, only to find an ambulance and police car parked outside, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. In a frenzy, I elbowed my way through the gathered crowd and rushed inside. Upon reaching the entrance, I witnessed a stretcher being brought out, and the moment I caught sight of the ski instructor accompanying it, my blood ran cold. Simultaneously, I overheard 2 officers conversing. One remarked, "She hanged herself with glass stockings." To which the other replied, "Thankfully, she was discovered in time." I stood there, frozen, comprehending that the figure being carried on the stretcher was none other than the beautiful and gentle Kusa, who had been with me just half an hour prior. Only when I learned that her suicide had not succeeded did I breathe a sigh of relief. It firmly convinced me that upon witnessing blue blood, one might entertain suicidal thoughts. There exists a connection between blue blood and suicide, a notion that is indeed profoundly mysterious. I watched as the stretcher was lifted into the ambulance, while a multitude of reporters bombarded the ski instructor with questions. Clearly, he was deeply affected, no matter what the reporters asked. He remained utterly silent. I stood motionless until the crowd gradually dispersed, at which point I turned and walked away. The snow continued to fall in a flurry, and everything appeared unchanged from an hour before. Yet a lovely young lady had inexplicably contemplated suicide, thus bringing her athletic career to an abrupt end. Of course, to others, this may seem inexplicable, but for me, it was not entirely so. I had foreseen that when Kusa beheld a person with blue blood, she might very well entertain thoughts of self-destruction, much like Lin Wei and I had in our youth. Hence, I had already urged her to seek companionship at the inn. However, I could not fathom how an individual could possess blue blood, and why witnessing such a phenomenon would incite thoughts of suicide in others, compelling them to contemplate ending their lives. This enigma eluded resolution. Leaving my mind in a state of turmoil, I felt as though I had plunged into a phenomenon beyond the realm of science. Bordering on the metaphysical, my steps grew heavy as I approached Madame's inn, the night deepening, the snow still falling, and the road around me eerily silent. The moment I ceased pondering this matter, an inexplicable dread engulfed me. Akin to being in the light while ravenous wolves lurked in the shadows, watching me, I took a deep breath and paused, needing to calm my spirit before proceeding. I am by no means a coward. However, the fear I felt was utterly unfounded. In truth, my surroundings were profoundly quiet, devoid of any unusual occurrences. If any calamity were to befall me, I believed I could handle it, yet that sense of dread relentlessly assailed me. I stood still for a moment, sensing that not far from me, a presence seemed to beckon my demise. It was as if I intuitively understood the intent behind that presence. This notion appeared absurd. For while scientists have claimed that during the thought process, individuals emit a certain type of wave, referred to as mental telepathy, which is essentially the reception of another's brainwaves, this theory has yet to gain solid acceptance in the academic community. Furthermore, whose brainwaves was I currently receiving? Who possessed such transcendental power to project thoughts into my consciousness, compelling me to receive them? As I contemplated this, it suddenly seemed to make a degree of sense. For Lin Wei, Kusa, and I had all inexplicably entertained thoughts of ending our lives. It was highly plausible that another had influenced us with powerful brainwaves, inducing a hypnotic state in which we allowed another's thoughts to dictate our actions. Yet, upon deeper reflection, this notion seemed exceedingly ethereal and unfounded. With great effort, I lifted my feet and pressed onward, the silence surrounding me profound. The swirling snow not only concealed the ugly and beautiful aspects of the earth, but also absorbed all sound. I had maintained my gaze downward until I spotted a white poplar tree, at which point I raised my head, for I was now nearing Madame's inn. Upon lifting my gaze, I discerned two dim yellow lights ahead. Undoubtedly the illumination from the inn. I exhaled with relief, finally arriving at the entrance of a side street. Just beyond that street lay Madame's inn. However, just before reaching the alley, I noticed a figure standing beneath a street lamp. Startled, I beheld a person standing there, motionless, with their coat collar turned high and a wool hat perched atop their head, snow accumulating thickly on their shoulders, indicating they had been standing there for quite some time. Though a flicker of surprise coursed through me, I pressed onward, for a solitary figure standing in the snow at such a late hour was undoubtedly suspicious, yet not alarming enough to warrant excessive concern. As I approached, I was compelled to remain vigilant. I slowed my pace as I brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, a jolt coursed through my mind, and I felt someone calling my name, Wei Li. Yet, my ears detected no sound. The surroundings were so quiet that I could not possibly mistake silence for noise. Such was the peculiarity of the situation. Though I heard no voice, I sensed someone calling me. I quickly halted and turned around. That moment, the figure also turned to face me, raising his gaze. Although his hat was pulled low, I could clearly discern his face, which appeared unnaturally pale, tinged with a bluish hue. Sending a chill through my heart, this person was familiar to me. He resembled the individual I had parted ways with over a decade ago. With hardly any discernible difference, he was Fong Tian. I stood in stunned silence, as did he. He was the first to speak, saying, Wei Li, it's you? Indeed it is you. At this point, he muttered something I could not quite hear, then continued, You haven't. He hesitated. Failing to complete his thought, Kusa recounted her experiences to me. I had already surmised that the person she encountered must be Fong Tian. The individual with blue blood could only be him. Yet, I had never anticipated that I would suddenly encounter him under such circumstances. Without waiting for him to finish, I interjected, I am not dead. A peculiar expression crossed Fong Tian's face, and he lowered his head, murmuring, Wei Li, you are a good person. I have always cherished memories of you. You are a good person. As he murmured those words, a sudden resurgence of thoughts of death and suicide flooded my mind, causing my heart to race. This was more terrifying than any murder. This blue-blooded man possessed the unsettling ability to induce a compulsion for self-destruction. I struggled to dispel the thoughts that surged within me. I was no longer the simple-minded youth I had been over a decade ago. Back then, I was an uncomplicated lad, but now I had accumulated a wealth of experience. I understood that the extraordinary power he wielded was undoubtedly linked to hypnosis. And I was well aware of the principles of mental resistance in hypnosis. This principle states that if the mental state of the hypnotist, including the intensity of their self-confidence, is not stronger than that of the subject, the hypnotist will be countered. Thus, I endeavored to calm my mind and grasp those inexplicable thoughts that assailed me. Fong Tian and I stood in a tense standoff for 6 or 7 minutes, during which I felt the suicidal thoughts within me gradually weaken. I knew that in this elusive yet profoundly perilous struggle, I had gained the upper hand. Just at that moment, Fong Tian sighed and abruptly turned to walk away. Fully concentrated on countering the sudden thoughts that arose within me, I found myself momentarily at a loss when he turned and walked away. It wasn't until he had taken 7 or 8 steps that I finally called out, "Stop! Stop!" As I yelled, I pursued him, and though he did not slow his pace, my deep-rooted foundation in Chinese martial arts allowed me to quickly catch up to him. He halted, and I demanded in a low voice, "Who are you? What exactly are you?" I glanced at his hand, where he clutched a gleaming silver box, roughly the size of a small semiconductor radio, yet adorned with 2 metallic tubes resembling snail antennae. I had never seen such a weapon before, and I immediately inquired, "What is this?" He lifted his head, casting a fleeting glance towards the heavens, only to immediately bow it down once more, pleading, I implore you, forget that you have ever encountered me, as if I have never existed. Not only should you refrain from speaking of me to others, but you must not even entertain the thought of me yourself. Is that possible? Is that possible?" As he spoke, tears unexpectedly streamed from the corners of his eyes. I stood frozen for a moment, then said, "I have but one question for you." Fong Tian remained silent, and I continued, "Lin Wei, I, and Chao Tian Fongzi have all witnessed the blood within you, and it was blue. We have all entertained thoughts of self-destruction. Can you enlighten me as to why?" Before I could finish my inquiry, Fong Tian began to tremble all over. His hand lifted slightly, and in that instant, I noticed his fingers seemingly pressing upon a silver box resting in his palm, accompanied by an almost imperceptible squeak. Suddenly, an intense, searing light flashed before my eyes, so brilliant and scorching that it rendered me unconscious in less than a fraction of a second, collapsing into the snow. In the moment, just before losing consciousness, I seemed to hear Fong Tian cry out, "Do not force me." From the time I barely caught that fragment of Fong Tian's words until I next heard a human voice, I later learned that a considerable duration had passed. When I finally heard the sound of voices again, I felt a sharp, piercing pain coursing through my body. The intensity of this pain was such that it made me tremble involuntarily. As if countless red-hot coals were searing every inch of my skin, I wished to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. I longed to move, yet found myself utterly immobilized. I clenched my jaw tightly. But even loosening it seemed impossible. I had no choice but to muster my final reserves of strength in an attempt to open my eyes. I steadied my mind and slowly widened the slits of my eyelids. And the figures before me gradually came into focus, akin to a camera lens adjusting its focus. The first figure I recognized was the elderly doctor with whom I had played chess. Gesticulating and speaking animatedly, I strained to recall, pondering whether I was now within Madame Tang's inn. Yet, it was evident that I was not, as everyone surrounding me was clad in white garments. White garments. White garments. My mind began to grasp the reality. I was in a hospital. How did I end up in a hospital? I could not ascertain. All I remembered was collapsing into the snow. Snow.hospital.o. All of this was overwhelming for someone like me. Just regaining consciousness while enduring excruciating pain throughout my body, I resolved to first assess my own condition. With great effort, I turned my gaze to my body. I could scarcely believe my eyes, convinced I must be mistaken. Thus, I closed them for a moment before reopening them. However, the sight remained unchanged. Where my body should have been lay what resembled a mummy. Every inch of me swathed in white bandages. What was this? Was this truly my body? What injuries had I sustained? At that moment, I heard another voice. If he regains consciousness, he will experience intense pain. We shall administer a sedative to alleviate his suffering. In my heart, I cried out, I am already conscious. Please, grant me relief from this pain. Yet, no sound emerged, and since I could not vocalize my thoughts, it was evident that no one would know I had awakened. I therefore did my utmost to widen my eyes. My hearing returned the quickest, and I overheard someone say, if he survives, there are two fortunate coincidences that saved his life. Damn it, I silently cursed. What do you mean, if I survive? Am I not going to survive? The voice continued. First, it was the heavy snowfall. Second, the newly constructed vacuum operating room. Someone inquired, what does the snowfall have to do with it? The same voice replied, it is naturally related. We still do not know the extent of his injuries, but it is certain that they resemble radiation burns. After he collapsed, the snow continued to fall, covering his body and soothing his wounds. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. I recalled the circumstances leading to my fainting. That searing flash of light, that blinding sensation. I had nearly died. What secret weapon had Fong Tian employed? I was lost in thought when I heard the voice again. Had we not treated his wounds in a vacuum state, he would have been subjected to infection from at least 7 or 8 types of bacteria, which would have been exceedingly troublesome. I could not help but smile wryly. Fortune had indeed remained by my side, albeit with a few oversights, leaving me to lie in the hospital like a mummy, my entire body aflame with pain. I was not inclined to continue eavesdropping on their discussions regarding my injuries. I simply hoped they would realize I had awakened and administer a sedative to lessen my current suffering. I resorted to my old method of widening my eyes, and my vision gradually returned. I could see that at least 7 or 8 individuals surrounded me, yet none seemed to notice that my eyes were wide open. Time passed, and eventually, a nurse's shrill voice pierced the air. Good heavens! He is awake, in my mind, I shouted. Indeed, I am awake. Thanks to that nurse's exclamation, my awakening was finally acknowledged. The people surrounding me sprang into action, administering several injections, and I fell into a deep slumber once more. When I awoke again, I found the room bathed in soft light. Several individuals remained by my side, one of whom was checking my pulse. I saw a serious face draw near, asking, "Can you speak?" I exerted myself to move my lips as if I were learning to speak anew, trembling for a while before managing to utter a single word. Yes, the individual sighed in relief, saying, "You are conscious. Your injuries have been stabilized. Do not worry. Do not dwell on other matters." The doctor sighed, his eyes revealing a sympathetic expression as he said, "Your life is not in jeopardy, but," I interjected, "will my skin be damaged?" The doctor offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to perform skin grafts." I did not wait for him to finish, shutting my eyes once more. Though the doctor did not state it outright, I could discern his meaning. I had been severely burned, likely resulting in extensive damage to my skin, and it was doubtful that even the best skin grafts could salvage it. I pondered for a while before reopening my eyes. The doctor was still before me, and I said, "I request to see your chief surgeon." The doctor replied, "Dr. Sasaki has instructed that when you awaken, we are to notify him. He shall be here shortly." Dr. Sasaki, the old doctor who had stayed with me at Madame Tang's Inn in Hokkaido, was a renowned surgeon in Japan, yet he served at a prestigious university medical school. Thus, during my unconsciousness, I had evidently been transported from my previous location to Tokyo. I closed my eyes to rest again, and before long, heavy footsteps approached. Dr. Sasaki entered, followed by several middle-aged individuals who appeared to be authoritative figures in the medical field. They gathered around my bedside, and Dr. Sasaki meticulously reviewed the records before looking up and asking, "Good, you can speak. How did you sustain your injuries?" "Radiation," I replied. Dr. Sasaki clenched his fists. With a grunt, he stated, "Are you aware that you will bear unsightly scars?" I had requested the doctor to consult the chief surgeon precisely to discuss this matter. I immediately said, "Doctor, I wish to propose a suggestion that may seem unreasonable to you. I wish to use a traditional Chinese herbal remedy to dress my entire body, as it guarantees that no scars will remain on any wounds." Dr. Sasaki exclaimed, "Nonsense. Though you have escaped the critical phase, your injuries could deteriorate at any moment. I cannot risk your life by adhering to your nonsensical ideas." I began to persuade him, explaining that the remedy's ingredients were intricate, being one of the finest Chinese herbal treatments, entirely unavailable for purchase. However, I had a friend who possessed a box of it, and once any wounds healed, no scars would remain. Yet, regardless of what I said, Dr. Sasaki merely shook his head. I spoke with great effort, but he remained unmoved. Sighing, Dr. Sasaki conferred with the other doctors for a while before stepping out. I had exhausted myself with the conversation and closed my eyes to rest. After some time, I reopened them to find that apart from me, only a young nurse remained in the room. She was quite young and remarkably beautiful. I called to her softly, and she turned her head, regarding me with sympathetic eyes. I attempted to smile, but the bandages covering my face prevented me from doing so. She leaned down and asked gently, "What do you need?" I whispered. "When do you finish your shift?" The nurse regarded me with a peculiar look, undoubtedly thinking that I was mad. I inquired of her when she would finish her shift, wondering if I might invite her to dinner. Sensing her inner uncertainty, I hastily added, "I merely wish to ask you to send a telegram on my behalf." The nurse promptly nodded in agreement and took up paper and pen. I first provided her with the address before reciting the telegram. "Please send someone to fetch all 9 snake ointment." Upon reaching this point, I inquired about the name of the hospital before concluding. "That is all." The nurse looked at me with a skeptical gaze and asked, "What is 9 snake ointment?" I immediately replied in a serious tone, "Miss, I require your assistance. 9 snake ointment is a specially crafted remedy for wounds. The very one I mentioned to Dr. Sasaki earlier." The nurse, perceptive as she was, promptly deduced, "You intend to use this ointment on yourself?" I nodded and explained, "Indeed, I wish to avoid leaving any unsightly scars on my body. Furthermore, I must demonstrate to Dr. Sasaki that many remedies, which modern medicine cannot analyze or explain, indeed possess incredible power." The nurse's complexion turned quite pale. I could sense her reluctance to comply with my request. So I refrained from speaking further, merely gazing at her with pleading eyes. This nurse was a kind-hearted young woman. After 4 or 5 minutes, she sighed and said, "You must understand, being a nurse here is an honor. I have expended countless efforts to attain this honor." Her meaning was clear. If this matter were to come to light, she would undoubtedly face dismissal. I quickly replied, "Miss, do you not realize that making a patient feel as though you are their angel is an even greater honor?" The nurse chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall assist you." From that point, the events that transpired in the hospital seem unnecessary to detail, as my narrative is centered around the enigmatic blue-blooded individuals. By the 3rd day, the 9 snake ointment was in my possession, and with the nurse's aid, I applied it all over my body. On the 7th day, before Dr. Sasaki, I unwrapped the bandages, revealing skin that appeared as though it had never been injured. The doctor was furious, yet he could not deny it was a miracle. I remained deeply grateful for his assistance and left the hospital, taking up residence in a modest inn in the suburbs. After departing from the hospital, my first priority was to recuperate and reflect quietly. Though I had narrowly escaped calamity this time, I realized that should a similar situation arise again, I might not be so fortunate. First, there would be no heavy snowfall again. Second, the last remaining jar of 9 snake ointment had already been used. If such a situation were to recur, I would undoubtedly transform into an ugly monstrosity. Gazing out from the inn's balcony, I beheld an expansive field stretching before me. I settled down with the morning paper. There was nothing particularly riveting in the news, so I covered my face with the newspaper. Preparing to take a nap when suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. I straightened up and called out, "Come in." A servant entered, addressing me, "Mr. Wei, someone has come to see you." I was taken aback. My stay here was meant to be a closely guarded secret. Who could possibly know? In an instant, my thoughts turned to Feng Tian, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. Part 4. The mysterious figure in the space program. Nelson stepped onto the balcony, and his sudden appearance left me so astonished that I forgot to rise to greet him, remaining seated in my chair. The servant withdrew, and Nelson took a seat across from me, stating, "I heard you were seriously injured." "Who did you encounter?" I sighed. "It is a long story." Nelson retrieved a document with a golden cover from his pocket, which at first glance resembled a bank passbook. He solemnly placed it in my hand, saying, "The signatures of the heads of the highest police authorities from 71 nations. This is the 10th such document in the world, certifying that your actions, under any circumstances, are beneficial to public safety." I accepted it, feeling immense joy. This was the document I had requested from Nelson, and he had indeed procured it for me. I grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you." He shook his head, and I quickly asked, "Is it from the United States?" I felt quite disheartened. Being a prominent Western nation, without the signature of its police chief, this document's efficacy would be significantly diminished, I asked. "So, will he not sign?" Nelson replied. "It is not that he refuses. This nation has two distinct security systems, one public and one semi-public. For the document to be valid, it requires the signatures of both system heads. One of them has learned that you are Chinese and insists that you must undertake a task on his behalf as a condition for his signature." I shrugged. That sounds simple enough. What is the task? However, Nelson's demeanor was anything but relaxed as he replied, "Do not underestimate the gravity of this matter. Consider that this nation's security system is regarded as the best in the world. If they require your assistance for this task, it cannot be trivial." His words ignited my competitive spirit, and I pressed, "What is it?" "Speak quickly," Nelson said. "This matter is of utmost confidentiality. I sought you out specifically to convey this in person. Once I disclose it, no more than 12 people in the world will know. Do you understand?" I could not help but feel somewhat displeased, replying, "If anyone thinks I am a blabbermouth, it would be best not to share confidential matters with me." Nelson chuckled. "Do not be angry. Let me start from the beginning." He lit his pipe and continued. "This country has a space development program that has yet to be revealed to the public, aimed at conquering Saturn." Before Nelson could finish, I interrupted. "What assistance can I possibly provide? My knowledge of space science is rudimentary at best, akin to that of an elementary school student." Nelson replied, "Please allow me to finish before you respond." I reluctantly nodded as he continued. "Saturn is quite distant from Earth, making it an unsuitable target for conquest. However, scientists believe that Saturn's rings are composed of a metallic substance in a free state. By harnessing the magnetic properties of this metal, we could maneuver a spacecraft over great distances, making it more convenient than exploring other nearer planets. Of course," he added, "this is a general overview. The specific advantages and disadvantages are known only to the scientists overseeing this program, and we need not delve into those details." I remarked, "Indeed, there is no need for such depth, as it would be impossible to investigate further. So, what is it that you require of me?" Nelson tapped his pipe and gazed out at the fields, saying, "The individual leading this program is a German named Zoss, and even his existence is considered highly classified." I replied, "I understand. The achievements of space development in the two great powers are largely attributed to German scientists." Nelson added, "In addition to Zoss, there is another individual named Haven Fong." The name Haven, as mentioned by Nelson, is a translation of the English word heaven. I immediately thought of Fong Tian. Noticing my change in expression, Nelson paused and asked, "What? You do not know this person, do you?" I took a deep breath and said, "Please continue." Nelson explained, "According to Dr. Zoss, Mr. Fong is an extraordinary talent. In truth, the program is primarily led by Haven Fong. But due to Mr. Fong's questionable background, Zoss is the nominal head. The decisive plans require Dr. Zoss's signature before they can be enacted." I was utterly captivated by Nelson's words. I could surmise that the mysterious Haven Fong was indeed Fong Tian, the very person I sought to investigate. Furthermore, the matters Nelson spoke of were evidently related to him, making it impossible for me to lose interest. I urged, "Please get to the point." Nelson stated, "Now, what this country requests of you is to ascertain the true nature of this Haven Fong." I could not help but let out a wry smile, asking, "Why must I uncover this? May I inquire why?" I then asked, "Could you describe this person's appearance for me?" Nelson withdrew an envelope from his pocket, stating, "Here are 2 photographs of him." I quickly took the envelope, pulled out the photos, and examined them. As I had anticipated, there stood Fong Tian. The individual in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to him. With a gaunt face, striking eyes, and even his distinctive pallor was evident in the image. I smiled wryly and said, "This man is currently in Japan." Nelson's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" I inquired, "Please, elucidate the reasons for his visit to Japan." Mr. Nelson responded, "He was granted a leave of absence due to the discovery of his clandestine activities aboard the Saturn spacecraft. This was intended to divert him from that secret base, where scientists were convened to scrutinize the motives behind his actions. The findings, however, revealed that he had not compromised the spacecraft. On the contrary, it was equipped with numerous devices advantageous for long-distance space travel. This is indeed perplexing. Why would he not disclose this undertaking? Thus, suspicions arise that he may be serving another powerful nation. I replied with a wry smile. A betrayal in the realm of space. Nelson remarked, as of now, the political implications of space science outweigh its scientific significance. Such a scenario is certainly plausible. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed through the room. And before we could respond, the door burst open. A high-ranking Japanese officer, accompanied by a European man, stormed in. The European man immediately addressed Nelson, saying, "He has gone missing." Nelson sprang up from his armchair. His usual demeanor of calm and composure was replaced by an unprecedented agitation. He nearly berated the European, demanding, "Missing? What are you doing? How did he disappear? Speak, speak." The European, pale-faced, was at a loss for words. The Japanese officer interjected, "I suspect he may have been abducted." Nelson paused, taken aback, and asked, "Abducted?" The officer confirmed. "Yes, politically motivated kidnapping. Our surveillance reported that this morning at Haneda Airport, he was surrounded by 4 individuals from a certain consulate, yet he cleverly evaded their grasp. However, after he left the airport, he was followed by many others." I nudged Nelson, and he remarked, "That must refer to Haven Fong." I had already surmised that they were speaking of Fong Tian. I remained silent, listening intently as the Japanese officer continued. "His country has security personnel? The Japanese police, international police, and individuals from a certain embassy are all involved. The result, he flushed slightly, adding, "We have consecutively lost track of him, leading us to suspect he may have been kidnapped by personnel from a certain embassy." "Mr. Nelson began to pace agitatedly, exclaiming, "This is beyond our capacity to resolve. A disgraceful failure." The European man was visibly sweating. At this juncture, I spoke up, "Panic will not yield results." The Japanese officer glanced at me. Uncertain of my identity, yet adhering to the innate politeness of his culture, he said, "Yes, we have notified all airports, train stations, and thoroughfares in Tokyo to be on the lookout for this individual. Even embassy vehicles must not be overlooked." I replied, "If he has indeed been abducted by a certain embassy, he must still be within its confines." I gestured discreetly towards Mr. Nelson. Having collaborated with him on multiple occasions, he immediately understood and addressed the 2 men. "Continue your usual methods to investigate the whereabouts of Haven Fong. He is a figure of utmost importance. You must exert every possible effort." The European, wiping his brow, exited alongside the Japanese officer. Once they had departed, I whispered, "The situation is growing increasingly complex. I must adopt a special approach to ascertain whether Fong Tian is within a certain embassy." Nelson regarded me thoughtfully before stating, "I do not concur with that course of action." I patted his shoulder reassuringly, "Fear not. If I am captured, I shall merely be perceived as an ordinary thief, and the embassy will assuredly hand me over to the local authorities." Nelson inquired, "Will you conduct this during the day?" I chuckled, "Such clandestine matters are best suited for the cover of night." Nelson cautioned, "Very well, I may not see you again today. Exercise caution." With that, he hurriedly departed, likely to make further arrangements to prevent agents from a certain nation from smuggling Fong Tian out of Japan. Alone on the balcony, I reflected on the events of the past few days, from the unexpected incident involving Kusa Tanaka to the vast space development plans of a certain nation exploring Saturn. Culminating in the struggles of Eastern Group agents, at first glance, these matters appeared unrelated. Yet, as someone privy to the intricacies, I recognized their profound connection, all tied to the enigmatic and peculiar figure of Fong Tian. The blue-blooded individual. According to Mr. Nelson, Fong Tian had become an exceptionally distinguished scientist. This realization filled me with a sense of embarrassment. In our school days, we shared the same dormitory. What accomplishments had I to my name now? Today, I was tasked with unraveling the mystery of his origins, a formidable challenge indeed. I was aware that Fong Tian possessed a remarkably sharp secret weapon. He was unafraid of being harmed, only of inflicting harm upon others. My concern was not for him, but for myself. It seemed Fong Tian had continually sought to eliminate me. Twice, I had narrowly escaped, and I could not allow him a third opportunity to succeed. I must eliminate the possibility of his third attempt to bring me harm. That day, I found myself infected by Nelson's agitation. After lunch, time felt as though it were dragging interminably. I drove into the city. Seeking to pass the time, by 2 o'clock, I became aware that someone was following me. At that moment, I was strolling, observing store windows. The reflection in the glass revealed a man in a kimono across the street. Feigning to smoke while persistently glancing in my direction, I was uncertain of his identity. However, when I crossed the street and could still see him through the window, I realized he was indeed tracking me. I traversed several streets, and by 2:30, I still noticed the Japanese man trailing behind me. During those 30 minutes, I pondered why someone would follow me here. I intended to infiltrate a certain embassy that night to investigate Feng Tian's whereabouts, which certainly warranted being followed. Yet, only Mr. Nelson was privy to this plan. Why then was this Japanese man pursuing me? I found myself on a relatively secluded street, and the man continued to shadow my every move. I halted, listening to his footsteps, which also ceased. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and turned to face him. The man in the kimono bent down to adjust his shoes, and I strode directly toward him. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly turned to flee towards the intersection. However, I had already sprinted a few steps ahead, blocking his path. He attempted to evade once more, but I swiftly grasped his shoulder. To my surprise, the man immediately composed himself, turning to me with a harsh retort. "What are you doing?" I replied coldly. "What are you doing?" He shot back. "This is absurd. You've got hold of me, yet you question my actions?" I scrutinized him closely. He bore an air of defiance. I had no fear of confrontation, but given the circumstances, his accusations could lead to unnecessary complications. It was quite amusing. Just moments ago, he had been following me. Yet now that I had turned the tables, he sought to play the victim. I removed my coat and reversed it. It was specially designed to be worn on either side, one side blue and the other deep brown. I also pulled out a cap from my pocket and donned a nylon mask. In less than a minute, I appeared to be an entirely different person. I briskly crossed the street, and there, beneath a power pole, I saw the man speaking in hushed tones with another individual, gesturing in my direction. Presumably, he was instructing the other man to continue the pursuit. I wagered he had no inkling that I was approaching him. After watching the other individual depart, the man began to walk towards me. I allowed him to pass, and then followed at a distance, determined to uncover who in Japan was tracking me. He continued forward without any intention of hailing a cab, and I trailed him for a full hour until we reached the most squalid area of Tokyo. In such a neighborhood, it is exceedingly difficult to follow someone unnoticed. As filthy children chase one another through the narrow streets flanked by dilapidated buildings, one must shout loudly to make headway, and such noise inevitably draws attention. Thus, after just a few steps, I contemplated abandoning the pursuit. Indeed, the man's gaze briefly flitted over me before shifting away, for the individual who had been standing at the center of the street had vanished. He could not have hurried ahead of me, nor could he have retreated to the opposite end of the small street so swiftly. The street was long, and having reached the center, he wouldn't have been able to withdraw that quickly. The only possibility was that he had entered one of those shabby houses. I felt a surge of frustration, realizing that had I been more vigilant, I would have discerned that his stop here must have had a reason. Now, the situation could still be salvaged. I took a few steps forward and gently patted the shoulder of a boy, around 10 years of age, inquiring, "Which house did that man standing in the center of the street just enter?" The boy casually pointed towards a building, saying, "There." Following his gesture, I noticed a large, foul-smelling pool of sewage glistening with iridescent oil in front of the establishment. Every major city possesses both its charming and its unsightly facets, and Tokyo is no exception. Observing the condition of this street, even the most imaginative minds would struggle to conceive that within the same city, there exist places reminiscent of paradise. I sidestepped the pursuing child and approached the building, stepping over the putrid pool before reaching out to push open the door. In the dim light, I saw two shoemakers hunched over their work, lifting their heads to regard me. The room was exceedingly small, with a back door leading to a yard cluttered with broken glass bottles and tin cans, where a mangy dog was licking an empty can. I glanced upward to the loft above. Despite it being winter, a faint odor of sweat lingered there. Upon witnessing this scene, I found myself inexplicably perplexed. The two shoemakers continued to observe me, and one asked, "Sir, do you need your shoes repaired?" I inquired, "Did anyone just come in?" The shoemakers exchanged glances and replied, "Is someone here?" "That would be you, sir." Suddenly, it dawned on me that I might have been deceived by the mischievous child. I had unwittingly believed his casual indication, and indeed, it could be said that I had stumbled into a trap. I awkwardly chuckled. My apologies, and as I spoke, I began to retreat. One of the shoemakers glanced at my shoes and remarked, "Sir, your heel seems off. Would you like it replaced?" I paid him no heed and casually replied, "No need." Just as I was turning to exit, I heard the two shoemakers yawn. At that moment, I felt an unsettling presence behind me. Although I had no eyes on my back, I sensed someone lurking there. A sixth sense honed from years of perilous living, I swiftly pulled my arm back and jabbed with my elbow. I heard a pained gasp, unmistakably indicating that the individual behind me had been struck. Yet, I had erred, for while I sensed someone was behind me, my instinct failed to reveal how many there were. Just as I made contact with one person, I felt a heavy blow to the back of my head. It seemed a large boot had been used against me. Had it been someone else? Such a strike would surely have rendered them unconscious, but for me, it merely ignited my fury. I turned, prepared to retaliate immediately. However, my thoughts shifted to the identity of those pursuing me. Clearly, they were cunning enough to employ individuals masquerading as shoemakers in such a filthy area, a sign of a sophisticated organization. Why not feign unconsciousness to discern their intentions? With my resolve set, I feigned a peculiar smile, allowed my body to go limp, and collapsed to the ground. Indeed, I noticed one of the shoemakers wielding a long leather boot. The two shoemakers stood upright. One was an exceptionally tall man, his wrinkles evidently a result of disguise. The other, though of similar stature, was now rolling on the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning incessantly. My earlier elbow strike would keep him incapacitated for at least a week. The standing shoemaker raised the boot in his hand and approached me, delivering a kick to my leg, yet I remained motionless. He shouted to his companion, "Get up, you fool!" The injured man, still grimacing and holding his belly, complied and stood, continuing to moan. The shoemaker swiftly closed the door behind us. They dragged me into the backyard. Laying me atop a handcart, covering me with two foul-smelling burlap sacks, and delivering a few heavy blows to the back of my head, to ascertain their identities, I bore the pain, knowing I could remember the shoemaker's features well enough to seek retribution later. I sensed myself being pushed onward. The assailant, while shoving me, rang a broken bell, loudly announcing himself as a second-hand goods dealer. I could not help but admire his cunning. After approximately half an hour, we halted. I surmised we had arrived at their lair. The doors swung open, and a burly man peered out. My captor quickly shoved me forward. Two individuals, one grasping my head and the other my feet, lifted me inside. I opened my eyes just a crack and beheld an elderly man in a black kimono seated regally in the center of the room, flanked by four individuals, one of whom was the man who had been tailing me. Including the two who had carried me, there were 7 in total. I thought to myself, the moment to act had arrived. As the two men lowered me, I suddenly bent my legs, causing the one holding my feet to stumble forward. I kicked out sharply, landing a solid blow to his face. The impostor who had struck me from behind let out a donkey-like wail, staggering backwards, his face a gruesome mess, as he fell several steps before collapsing to the ground. With a swift motion, I pivoted and, sensing the man holding my head retreating in alarm, I delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him speechless. My movements were rapid. Having dispatched 2 burly men in mere seconds, I then brushed off my clothes, adjusted my tie, and stood before the elderly man and the 4 others, declaring, "Well, here I am. What is it you want?" I was certain my previous actions had left them utterly astounded, rendering them momentarily speechless. I reached up and removed the nylon mask from my face, pointing at the man who had previously followed me, stating, "Do you not recognize me?" I had no intention of boasting, but at the sight of my gesture, the man recoiled in fear, his complexion paling. Among the 5, only the elderly man maintained his composure, chuckling dryly, brave man." He signaled to the 4 by his side, and they all retreated to the corners of the room, evidently surrounding me. I pondered whether the elder intended to engage me himself, for his seated posture indicated he was a master of judo. Yes, I contemplated this. The elderly man lunged forward with unexpected swiftness. By the time I realized the danger, he had already seized me, and I found myself crashing to the ground. Little did I know that his agility was remarkable. As I attempted to brace myself, he executed a swift maneuver, catching me around the waist and throwing me down again. While I had studied judo, it was not my forte. His skill was evidently top-notch even within Japan, having been thrown twice. The first being an unanticipated fall, the second underscoring his formidable prowess. I turned and leaped sideways, conceding, excellent technique. The elderly man, eyes ablaze, appeared like a duck in flight, swaying as he charged at me once more. I thought to myself that if I were to be thrown yet again, it would be intolerable. Thus, before he could reach me, I surged forward with great speed. His hesitation, born from uncertainty regarding my intentions, afforded me an opportunity that I sidestepped, driving my shoulder into his chest. As he bent low to grab my left leg, I anticipated this and swiftly kicked out my right leg, striking him squarely on the chin. He fell back, rising with a swollen face and blood at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand and mumbled, "Wait here. Do not leave," I retorted with a cold laugh. "Who are you?" The elderly man and several others began to retreat. Unwilling to relent, I hastily pursued them into the backyard, only to see them all leap into a large sedan, which shook under their weight as it sped away. In my haste, I failed to catch even a glimpse of the license plate before the vehicle vanished from sight. I stood there for a while, pondering the absurdity of the situation. I had fought without understanding the origins of my adversaries. I returned inside the building, searching each room for anyone, but the entire place was evidently deserted. I patiently waited in one of the rooms, hoping to confront someone upon their arrival. Yet, as my stomach grumbled and darkness enveloped the sky, I remained with no resolution in sight. I had pressing matters to attend to that evening, and time could not afford to linger. Upon stepping out of the main entrance, I noticed that the handcart remained in place. I memorized the address of that house, preparing to return the following day to uncover the truth behind why those individuals were trailing me. Chapter 6. Smuggling. I wandered in the vicinity for nearly 2 hours until midnight, gradually approaching the imposing walls of a certain embassy. The architecture was magnificent, and the walls were astonishingly high. I lingered at the corner of the street across for a while, clutching a bottle of wine and mumbling a tuneless song to feign drunkenness, so as not to attract attention. Within the embassy, light emanated from a window on the 3rd floor. Whether Fang Tian was inside was a lingering question. After waiting a bit longer, I made my way to a telephone booth several streets away and called Mr. Nelson. He informed me that Fang Tian remained unaccounted for and was highly likely to be within the confines of a certain embassy. I did not linger long. I tucked the wine bottle into my pocket and swiftly approached the base of the wall, retrieving a coil of toughened cord. This coil, though seemingly no larger than a fist, measured 30 meters in length and could easily support a person's weight, making it an ideal climbing tool. With a swift motion, I hurled the hook attached to the cord, which latched onto the wall with a sharp sound. I ascended rapidly, securing the cord in less than 3 minutes, and soon found myself within the confines of the wall. Pressing myself against the wall, I observed several individuals exiting through the gate, moving with great urgency, as if they were burdened by weighty matters. Descending the stone steps, one of them spoke in the language of this country. "Pay attention to the passage. Even if we must transport him through Tokyo's sewers, we shall spare no effort. The higher-ups are awaiting this individual. There can be no delay." The others responded affirmatively and proceeded towards the embassy's gate, leaving one individual behind. His visage appeared familiar, likely due to his frequent appearances in the newspapers. He was the ambassador. At that moment, my thoughts raced, and a decision crystallized. There was no need for me to take clandestine risks. I could boldly approach the ambassador and offer my assistance. From the words he had just imparted to those men, it was clear that Fang Tian was in their custody, and they were eager to whisk him away from Tokyo. I remained motionless until the group exited through the iron gate and drove away. Then, I cast the cord once more, scaled the wall, and brazenly approached the front entrance, pressing the doorbell with vigor. A face appeared at the small iron grate of the gate, and in a loud voice, he barked in Japanese. "Get lost?" I replied with a grin. "I wish to see the ambassador." The man cursed and reiterated, "Get lost?" I coldly retorted, "The ambassador will see me. Just tell him that what you cannot accomplish, I can. If you neglect to report this, you may find yourself labeled as disloyal." My final words proved effective. The man closed the small iron door and retreated inside. I lingered outside for approximately 7 or 8 minutes before I heard someone inquire, "Who are you?" The inquiry was in poor English, and I responded in kind. You need not concern yourselves with who I am. If you are in trouble, there is no need to worry, provided you are willing to part with some money. Can I alone destroy your embassy? The man asked, What do you know? I replied, I know nothing, but I am aware that the Tokyo police are mobilizing and sealing off all routes, which leads me to surmise that this matter may pertain to your country. He chuckled dryly and said, Very well, come in. The iron gate creaked open just enough for me to squeeze through, and I inwardly chuckled at the formidable power of the embassy that, despite its stature, found itself compelled to entertain a visitor who had approached uninvited. Moments ago, I had stealthily scaled the wall, yet now I was being ushered into the embassy with all due decorum upon entering. I noticed 4 individuals emerging from the shadows, closely trailing behind me. I paid them no mind, believing that once I met the ambassador, they would regard me as an ally. I ascended the stone steps and was led into a soundproof room where the ambassador sat. Regarding me with a cold gaze, the 4 individuals remained vigilant behind me. After a prolonged silence, the ambassador finally inquired, What do you want? I shrugged and replied, I would like to take a seat. If I may? He gestured to a chair and said, That one. Do you require anything else? I settled into the chair and stated, I also require money. The ambassador's responses were as terse as a telegraph. How much? I replied, That depends on the difficulties you face. He coolly responded, What solutions do you propose for the challenges we cannot overcome? I retorted, That, my dear ambassador, is my secret to making a profit. The ambassador fell silent, producing a pipe, filling it and igniting it, remaining silent for a full 3 minutes before suddenly pointing his pipe at me, commanding, Search him. Upon hearing that command, I leaped to my feet, for I had not anticipated such a turn of events. Should they search me, my ruse would be irretrievably compromised. If they discovered the credentials Mr. Nelson had provided me during the day, my identity would be unveiled. I exclaimed, I protest. Surprisingly, the ambassador displayed a hint of humor. Responding coldly, protests are futile. 2 burly men seized me, while another approached from the front. I could easily overpower them, but such an action would render me unable to escape the embassy. I shouted, The outcome of the search will see you lose a grand opportunity. The ambassador waved his hand and the man stepped back, asking, Why? I replied, You dare insult me. Thus, regardless of the price, I shall not assist you. The ambassador countered, Do you know what assistance we require? I replied, You possess something that must be smuggled out of Tokyo. The ambassador's expression shifted. At that moment, the telephone beside him rang. After grabbing the receiver, his demeanor soured further. When he hung up, beads of sweat had formed on his brow. He waved his hand again, and the 2 men beside me retreated, releasing their hold. Although I did not hear the conversation on the line, the ambassador's pallid complexion suggested that the situation had become dire and urgent. The gravity of the matter evidently compelled him to set aside any doubts regarding my reliability, reaching a necessity to trust me. The withdrawal of the guards from my person, coupled with the cessation of the search, served as ample proof. I exhaled a deep sigh of relief and composed myself in the chair. The ambassador retrieved a handkerchief, wiping the perspiration from his balding head, and asked if it is a substantial item. Do you possess the means to smuggle it out of Tokyo under the current circumstances? I shrugged and replied, What precise details do you have regarding the blockade intelligence? Note: in 1986, this equipment, slightly modified, is now utilized for pursuing speeding vehicles, a truly magnificent yet underutilized capability. The ambassador nodded, and the droplets of sweat on his forehead multiplied. He stated gravely, Can you offer us any further assistance? Understand that the item we intend to smuggle out is quite large. I responded, Of course, otherwise, why would I have come to see you? Not only can I manage something of significant size, but even an individual. I paused deliberately, observing the sudden change in the ambassador's and the 4 men's expressions. After a brief moment, I continued, I can also transport a person out. From the abrupt shift in their countenance, I was nearly certain that the item they wished for me to smuggle out was indeed a person. However, the ambassador's subsequent words left me perplexed. He chuckled dryly, stating, Of course, it is not a person. Merely some items. That I inquired, What items? The ambassador glared at me, saying, Your profession suggests you ought not to inquire further. Having encountered a dead end, I ceased my questioning. The ambassador gestured to one of the 4 men, who pushed open a door and exited. The ambassador turned to me, stating, Due to special circumstances, we entrust this task to you. but every move you make will be under the surveillance of our personnel. You must understand this. I felt a wave of hesitation. While I was not averse to risk, I had never wished to be ensnared within the tumult of political intrigue, espionage, and covert operations. Yet, the present circumstances compelled me to plunge into this whirlpool. Of course, had I chosen to withdraw at that moment, I could have done so in time. But how could I explain this to Mr. Nelson? Furthermore, the whereabouts of Feng Tian, the enigmatic actions of this blue-blooded individual, and the conquest of Saturn plan Mr. Nelson had mentioned, alongside the peculiar apparatus on Feng Tian's colossal space rocket. All of these were matters I was desperate to uncover. Should I choose to withdraw at this juncture, I would find it exceedingly difficult to account for my own curiosity. I nodded and said, "Of course, you may mobilize all resources at your disposal to monitor me." The ambassador inquired, "Very well. What compensation do you seek?" I replied, "That depends on the cargo you intend to transport." The ambassador continued, "It is a wooden crate, approximately 1 cubic meter in size, weighing around 150 kilograms. I could not suppress a chuckle in my heart. They must be concealing Feng Tian within that crate. Affectedly pondering, I remarked, "Given such a considerable volume, I must insist on a higher price. However, I do hope for future transactions, so I may have to settle for a slightly reduced rate." The ambassador, growing impatient, urged, "Speak quickly." I extended 2 fingers and declared, $200,000. The ambassador erupted in a roar, "Nonsense." I stood up and said, "Farewell. When you come to find me, the price will double." The ambassador hastily interjected, Wait, $200,000, very well. We accept your terms." He then signaled to another burly man, who promptly exited. The ambassador took a seat and stated, "You should know, my faith in you is a rather reckless decision." I smiled and replied, "Yet it is you who can only place your trust in me." The ambassador offered a wry smile. "Indeed, however, should you engage in any deceitful antics, you must understand that dealing with an individual is quite effortless for us." Upon hearing his words, a chill ran through me. Yet, the situation had progressed to this extent, and I found myself unable to retreat. I was already riding the tiger. After some contemplation, I said, "That is not an issue, however. You must not interfere with my actions, my contacts, or my methods." The ambassador regarded me for a moment and stated, "Agreed. We will receive this crate at a highway junction 234 kilometers west of Tokyo. A large truck and a driver clad in a red woolen sweater will be waiting there." I agreed. "Very well. You may inform the driver to wait for me there the day after tomorrow." The ambassador expressed dissatisfaction with this timeline, to which I shrugged. There is no other option. The obstacles are too numerous. I opened the envelope and glanced inside to find a substantial stack of cash, all in large denominations. Another burly man gestured. "Follow me," the ambassador added. "He will show you the items to be transported. You need not meet with me again." I smiled and responded, "Unless you require assistance once more." The ambassador chuckled in exasperation and nodded. I followed the burly man as we walked toward the back of the embassy. Behind the kitchen, where a large wooden crate lay on the ground. The crate appeared quite ordinary, with rough wooden surfaces akin to standard freight boxes, the black paint on it bearing inscriptions that read ceramics. "Handle with care," among other phrases. As I approached, I traced my fingers over the letters, noting that the paint was still wet, clearly a hasty job completed by the first burly man. I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around it, and lifted. It indeed bore the weight of 150 kilograms. Upon giving it a shake, I anticipated that if a person were enclosed within, there would be some sound. To my disappointment, however, there was utter silence. The burly man regarded me coldly and asked, "How do you intend to remove the crate from here?" I smiled and patted him on the shoulder, applying considerable force that caused him to grimace in pain. Yet he refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. I declared, "You stay here. Within 40 minutes, I shall return with a means of transport, though not leave this spot." The burly man eyed me with skepticism as I urged him to open the door, allowing me to exit. As I stepped out, a chilling wind greeted me, invigorating my spirit. Although I knew that to toy with the espionage apparatus of this nation was no trivial matter, with potentially grave consequences, I could not suppress a laugh. Upon emerging from the alley, I noticed at least 3 individuals stealthily trailing me. Among them, 2 appeared distinctly Japanese, yet I suspected they were North Koreans. I inwardly chuckled. These pursuers likely bore long-range listening devices, rendering even a phone call impossible. I quickly devised a plan and dialed the number Mr. Nelson had provided for communication with him. Yes, he answered. I promptly stated, I inform you that the dealings at the embassy are progressing very smoothly. Mr. Nelson immediately recognized my voice and swiftly deduced that my lack of clarity in conversation was due to the risk of eavesdropping. He inquired, Is the deal going well? How much profit? I replied, $200,000. Mr. Nelson audibly gasped. I was certain he had no comprehension of the implications of my statement, yet his response was impeccably timed. Collaborating with such a skilled partner was indeed a significant pleasure, I continued. Now, I require a vehicle, ideally one resembling a police car, a genuine police car, with someone in a police uniform to drive it to the back door of the embassy. Can it be done within half an hour? Mr. Nelson replied emphatically. Okay, this was far from Mr. Nelson's usual tone, yet at this moment, it was remarkably fitting. He ended the call, and I kept the receiver in hand. Glancing outside to see a figure swiftly tearing a piece of paper from a small notebook at the corner of the wall, handing it to another individual, who then hurried toward the embassy. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. Those trailing me possessed long-range listening devices, and that small note was undoubtedly a report being delivered to the ambassador for review. I set down the receiver, whistled, and pushed open the door of the phone booth. Stepping outside, I deliberately took a convoluted route through several nearby alleys, alternating my pace to confound those following me, yet I proceeded directly toward the back door of the embassy. I approached the embassy's rear entrance. A police car passed by me, and I quickened my pace. Finding that the vehicle had already come to a stop at the embassy's back door, I approached the car, and as the door opened, a driver clad in a Japanese police uniform jumped out. Upon seeing him, I nearly burst into laughter. It was none other than Mr. Nelson, who, after donning disguises, now bore a striking resemblance to an East Asian. I knocked on the door, and upon recognizing me, the burly man opened it wide. I gestured to Mr. Nelson, and together we entered the embassy's backyard. The personnel within the embassy had undoubtedly received the report by now, so they harbored no suspicions regarding the police car parked behind them, likely assuming it to be a decoy. I exchanged a glance with Mr. Nelson, signaling him to remain silent, though curiosity glimmered in his eyes. He proved to be an exceptional partner, voicing not a word as we made our way into the embassy's rear courtyard. I emerged into the backyard. I looked up to see the ambassador peering down from a third-floor window. I nodded to him, and he reciprocated, placed the wooden crate onto the police vehicle, which was a modified medium-sized Jeep, ample enough to accommodate the large crate. Mr. Nelson then hopped into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as the car surged forward like a wild stallion. With remarkable speed and skillful driving, Mr. Nelson navigated 7 or 8 turns in 3 minutes. Glancing back, I noticed the streets were eerily quiet, and I was confident that we had easily evaded our pursuers. Undoubtedly, with the resources of the embassy, they could swiftly re-engage their hired informants to ascertain our whereabouts, but that would not occur for at least half an hour. During that interval, we would be free from surveillance. Mr. Nelson flashed me a smile and asked, "Where to?" I replied, "Wherever you deem most appropriate to open this crate, we shall go." Mr. Nelson glanced at the crate, furrowing his brow as he queried, "Do you believe there is a person inside?" I was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Nelson elaborated, "I would expect a crate meant to hold a person would have some ventilation." The crate appeared quite crude, indistinguishable from those used for ordinary cargo, yet of course, there were gaps between the planks. Upon hearing Mr. Nelson's comment, I could not help but laugh. "Do you think those gaps cannot allow for airflow?" Mr. Nelson's tone remained calm. From my rudimentary observations, there seems to be another layer within the crate. I paused, retrieving a small knife from my pocket, and inserted it into a seam of the wood. Indeed, the knife could only penetrate the thickness of the wood, as the tip struck something exceedingly hard, producing a metallic clink at each attempt. I was momentarily stunned and remarked, "Could it be a gas cylinder?" As Mr. Nelson spoke, he turned the car around 2 corners, and it came to a halt before a single-story building. Nelson leapt down, and at the street corner, 2 plainclothes officers were hastily approaching. Mr. Nelson promptly instructed, "Stand at attention." The 2 officers complied, responding, "Yes, sir." I was aware that Mr. Nelson's orders were intended to disrupt the surveillance of a certain country's embassy. It was indeed an astute strategy. Mr. Nelson gestured towards a modest bungalow, saying, Let us enter quickly. I lifted the large wooden crate from the vehicle, jumped down, and followed Mr. Nelson into the bungalow. Within less than a minute, the two plainclothes officers had driven away in the police car. We were confident that our presence here was entirely unbeknownst to the personnel of the embassy in question. Once inside, I set down the wooden crate. The interior was quintessentially that of a typical Japanese household, and a middle-aged woman clad in a kimono emerged, addressing Mr. Nelson in English. "Do you require my assistance here?" Mr. Nelson replied, "Fetch some tools, like pliers, a hammer, or even an axe, then keep watch at the door. If anyone suspicious approaches, notify us immediately." The Japanese woman acquiesced, casting several glances at the wooden crate before exiting. Her demeanor aroused my suspicion, prompting me to quietly inquire, "Who is she? What is this place?" "Mr. Nelson whispered back, "This is a station of the International Police. She is one of their operatives, living here under the guise of a civilian. She may not have had any duties for the past decade, but now, it seems, she has something to attend to." I asked, "Is she trustworthy?" Mr. Nelson asserted, "You should not doubt the integrity of the international police personnel." Just as I was about to voice my concern about her lingering curiosity towards the crate, she returned, carrying a toolbox, which she placed before us before stepping out once more. Although she did not speak again, she continued to cast furtive glances at the large wooden box. I harbored a growing unease, but refrained from mentioning it to Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson removed his hat, and without even shedding his police uniform, he and I began to dismantle the crate. After removing two boards, we discovered a pair of gleaming lightweight metal boxes within, possibly aluminum or another lightweight metal alloy. I had been nearly certain that the crate concealed Fong Tian, who had been injected with a tranquilizer. Yet doubt began to creep in. Why would they use such a lightweight metal box for transporting him? Before long, the planks were completely removed, revealing the entirety of the lightweight metal box. To call it merely a box would be an understatement. It was more akin to a singular entity, as the entire cubic structure displayed only the faintest seams. Devoid of any visible joints, I lifted an axe and struck one of the fine seams with considerable force. It produced a sharp clang, yet had no effect whatsoever. The metal was so hard that it left no mark. Mr. Nelson retrieved an electric drill from the toolbox and switched it on. The sound of the drill was excruciatingly loud, yet the noise made when the bit met the metal was even more grating, resulting in a snap as the bit broke. The surface of the box remained unscathed. Mr. Nelson replaced the drill bit 3 times, each one shattering against the metal. He sighed. "There is no way to open this metal box without the latest high-temperature cutting techniques." I managed a wry smile. Welding such a metal box would require temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius. Mr. Nelson interjected. "Thus, it is absolutely impossible that Fong Tian is inside." I attempted to justify my thoughts. "I distinctly heard someone at the embassy say, even if we have to go through the sewers of Tokyo, we must transport him." Mr. Nelson countered, "That may have been said by a foreign employee of the embassy. Someone who might not even understand the distinction between he and it, which could lead you to misinterpret." Reflecting on the moment, I realized I had been concealed in the shadows, witnessing the ambassador sending a few individuals out. Someone had uttered those very words, and I had assumed they were spoken by the ambassador due to their commanding tone. Yet, now I could not be certain. I struck the metal box in frustration, declaring, "I will go find them." Mr. Nelson asked, "Is that truly necessary? Fong Tian may not even be at the embassy." I retorted with a bitter smile. "Then where could he be?" Mr. Nelson replied, "I believe he has not yet left Tokyo. We will surely find him. However, this box," he continued, tapping the box with his finger, "what could possibly be contained within it?" I shrugged. "Who knows?" I added dismissively, "In any case, it has nothing to do with me." Mr. Nelson looked at me intently, asserting, "It does concern you." I asked, "Why is that?" He explained, "We are collaborating. I will continue searching for Haven Fong, and you will investigate the origins of this large metal box. I believe that will be quite simple, as there are perhaps only 3 or 4 factories in Japan capable of welding such high-strength lightweight metals." I remained patient as he finished speaking, then replied, "I must regrettably decline. I will not investigate this box. I must continue searching for Fong Tian, as we have some unresolved personal matters." Mr. Nelson remarked, "Perhaps this box contains something quite intriguing." I chuckled. "I doubt anything could be more fascinating than Fong Tian. Did you know his blood is blue, akin to blue ink?" Mr. Nelson was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean?" I replied, "There are many oddities. If you can keep it to yourself, I might share them with you." Mr. Nelson urged quickly, "We have been commissioned by a certain country to thoroughly investigate everything about Haven Fong." I nodded. Yet the complexity of the situation left me momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, I finally said, "Fong Tian was a classmate of mine in university." Mr. Nelson responded, "A classmate of yours? That's splendid, truly splendid. Indeed, it was nothing short of extraordinary." Both Mr. Nelson and I were suddenly taken aback. We had been completely unprepared, as we had stationed a lookout at the entrance. None other than the middle-aged Japanese woman, whom Mr. Nelson had assured me was reliable. Therefore, if anyone were to approach, we should have at least heard something. Yet now, there was not a single sound. When we lifted our heads, 3 men, each brandishing a handgun, had taken aim at us. In such a dire situation, Mr. Nelson and I had no choice but to raise our hands and surrender. One of the men, the one in the center, exclaimed, "Excellent, truly excellent." As he spoke, he cocked his machine gun. However, every single bullet ricocheted away in an instant. The sound of gunfire was deafening. Although Mr. Nelson and I were not strangers to perilous situations, we both felt our faces pale. If that man merely shifted his aim slightly, the bullets would come hurtling towards us. Even if he had no intention of shooting us, the ricocheting bullets could strike us, and their force could be lethal if they hit a vital area. He fired 7 shots in what felt like a mere 10 seconds, but to me, those 10 seconds stretched on interminably. At long last, he raised his hand and burst into laughter, and only then did Mr. Nelson and I exhale in relief. After a few chuckles, he said, "Indeed, the one and only hard metal box has finally fallen into my grasp." At that moment, Mr. Nelson and I remained perplexed as to what could possibly be contained within the formidable metal box. Clearly, the man knew, and the astonishing hardness of the metal from which the box was made was undeniable. 7 bullets fired from such close range had left merely 7 faint white marks. Mr. Nelson immediately inquired, "What is inside the box?" The man shrugged and clapped his hands, summoning 4 burly men who surged forward. He bellowed, "Retreat to the corner of the room." In such circumstances, Mr. Nelson and I had no choice but to comply with his command. We backed into the corner, while the 4 men hoisted the heavy box and began to carry it away. At that moment, Mr. Nelson and I exchanged a glance, and it was evident that we both perceived this as an opportunity. When those individuals appeared at the doorway, I was caught off guard, utterly devoid of any means to resist. The assailants remained stationed at the entrance, clearly intent not only on confronting us, but primarily focused on that large box. The 4 burly men were undoubtedly determined to carry it out. The doorway was narrow, barely allowing the box to pass through. Thus, the assailants, with their guns trained on us, had no choice but to either retreat or advance. In any case, they had to move, and once they did, Mr. Nelson and I would have our chance. After exchanging a glance, we continued to hold our hands aloft, standing still and awaiting the anticipated turn of events. The 4 strong men approached the doorway, cradling the box. The lead man tapped on the box with his fingers, blew a kiss at it, and then he and the other 4 stepped back in unison. Their retreat aligned perfectly with our expectations. They clearly intended to step back, allowing the 4 men carrying the box to pass through before turning their attention back to us. However, they would never have that opportunity. Just as the 4 men wedged themselves in the doorway, blocking our view of the guns watching us, Mr. Nelson, in a flash of unexpected agility, drew his sidearm. As soon as the weapon was in hand, he fired 4 shots in rapid succession. Each shot struck the calves of the 4 men holding the box almost simultaneously. With their legs hit, they naturally lost their balance and stumbled forward. The heavy box, weighing over 100 kilograms, toppled ahead, and we immediately heard the anguished cries of those struck beneath it. Amidst the chaos, I dashed to the entrance, catching sight of the lead man fleeing outside. Just as I reached out to seize him, I suddenly heard Mr. Nelson shout, "Stop! Don't move!" I froze, momentarily thinking that the intruders were police officers, and we were merely victims of a misunderstanding. However, in that instant, I realized my error. I quickly understood why Mr. Nelson had called for me to halt. We had previously believed that no more than 10 enemies had entered the house. Yet now I comprehended that the foes far exceeded that number, at least 30 strong, filling the room to capacity. From one of the windows, 2 submachine guns were thrust inside, one aimed at Mr. Nelson and the other at me. Given the situation, had Mr. Nelson not intervened just in time, the moment I had made a move, those submachine guns would have opened fire. I forced a bitter smile as Mr. Nelson declared, "All right, we surrender. I suspect the gunfire has alarmed the neighbors, and you should make your exit swiftly." The lead man, with a murderous glint in his eyes, reached over and snatched a gun from one of his companions. In that instant, Mr. Nelson shouted again, "Duck!" Just as I dropped down, I heard 2 gunshots followed by a loud bang. I was uncertain what had caused that explosion, but within less than a second, the entire room was shrouded in thick smoke. My eyes stung painfully, and I quickly shut them. Though tears streamed forth uncontrollably, it was undoubtedly a powerful tear gas grenade, clearly released by Mr. Nelson. I rolled on the ground a few times, coming to rest against the wall, motionless at that moment. The room was filled with shouts and gunfire, and in such turmoil, one could only await fate, as there was truly no other recourse. The clamor did not last long, and soon I heard footsteps retreating, followed by the simultaneous roar of several engines. As the vehicle started, I heard a woman cry out, "Take me with you! Take me with you!" I recognized that the voice belonged to the middle-aged Japanese woman whom Mr. Nelson deemed highly trustworthy, the owner of the house. The situation became clear. That gang of ruffians had been summoned by her, enabling their stealthy entry and our capture. After alerting her cohorts, she sought to escape with them. And the outcome was inevitable. She was struck by a bullet. A wave of sorrow washed over me, and I could no longer contain my tears. Rising, I dashed outside. I encountered another figure stumbling toward me. It was Mr. Nelson. I hurried to support him. Like me, his eyes were swollen and streaming with tears. However, I was the luckier of the two, for he had been shot in the left shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers as he pressed against the wound. Supporting him, we scanned the yard and immediately spotted the corpse of the middle-aged Japanese woman. Mr. Nelson gazed at the body, offering me a wry smile as he remarked, "They're all gone." I replied, "Indeed, I believe a few of them were injured as well," Mr. Nelson countered. "Yet they managed to take the box with them. Their retreat was remarkably orderly, far beyond my expectations," I said. "Let us not dwell on that for now." "You've been wounded. I'll call for an ambulance," Mr. Nelson responded. "After you've taken me to the hospital, be cautious. From what I can see, matters are far more complicated than I initially imagined." I shrugged. "My sole interest lies with the case of Haven Fong," Mr. Nelson replied. "Everything that has transpired is interconnected," I retorted. "How so?" Mr. Nelson sighed. "Alas, it seems this is not the time for debate. Hurry and find an ambulance." I assisted Mr. Nelson to another room where I set him down. I made a phone call, and it wasn't long before the ambulance arrived. Mr. Nelson insisted that I not accompany him and instructed me to exit through the back alley. At that moment, I had lost the box, and the embassy of a certain country was no trivial adversary. As I steadied myself, the phone rang. I assumed it might be Mr. Nelson calling from the hospital, so I quickly picked up the receiver. To my surprise, the voice on the other end was deep and ominous, beginning with a heavy breath. "Though you managed to escape, we have already uncovered your background." That disjointed statement indeed left me momentarily stunned. Nonetheless, I recognized it as the voice of a certain country's ambassador. I was taken aback and replied, "You have the wrong number, sir." The ambassador chuckled heartily. Yet beneath his laughter, I could sense a deep anxiety. He said, "I believe it would be wise for you to cease your antics, Mr. Wesley." He emphasized my name with a particular weight, prompting an internal grimace as I replied, "Why are you so anxious?" "I don't believe you should be calling me," the ambassador stated. "We cannot see you at work." Unable to restrain myself, I cursed in their country's coarse language. "The time has not yet come." "Why the rush? If you have the capability, why not handle it yourselves?" The ambassador, cunning as ever, did not grow angry but instead let out a few sinister chuckles, saying, "Do not toy with your own life." I disregarded him and slammed down the phone. I couldn't help but mentally lament up until now. I had offended at least 3 factions, and aside from the embassy of that country, I remained oblivious to the identities of the judo-practicing Japanese elder and the thugs who had seized the large box. Although I was currently in a hotel, my safety was far from assured. Having lost the box, if I failed to deliver it in due time, how could I evade the agents of that country's embassy? Resolutely, I began to disguise myself, spending a good half-hour transforming my appearance. I emerged looking like a maintenance worker. I cracked the door open slightly and peered outside. I noticed suspicious figures at both ends of the corridor, exchanging furtive glances. Clearly, the surveillance on me was stringent. However, I was unperturbed, for I had perfected my disguise. I opened the door and stepped backward. Even as I did so, I could feel numerous eyes fixated upon me. Feigning ignorance, I bowed toward the door, saying, "The hot water pipe in the bathroom should no longer pose a problem, sir. Please feel free to use it." The room had initially been empty save for me. So upon my exit, it was naturally devoid of occupants. Speaking to the vacant space was merely a ruse to convince my watchers that Wesley remained inside, and that only a maintenance worker had stepped out. It was a simple tactic, yet it often yielded remarkable results. Once I finished speaking, I promptly closed the door, turned, and made my way down the corridor, retrieving a cigarette to place between my lips as I approached one of my watchers, saying, "Excuse me, sir, could I borrow a light?" The fellow's gaze remained fixed upon my door, as he absent-mindedly produced a lighter for me, and my request for a light was merely an acknowledgement of my own successful disguise. Devoid of any ulterior motive, however, upon grasping the lighter, a jolt of surprise coursed through me. What astonished me was the emblem engraved upon it. I recognized it as the insignia of a powerful and clandestine criminal organization in Japan. The fact that this individual bore such a symbol on his lighter indicated that he was undoubtedly a member of that syndicate. As far as I knew, this organization operated under the name of the Moon God Society, its roots tracing back to a time when it was merely a superstition among the uninformed fishermen of northern villages, who believed that the benevolent moon god would bless them with bountiful harvests. In the aftermath of World War II, amidst the chaos, Japan sought development and achieved considerable economic success, yet its ideological landscape grew increasingly tumultuous. Historically, Japan had never produced a prominent thinker, but the nation's economic alignment with the West began to erode its indigenous philosophies, exposing them to Western ideologies. In this context, the moon god was championed as a deity of the Yamato people, and the superstitions of the northern fishermen infiltrated urban society, leading to a burgeoning number of adherents. Today, the Moon God Society has emerged as Japan's second-largest criminal organization. However, I was aware that its operations differed from those of other criminal syndicates. It primarily engaged in rituals that plunged its followers into a near-manic state of cultish devotion. To label it merely as a criminal organization would be a disservice, for it resembled a cult in many respects. I categorized it as a criminal entity because its funding stemmed from coercive extortion and extensive illegal activities such as smuggling and drug trafficking. The leaders of the Moon God Society resided in lavish villas within Japan's most renowned scenic areas, a well-known fact. Why astonishment stemmed from the perplexing notion that the Moon God Society would deign to monitor me, as I bore no grievances with this organization. Furthermore, I was acutely aware that besides the operatives of a certain country's embassy, there were also individuals associated with the enigmatic Moon God Society keeping tabs on me. Were there others? At that moment, I could not ascertain. In the brief interval, my mind raced with countless thoughts, yet my actions remained remarkably composed. I flicked the lighter to life, ignited my cigarette, and without casting a single glance at the man, simply said, "Thank you." As I exhaled smoke, I strode confidently past those who were surveilling me. Upon exiting the inn, I breathed a sigh of relief, only to notice a number of suspicious figures lingering outside. My arrival in Japan was intended to alleviate my frayed nerves, yet here I found myself even more on edge. Indeed, stillness seemed preferable to action. I hummed a tune favored by Japanese workers, turned a few corners, and finally began to move with purpose. After switching between several modes of transportation, I arrived at a hospital. Mr. Nelson had mentioned the name of the hospital he would be taken to prior to boarding the ambulance, which allowed me to locate it now. This was another testament to Mr. Nelson's attentiveness. Otherwise, had he entered the hospital while I evaded my pursuers, we would have surely lost contact. Not only did I know that Mr. Nelson was within this hospital, but I was also aware of the alias he was using in Japan, so it took little time before we reunited. He occupied a private room, quite comfortable, and appeared to be in good spirits. Upon our meeting, his first inquiry was, "What has become of that box? Do you have any leads?" Yet, at that moment, I could only reply, "None." At Mr. Nelson's side, nor do I opened the door to the room and glanced outside, ensuring no one was present, before quietly stating, however, "I do have a new discovery. Among those surveilling me, there are agents from a certain embassy. but there are also individuals affiliated with the Moon God Society. Part 8. The lover of the doctor's daughter, Mr. Nelson, was undoubtedly familiar with the Moon God Society. Thus, I needed not elaborate further, he replied. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was going to tell you. I expressed my surprise. How did you know? He responded. The local police received a report of a brawl at a location previously suspected of being a Moon God Society gathering. On the opposing side of the altercation was a young man in a suit. And I surmised it could potentially be you. I stood momentarily stunned, and upon realization uttered, so they are associated with the Moon God Society. I recalled the elderly adept in judo, the two burly men masquerading as impoverished craftsmen, and their sudden departure, all of which were indeed shrouded in mystery. If this were the case, the Moon God Society's interest in me preceded that of the embassy, as my confrontation with the judo expert had occurred before I had even met the ambassador. I stood in contemplation for a while, briefly recounting the details of the brawl to Mr. Nelson, before saying, if your sole aim is to pursue the whereabouts of that box, I must find a way to extricate myself. Mr. Nelson fell silent, undoubtedly perturbed, yet as I was not his subordinate, he could not vent his frustrations upon me. After a considerable pause, he gently sighed. I did not expect you to say that I raised my voice. Asserting, I only ventured into this perilous and tedious vortex for the sake of Fong Tian. If it were merely for that metallic box, I would naturally withdraw. Mr. Nelson gazed out the window. Well, in a metropolis like Tokyo, with a population exceeding 10 million, how do you intend to locate Fong Tian? He continued. Indeed, the holiday period spans 3 months, and a month has already elapsed. Once Fong Tian's holiday concludes, the exploration program for Saturn by a certain country will necessitate immediate implementation, leaving no time for a comprehensive investigation, I retorted. Why is that? Mr. Nelson replied, I am not entirely sure, but it pertains to a ring of metallic debris surrounding Saturn, a substance non-existent on Earth. The current plan aims to leverage the unique gravitational pull of this debris to ensure the spacecraft's successful arrival. Yet the pull fluctuates. Should we miss the opportunity in 2 months, we would have to wait decades for a similar chance. The complexity of the situation had reached unprecedented levels, intertwining the interests of 2 global powers while relating to a celestial body so distant. With the crux lying in the hands of a mysterious individual of blue blood, my mind buzzed, devoid of clarity. After a lengthy silence, I inquired, What do you propose we do? Mr. Nelson replied, My suggestion is to disregard whoever is stalking you. I am confident you can elude them. Your primary focus should be to investigate the origin of that metallic box in Japan. It is possible to have it welded, as I have mentioned, I interrupted. Why? Mr. Nelson looked intently at me, stating, Because I believe the 2 matters are interconnected. You visited a certain embassy, and although you did not find Fong Tian, you uncovered that mysterious metallic box. I am convinced that the box is the pivotal key to everything. I offered a wry smile, pondering that tracing the box's origin was indeed feasible. I could have easily acquiesced, yet under the current circumstances, I truly wish to refrain. Mr. Nelson remarked, If you prefer not to pursue this, I shall undertake it myself once you have recovered that. I asked, Is there truly no capable personnel available from international law enforcement? Mr. Nelson sighed softly. I believe you share the sentiment that finding a cooperative counterpart is no simple task. And you are the most suitable candidate. A sense of camaraderie surged within me, prompting me to rise and declare, I shall proceed forthwith. Mr. Nelson cautioned, Regarding this matter, I currently possess no leads, but I advise you not to underestimate its complexity. I replied, I know several renowned private detectives in Tokyo. I trust they can assist me. Mr. Nelson interjected urgently, But do not divulge the truth to them. No one interrupted my discourse this time. I elaborated to Mr. Nelson about Fong Tian's peculiar blood, his seemingly hypnotic power capable of inciting suicidal thoughts, and his enigmatic weapon that, with a mere flash, nearly rendered me incapable of functioning as a human being. Everything concerning Fong Tian sounds so bizarre that, were it not for the numerous collaborations I have had with Nelson, who knows that I speak not in mere fanciful delusions, he might think I were lost in a dream. He listened attentively as I recounted the tale and remarked, This matter requires consultation with the foremost authorities in the medical field. What could possibly explain the existence of blue blood, and how does it relate to his endeavors in some nation's Saturn exploration program? I replied, Perhaps he seeks to make a remarkable discovery? Nelson countered, If that were the case, it would hardly be cause for alarm. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has added a single occupancy capsule aboard the spacecraft, as if he intends to pilot the vessel himself into the cosmos. I inquired, does this not jeopardize the integrity of the spacecraft? Nelson clarified, not at all. As I previously mentioned, he has instead enhanced the spacecraft with numerous devices, which, upon examination, prove advantageous for space travel. Recently, I received reports indicating that scientists in a certain country have identified a new device invented by Fong Tian. My curiosity piqued. I asked, what is it? Nelson explained. He has created a device capable of harnessing a specific type of cosmic radiation to generate a protective light energy, such that when meteors encounter this shield, they are instantly reduced to mere dust. I exclaimed, such an invention alone could earn him the Nobel Prize. Nelson concurred, thus, scientists in that country unanimously regard him as a solitary innovator in enhancing the Saturn exploration program rather than a saboteur. Consequently, investigations into his activities are being conducted discreetly, unbeknownst to Haiwen Fong himself. Nelson rubbed his hands together and added, some matters are difficult to articulate. It is merely an intuition of mine. I sighed and remarked, very well, I shall investigate the origins of that box. However, I will continue to pursue Fong Tian's whereabouts. Nelson patted my shoulder and reminded me, do not forget that you remain a target of the Moon God Society and a certain nation's embassy. I offered a wry smile and said, I came to Japan seeking a respite, yet unexpectedly find myself embroiled in such troubles. Nelson replied meaningfully, one can never truly rest. I turned and walked towards the hospital's entrance, saying, I hope you can liaise with the local police department. Initially, I planned to reside in the hospital, but now, given the need for mobility, I cannot remain here. I wish to serve as a laborer for the local police department and hope to secure a bed in their dormitory. Nelson assured me, that will be easily arranged. In an hour, contact me, and I shall inform you where you can spend the night. I did not linger further and left promptly. My identity would soon transform into that of a laborer for the local police department. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of those still waiting for me outside the inn. Upon exiting the hospital, I settled into a small CAF and spread out the newspaper I had purchased en route. To my surprise, I found several publications criticizing the police's recent implementation of stringent inspection protocols. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly, for such harsh scrutiny had not revealed Fong Tian's presence. He might still be in Tokyo. But why was he concealing himself? Could it be that he is aware I survived the snowy ordeal in Hokkaido and have come to Tokyo, yet still refuses to relent? This thought sent a chill through me. Frankly, I fear no formidable foe. I have faced the likes of the Mafia and the Hook Party, whom others would dare not confront. Yet Fong Tian remains an enigma, inscrutable and mysterious, and to this day, I still do not comprehend what weapon inflicted such grievous harm upon me. Then my gaze fell upon a peculiar missing persons advertisement in the newspaper. Attention, chess friends of Madame Fujiko. Please contact me, Sasaki Aoi. What caught my attention was the name Sasaki Aoi, for it belonged to the doctor who had treated my injuries in the hospital, and naturally, I was the chess enthusiast in question. Having left the hospital, I had not re-established contact with him, nor had I left any address. What urgent matter could this renowned medical doctor wish to discuss with me? The advertisement lacked an address. But discovering his location would be a trivial task. A simple phone call to any newspaper would yield his information, as Dr. Sasaki is a well-known figure in Japan. After finishing my coffee, I utilized this method to obtain Dr. Sasaki's address. Yet, I had no immediate intention of visiting him. I squeezed onto a crowded bus, inquiring along the way for directions. Tokyo's chaotic streets rival those of any city in the world. An hour later, I arrived at the base of a newly constructed 4-story building, where I found the sign for the Odawara Detective Agency. Odawara was a private investigator I had met in Tokyo years prior during a collaboration on a case related to corporate warfare. Though we had not crossed paths since, evidently, his agency had relocated to this building, indicating he had been doing well. I ascended to the 4th floor and pushed open the door, only to find 2 or 3 female secretaries at work. To maintain my anonymity, I refrained from revealing my name, and in my current guise as a janitor, the secretaries did not even cast me a glance. I waited a full half-hour before one of the secretaries lazily announced, "Mr. Odawara will see you now." I entered Odawara's spacious office and cleared my throat. Uttering a phrase known only to him and me, Odawara's expression shifted from indifference to warmth in an instant. As he rushed towards me, nearly overturning his chair, As he grasped my hand tightly, I shook my head and said, "You are a terrible detective." Odawara stared at me in disbelief, and I continued, "Your office is so lavish that it will cost you countless intriguing cases. I trust your recent endeavors have been filled with tracking affluent wives and their husbands, have they not?" Odawara offered a wry smile, clearly aware I had struck a nerve. Without allowing him to voice his lamentations, I stated, "I seek some information that I believe you possess." Odawara brightened. "Very well. What do you need?" I inquired. "Which factories in Japan are equipped to perform the latest high-temperature welding of hard metals?" After another 30 minutes of making calls, I learned that a precision instrument manufacturing factory had received a particularly special order 10 days prior to weld a hard metal box. The person who commissioned this task was named Inoue Tsukiyo. To anyone unfamiliar with Japan, this name might hold little significance, but to Japanese citizens or those familiar with the country, it is a name of considerable weight. The Inoue family is among the most prominent in Japan, and Inoue Tsukiyo stands out as a leading figure within that illustrious clan, possessing countless enterprises and being one of Japan's wealthiest magnates. According to the Precision Instrument Factory, they typically would not accept such a job. But given the request came from Inoue Tsukiyo, it was an exception. When I inquired about the contents of the hard metal box, the factory personnel hesitated, citing business confidentiality. If I wished to know more, they would regard me as a journalist. I further probed into the composition of the hard metal, and they informed me it was an alloy containing a particularly rare metal that could only be melted at a temperature of 8,400 degrees Celsius, boasting a hardness 7 times greater than that of diamond. The factory representatives took pride in stating that there are few places in the world capable of cutting open that box using high-temperature techniques. I mused to myself that my visit to Odawara had yielded satisfactory results, and I then placed a call to Nelson from Odawara's office. I reported my findings, to which Nelson simply responded, "Your lodgings have been arranged at the 7th Police Dormitory. You will have a place to sleep there." After confirming the location of the 7th Police Dormitory with Odawara, I bid him farewell and stepped outside. Odawara appeared weary of his life as a tracker and seemed eager to partner with me on some endeavor, but I politely declined. His countenance fell, and he remained silent, evidently disheartened. Odawara had once been a remarkably astute private investigator, and our collaboration on cases had been quite engaging. Perhaps one day, I shall record those experiences for the readers, but that is a tale for another time. As I departed the building, I purchased a few more newspapers and soon discovered that nearly every publication featured Dr. Sasaki's advertisement seeking me. Damn, my heart wavered as I pondered whether to visit him or not. Logically, considering Dr. Sasaki's esteemed position within the international academic community, he seemed unlikely to pose a threat. However, given that the embassy of a certain nation had lost track of me, I could not help but wonder if they had employed Dr. Sasaki to lure me into a trap. This was indeed a matter for serious contemplation, as I had played a rather elaborate game with that embassy, which would surely seek to settle the score. I made my way to Dr. Sasaki's residence, yet upon arriving at his doorstep, I hesitated to enter. The dwelling of Dr. Sasaki was a remarkably elegant house, and its garden was a rare gem amidst the residences of Tokyo. The surrounding wall was not particularly high, and from a distance, I could see that a substantial portion of the garden was adorned with a lush green lawn. The lawn was meticulously maintained, suggesting that the homeowner was not a person of casual disposition. I waited outside Dr. Sasaki's house for a full hour, observing only 2 individuals coming and going. One appeared to be a maid, and the other was Dr. Sasaki himself, carrying a leather bag. Although I harbored a sense of apprehension, I realized that this prolonged waiting was not a viable solution. I removed my mask, for if I were to keep on the exquisitely crafted nylon mask, Dr. Sasaki would not recognize me. I approached and rang the doorbell. The chime had barely sounded twice when a melodious voice responded, "Coming." At that moment, my emotions were in disarray. Moreover, in Tokyo, apart from Mr. Nelson, I could scarcely find another individual I could trust, making me feel as though I were living in a state of perpetual fear and evasion. However, that voice that answered the door instilled within me an indescribable sense of comfort and tranquility. The young woman was utterly unpretentious, the kind of person who would be genuinely welcomed anywhere. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, and upon seeing me, her face registered surprise. Yet her voice remained amiable, soft, and melodious as she inquired, "Sir, whom are you seeking?" I replied, "I am looking for Dr. Sasaki. He has summoned me." She endeavored to mask her skepticism as she asked, Did my father invite you? It turned out she was Dr. Sasaki's daughter. I quickly affirmed, yes. He placed an advertisement in the newspaper seeking me. Before I could finish my sentence, Miss Sasaki, whom I later learned was named Sasaki Kiko, exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. Please come in. My father has been quite irritable waiting for you." As she spoke, she opened the door. I stepped into the garden and smiled, saying, "Miss, the advertisement placed by the doctor is visible to everyone. And anyone could make the same claim as I. How could you let a stranger into your home so readily?" She paused for a moment before responding, "Could you be a bad person?" Her words were exceedingly sweet, every utterance soothing to the ears. I quickly replied, "And what if I were?" She retorted, "Don't joke around. My father is waiting for you." I followed her into the house. Kiko's steps were as light as if she were dancing ballet, and as she reached the threshold, she called out, "Dad, the person you were looking for has arrived." A thunderous voice emerged from within the house. Asking, "Who?" I promptly responded, "It is I." Dr. Sasaki nearly rushed out, and upon seeing me, he extended his hand for a brief handshake and shot a stern glance at Kiko, who lowered her head and exited. Dr. Sasaki, unable to contain his urgency, pulled me into his study and carefully closed the door behind us. His actions indicated that he was burdened by a pressing dilemma. After taking his seat, his fingers trembled. I shifted my chair closer and asked, "Doctor, what troubles you?" He lifted his gaze and exclaimed, "This matter requires your assistance. It is imperative that you help." As he uttered those words, a look of profound anguish crossed his face. I placed my hand over his trembling hand and assured him, "Doctor, I will do my utmost if it is within my power." His countenance improved considerably, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "It is Kiko, my daughter. I cannot allow her to marry that man." His words left me bewildered. After some reflection, I deduced that it must pertain to his daughter's romantic entanglements, a matter causing him distress and prompting him to seek assistance. Yet, when did I become an expert on love affairs? A bitter smile crept onto my face. Simultaneously, I felt a pang of regret, for I had hastily assumed that Dr. Sasaki was grappling with something of utmost importance that needed resolution. And now it seemed I would waste an afternoon on this trivial matter. Reluctantly, I replied, "Doctor, perhaps it would be best to allow the children to determine their own paths in marriage." Dr. Sasaki clenched his fists tightly, declaring, "No, absolutely not." I restrained my frustration and said, "It appears that Kiko is not the type to disregard her father's wishes. Why not share the details with me?" Dr. Sasaki sighed again, saying, "Kiko was betrothed from a young age to a member of the Inoue family, and her feelings for her fiancé have always been strong. This was a semblance of a semi-traditional arranged marriage, and my reaction was rather tepid." "Has a third party suddenly appeared?" I inquired. Dr. Sasaki affirmed, "Indeed, he is a demon, not a human." I chuckled and suggested, "Doctor, wouldn't it be better to let your daughter make her own choice?" Dr. Sasaki insisted, "No, before that demon, she has no choice whatsoever." At this point, I began to sense that the situation was far more complex than I had initially perceived. What did he mean by Kiko having no choices? What force could possibly exert such pressure on the Sasaki family? I paused, asking, "Who is this man?" Dr. Sasaki replied, "He is a colleague of Kiko's at a certain space research agency." Upon hearing this, I felt an involuntary jolt down my heavens. I had almost believed it was entirely unrelated to me and considered leaving. Had I done so, I would have incurred significant loss. Noticing my change in demeanor, Dr. Sasaki asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" I pressed my hand to my forehead and sat down again, asking, "Doctor, have you met Fong Tian?" Dr. Sasaki replied, "Yes, I have." I noticed that when Kiko is with him, she seems entranced. She is typically a very strong-willed young woman, yet in Fong Tian's presence, she loses all sense of agency. Alas, Dr. Sasaki rubbed his hands together. Displaying a look of distress, I remarked, "Perhaps Kiko's admiration stems from his exceptional talents." Dr. Sasaki quickly countered, "No, I cannot articulate the intricacies of the situation, but if you were to observe them together, you would discern it." I eagerly inquired, "Will I have the opportunity to do so?" Dr. Sasaki replied, "Yes, that demon is scheduled to visit Kiko again this evening." I inhaled deeply. It was truly a stroke of fortune that I would have the chance to encounter Fong Tian effortlessly that very night. After pondering briefly, I stated, "Doctor, I am not boasting. You have come to the right person for this matter. From what I understand, Even if Feng Tian is not a demon, he is certainly a most peculiar individual. Dr. Sasaki exclaimed, "A demon? A demon? He will ensure I never see my daughter again." I was taken aback and asked, "What leads you to say that?" I stood there, momentarily stunned, yet I felt an instinctive response. Intuition is, after all, a rather ordinary phenomenon. However, I had recently encountered the term intuition far too frequently. Nelson had sensed a connection between the metallic box and Feng Tian, and he stubbornly believed in this intuition. Dr. Sasaki was convinced that Feng Tian would prevent him from ever seeing his daughter again, and he too held fast to this belief. This was not the average reaction to intuition, nor was it characteristic of either Nelson or Dr. Sasaki, both of whom were highly intelligent individuals. In that instant, a peculiar thought flashed through my mind. Both individuals' intuitions were linked to Feng Tian, a most enigmatic figure who seemed to possess extraordinary hypnotic abilities. Capable of infiltrating the thoughts of others, I hypothesized that his brainwaves were exceptionally intense, far surpassing those of others. Brainwaves are indeed a remarkable phenomenon, and if Feng Tian's were particularly potent, might it not be possible that his unspoken thoughts could be sensed by others? Sometimes, inexplicable images appear on a television screen, possibly transmitted from thousands of kilometers away. All these phenomena are the result of electromagnetic waves at work. If my deductions were accurate, it would suggest that Feng Tian was preoccupied with thoughts of that box, causing Nelson to perceive a connection between the two matters. Moreover, Feng Tian was likely contemplating how to entice Kiko, which would explain Dr. Sasaki's intuition. I mulled this over several times, convinced that with such a peculiar individual as Feng Tian, anything could indeed happen. If my conjecture proved correct, then Dr. Sasaki's and Nelson's intuitions were both factual or indicative of what could transpire. At that moment, I found it difficult to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Seeing me lost in thought, Dr. Sasaki's expression grew increasingly anxious. He appeared to exert the utmost patience, waiting for me to speak. I, however, found it exceedingly difficult to draw a conclusion regarding this matter, thus remained silent for an extended period. Finally, Dr. Sasaki could no longer contain himself, inquiring, "Mr. Wei, what should we do?" I responded, "You sought my assistance, Miss Kiko. Do you not realize that?" Dr. Sasaki sighed and replied, "She is utterly captivated. Naturally, I cannot disclose this to her. I have only conveyed her situation in detail to Kiko's fiancé." Upon hearing Dr. Sasaki mention Kiko's fiancé again, a stirring sensation arose within me. Kiko's fiancé is a member of the Inoue family. That hard metallic box was indeed commissioned to be welded by the Precision Instrument Factory at the behest of Inoue Tsuneo. What lies within that box may be known solely to Inoue Tsun. This suggests that Kiko, Inoue, and Feng Tian are not entirely unrelated. However, the nature of their connection eludes my understanding. I simply stated, "It is perhaps better that Kiko remains unaware." At that moment, I took my leave. Dr. Sasaki gasped, exclaiming, "Do you not wish to assist me?" I replied, "Of course not. I bid you farewell. I merely need Kiko to see that I have departed, so she harbors no suspicion. Then, I shall infiltrate your household in a manner unbeknownst to her, observing the interactions between Feng Tian and Kiko from the shadows." I added, "That is certainly feasible, though I must first undergo some disguise. I assure you, I shall arrive before Feng Tian makes his appearance." Dr. Sasaki sighed, grasping my hand, saying, "I feel as if I am adrift in the vast ocean. You are my sole hope. Do not let me down." Kiko.as he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Generally speaking, the patriotism of the Japanese people is remarkably fervent. If a Japanese individual were to hear such a statement, they would undoubtedly respond with enthusiasm. However, Kiko's reaction was notably tepid. She simply remarked, "There are countless beautiful places in the universe." As she spoke, she raised her head, shielding her brow with her hand, gazing at the azure sky. Upon hearing her words, I felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, "Are you suggesting that there are many lovely places on Earth?" Kiko countered, "No, I am referring to the universe." I shook my head, saying, "Miss, I do not comprehend your meaning." Kiko replied, "Indeed, few understand my perspective. Humanity, living on Earth, has formed a terrifying concept, believing Earth is everything, that all development revolves around it. They fail to realize that the entire Earth is but a speck of dust in the universe." I pondered Kiko's words, acknowledging that while they may not be particularly palatable, they held significant truth. Kiko continued, some people desperately strive to become the most prominent figures in the world, while others seek to dominate the entire globe. Even if they achieve their goals, what then? They have merely occupied a speck of dust in the vast universe, I remarked. Miss Kiko, it is precisely because you work at the Space Research Agency that you possess such an otherworldly perspective? Upon hearing my words, Kiko's expression subtly shifted. It was as if she realized she had spoken too much, prompting her to fall silent. At that moment, she had escorted me to the iron gate, and I could no longer linger, bidding her farewell with a wave. I had previously informed Mr. Nelson that I would investigate the origins of that box. However, if Fong Tian had any information, my priority would be to follow him and discern what manner of person he truly was. I noted that not only did Kiko fail to recognize me, but even Dr. Sasaki's eyes were filled with suspicion. He must have been wondering how someone could change so drastically in less than an hour. Soon, I took on the role of a gardener. Kiko and I pruned the flowers together, and I endeavored to remain silent to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Meanwhile, I found myself quietly amused, for the residence prepared for me by Nelson had become unnecessary. In a single day, due to the ever-changing circumstances, my identity had shifted multiple times. Part 9. Interrogating the mysterious individual as dusk approached, Kiko finally departed from the garden. Shortly after her exit, Dr. Sasaki approached me. Whispering, Kiko is changing. Fong Tian is on his way, I nodded, saying, I shall open the door. It would be best for you to hide in the study and avoid any encounters with them, for I have observed that you cannot control your temper. Dr. Sasaki clenched his fists tightly, declaring, I cannot allow anyone to take my precious daughter away. I cautioned, Doctor, do not forget that this is merely your intuition. Fong Tian is an outstanding scientist. Dr. Sasaki retorted vehemently. No. I sensed that Dr. Sasaki's rationality was waning, so I refrained from further discussion, waving him off. Go now. Do not concern yourself. Your daughter will certainly not go missing tonight. With a sigh, Dr. Sasaki turned and entered the house. I too ceased my work, washed my hands clean, and settled near the front gate, awaiting Fong Tian's arrival. My mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how I should confront him if he appeared. Should I seize him immediately and interrogate him about his origins? Such an approach would undoubtedly worsen matters, as Fong Tian possessed a formidable secret weapon capable of causing instant death. After considerable reflection, I resolved that upon Fong Tian's arrival, I would find a way to approach him and, while doing so, employ my skills in sleight of hand to pilfer whatever items he possessed. The belongings a person carries often serve as the best clues to their origins and identity. My skills in this regard were not lacking, but having not practiced for some time, I needed to be particularly alert for this critical task. As I was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. I lifted my head to see a tall, slender figure standing outside the iron gate. I sprang to my feet, and as I reached the door, I heard Kiko's clear voice exclaim, He's here! I had already unlatched the gate and opened the door. As I looked up, I found myself face to face with Fong Tian. His complexion remained as pale as ever, and the expression in his eyes was equally enigmatic and elusive. He did not cast a glance in my direction. Evidently perceiving me as nothing more than a gardener, I stepped aside, and Kiko approached. Their hands entwined as they gazed into each other's eyes. In that moment, I fully grasped Dr. Sasaki's repeated assertion that one could not fathom Kiko's infatuation unless they witnessed it firsthand. Kiko and Fong Tian stood facing one another, their hands tightly clasped, embodying a posture of intimacy commonly seen among young lovers in the throes of passion. Yet, on Kiko's face lingered a peculiar expression. It resembled that of a revolutionary, fully aware of impending sacrifice, yet resolutely charging forward for the cause of revolution, embodying an undeniably noble sentiment. As Kiko's expression conveyed such lofty ideals, I engaged in decidedly ignoble actions. As the iron gate swung open and I brushed past Fong Tian, I discreetly pilfered items from his pocket. Seizing the moment while they were lost in each other's gaze, I again glided past Fong Tian. This time acquiring several items from his coat pocket, I distanced myself from them, concealing myself behind a thicket, and paused to observe them from my hiding place. Fong Tian remained oblivious to my actions. They continued to gaze at one another in silence for several minutes, hands clasped, before finally turning to enter the house. My success in this endeavor was commendable, as I had obtained the following items: a wallet, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, a keyring with 5 keys, a handkerchief, and a pocket-sized notebook. I recalled that Fong Tian had previously employed a device resembling a small transistor radio to harm me in Hokkaido, which I had failed to acquire. However, among the items I had obtained, there was one whose purpose eluded me. It resembled a paintbrush, a steel tube about the thickness of 7 fingers and the length of a cigarette, connected in such a way that it produced a jingling sound when shaken, neither clearly a toy nor easily identifiable. I categorized the items I had acquired into 2 groups. One group consisted of trivial items not worth examining, such as the cigarettes, lighter, handkerchief, and wallet, which contained only cash, without any other contents. The second group warranted further investigation. This included the paintbrush-like object and the notebook. I opened the notebook, hoping to glean some information. But after flipping through several pages, I was left astounded. The cover of the notebook was quite worn, suggesting years of use, and only 4 or 5 blank pages remained. The rest were densely filled with writing. However, I could not extract any information, as the characters inscribed within were entirely unfamiliar to me. I could not even classify them as writing, for they consisted of numerous, irregularly twisted symbols. Yet, I knew they were a form of script, as certain twisted symbols were repeated multiple times, indicating their status as commonly used characters. I find myself at a loss to identify the language and the ethnicity from which these characters originate. It is more probable that they merely represent a form of symbols. As I concluded reading a diary, I was astonished to discover that not a single word within its pages was familiar to me. With a sigh, I mused that this diary, along with that peculiar object resembling a brush, must be entrusted to Mr. Nelson, who would then forward them to the security personnel of some nation for thorough examination. I placed the 2 items into my bag, rose to my feet, and prepared to lay down for a rest. However, at that moment, a sound suddenly emanated from my bosom. I was taken aback, momentarily uncertain whether the sound indeed originated from me. Yet, upon turning slightly, I was convinced that the sound was indeed coming from my person. In that instant, I was utterly astonished. I thought to myself, could such an occurrence be happening to me? Unconsciously, I adjusted my coat. Of course, no diminutive beauty fell forth. However, the sound that emerged from my bosom was certainly not a figment of my imagination. Once I regained my composure, the sound persisted. At first listen, it resembled someone speaking softly. Yet when I attempted to discern the content of the speech, I could make out nothing at all. Upon removing my coat, I discovered that the sound came from one of the pockets. As I reached into that pocket, I realized the source of the sound. This unexpected noise was emitted from that enigmatic object, which I could not identify, resembling a brush. Those metallic tubes might produce a sound if a strong wind were to blow through them. Yet the room was devoid of any breeze. How could they generate such irregular, whisper-like sounds? I placed the object on the table and gazed at it. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, the sound ceased. I touched the object, and it remained silent. However, upon placing it back into the pocket, a distinct ding echoed. I was baffled by this strange entity. Upon hearing it produce sound once more, I quickly released my grip. Following that ding, the object emitted a series of melodic chimes, akin to a music box playing a tune. Instantly, I recognized it as a melody, peculiar yet familiar, one I had only ever heard from Fong Tian. After the melody concluded, the object fell silent, no longer producing sound. I shook it gently, and it merely emitted a faint rustling. I carefully wrapped it up and returned it to my Biagati that moment. My curiosity regarding Fong Tian had reached unprecedented heights, for not only was his own behavior extraordinarily peculiar, but everything surrounding him appeared to defy the comprehension of an ordinary person. Though I had encountered a myriad of novel contraptions in my life, even possessing several handy tools unknown to the average individual, there were at least 3 items associated with Fong Tian that were entirely unfamiliar to me. The weapon that had grievously injured me in Hokkaido, the sound-emitting set of tubes, and the diary filled with strange characters. Suddenly, an odd and absurd thought struck me. Fong Tian seemed not to belong to this world. My implication was that he appeared to be otherworldly, for his eccentricity was beyond imagination. I extinguished the lamp and leaned against the window. Gazing outside, I could see the glow of light seeping from Dr. Sasaki's room. Evidently, the doctor was still awake. The living room was also brightly lit, likely due to Kiko and Fong Tian engaged in conversation. I realized it would not be long before Fong Tian discovered that he had lost many possessions and would find it increasingly difficult to remain in Dr. Sasaki's home. Should the items I had acquired prove significant to Fong Tian, he would undoubtedly search for them urgently. Within a minute of Fong Tian's voice echoing, I observed him hastily exiting. Kiko trailed closely behind him, and Fong Tian's pallid visage was tinged with a ghastly bluish hue, rendering him quite fearsome. They reached the door and Kiko inquired, "What if you cannot find them?" Fong Tian replied, "I do not know. I do not know." They conversed in English. Kiko promptly added, "Should we enlist the police for assistance?" Fong Tian sighed, "The other items are of little consequence. The most critical loss is a small diary and a recording device containing sounds from my homeland." Kiko inquired, "A recording device?" At that moment, I too was taken aback, mentally echoing, "A recording device?" Fong Tian, seeming aware of his slip of tongue, paused before quickly amending, "It is a modified device, producing very faint sounds. Hardly qualifies as a recording device. Simply refer to it as a set of small metal tubes when you advertise." Kiko frowned. "Where are you going now?" Fong Tian replied, "I shall retrace my steps to see if I can locate the items I have lost." Kiko sighed, "You have yet to discuss our matters further with my father." Fong Tian responded, "Let us postpone our discussion until after we leave Japan. You are now capable of making your own decisions." Kiko's expression was one of deep melancholy, but my fiancé Fong Tian's demeanor grew even graver. "You still refer to him as your fiancé?" Kiko forced a smile. "Fong, you must understand, in our country, if he refuses to annul our engagement," Fong Tian, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Must you marry him?" Kiko replied, "Of course, I could disregard everything, but it would cause my father distress." Fong Tian fell silent for a moment. "Let us deliberate this matter further. My mind is quite chaotic at present." As he spoke, he began to walk away, with Kiko trailing a few steps behind. "He is coming to my house in a few days." I understood that Kiko referred to her fiancé. Fong Tian paused for a moment. "I will come to see you again tomorrow." Kiko stood still, and they exchanged a playful kiss before Fong Tian hurriedly departed. As soon as Kiko re-entered the house, I leapt from the window, scaled the wall, and strode purposefully down the path. Upon spotting him, I slowed my pace considerably, keeping a distance so as not to alert him to my presence. I observed him loitering in front of a bus stop for quite some time. Evidently, he had arrived on that particular bus. Subsequently, I saw him approach the office of the station master. The office was dimly lit, and I followed him inside, overhearing Fong Tian loudly inquiring of a drowsy employee about any lost items. The employee grumbled in a disgruntled manner, prompting me to inch closer. Upon hearing my footsteps, Fong Tian abruptly turned to face me. I bent my body lower, attempting to appear as a weary, prematurely aged laborer. I approached Fong Tian, bowing slightly, and inquired, "Sir, have you lost something?" Fong Tian spun around, his expression as though he wished to devour me whole, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Where is it? Quickly, give it to me." I feigned widening my eyes in surprise. "Some items were found by my master. He instructed me to wait for the owner here. Please follow me." Fong Tian's face reflected considerable hesitation. "Who is your master?" I replied in a low voice. "Not far, just a few alleys away." Fong Tian said nothing further, merely stating, "Then let us go." I turned and walked ahead, with Fong Tian following closely behind. It was only then that I began to devise a plan to deal with him. Now, I could lead Fong Tian to the most secluded spot. However, what would happen once I brought him there? If I revealed my identity and initiated negotiations, he might resort to that secret weapon once more. What then should I do? I could not venture too far. Doing so would certainly raise his suspicions. After contemplating for 2 minutes, I reached a preliminary decision. I resolved to incapacitate him, bind him, and then immediately notify Mr. Nelson to summon the police. However, I quickly dismissed that decision, opting instead to subdue him and manage the situation myself. I could entirely conceal my identity, presenting myself merely as a petty thief targeting foreign tourists. I led him into a dark, quiet alley, then slowed my pace. Without turning around, I discerned from his footsteps that Fong Tian had reached my rear, and he asked, "Why do you?" before he could finish. I swiftly stepped back, thrusting my right elbow backward with force. The blow struck his abdomen, causing Fong Tian to grunt and double over. Just as I had anticipated, I rapidly turned to strike the back of his head with great force. Fong Tian's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. Collapsing to the ground, I unfastened his belt and tie. Binding his limbs tightly I recalled the excruciating pain he had inflicted upon me during my hospital stay. I felt a sense of vindication as I secured his hands and feet. After restraining him, I hoisted him up and made my way to the end of the alley. It was a dead end, perfectly suited to my needs, for at this late hour, no one would dare venture into such a forsaken passage. I carried him to the alley's conclusion before finally setting him down. As I released him, I deliberately dropped him heavily, eliciting a faint groan from him. I realized he had regained consciousness, and I quickly slipped into a shadowy corner where he could not see me, yet I could still observe him in the dim light of a flickering street lamp. I chose not to reveal my identity just yet, wishing to gauge his reaction. Gradually, he opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment washing over his face. He shook his head, and as he comprehended that he was bound, he began to struggle vigorously. I had tied him securely, and despite his efforts, he could not break free. His expression morphed into one of sheer terror. He rolled against the wall, propped himself up with his chin, and seemed poised to leap out of the alley. However, just as he took his first step, I reached out and pressed down on his shoulder, saying, "Hey friend, take it slow, don't be in such a rush." His body trembled, and his voice quivered as he asked, Who are you?" I replied in a gravelly tone, "And who might you be?" Standing behind him, I could not see his face, but I noticed that after my question, the skin behind his ears turned pale, indicating that his complexion was likely even more ashen. He exclaimed, "I am a human, just like you. Please let me go." I swiftly pondered. What does this mean? He insists on emphasizing that he is a human. Why? Could it be that he is not human at all? This seemed utterly absurd. If he were not human, then what was he? Yet, why would he speak in such a manner? His identity was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Despite my bewilderment, I feigned confidence and declared, "No, you are not human. You are different from us." The moment my words left my lips, I heard him emit a groan filled with despair. Simultaneously, his body slackened against the wall, and he finally collapsed to the ground. At that moment, I too was taken aback. I had never anticipated that my words would provoke such a reaction from him. There could be no other explanation. The only conclusion was that he was indeed not human. If he were a human, why would he nearly faint upon hearing my words? Yet, was this not too absurd? Too bizarre, too inconceivable to fathom? If he were not human, then what was he? A demon? A werewolf? I stepped forward, intent on clarifying matters, and observed that he had not transformed into anything else. He remained the same Fong Tian I had known since our first meeting in school. Albeit now his complexion was even more pallid. Seeing him tightly shut his eyes, I inquired, "What's wrong?" Fong Tian gasped but did not open his eyes. His demeanor suggested a sense of hopelessness. As if he were a death row inmate resigned to his fate, unwilling to look upon anything further, he simply said, "Do you already know everything about me?" Feigning knowledge of all, I replied, "Naturally, I know." Fong Tian breathed heavily. "Let me go, please. You're an intellectual, right? I can offer you formulas that you could utilize for a lifetime. If you cannot read, I'll write them down for you, and you can sell them to anyone? To any country. Just let me go." The more I listened, the more confused I became. It seemed Fong Tian was willing to use some scientific formulas as a bargaining chip for his release. Yet, what kind of formulas could possibly be so valuable? Suddenly, he began to tremble uncontrollably. No, you wouldn't harm me, would you?" I anticipated that once I spoke, he would certainly open his eyes, so I swiftly removed the mask covering my face. Indeed, as soon as he heard my voice, he opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "Wei Sealy." I smiled slightly and remarked, "Well, at least you recognize your old classmate." Every muscle in Fong Tian's face twitched. Revealing his profound shock, his throat emitted a series of strangled sounds before he finally managed to utter the words, "You are not dead?" I responded, "I am not dead. You have attempted to harm me several times, yet I have always managed to escape." Fong Tian insisted, "Believe me, I had no choice. You forced me into this situation, you. His expression was so filled with panic that rather than punish him, I felt compelled to comfort him. Saying, "Speak slowly. There's no need to be so tense," he began to sob. I'm finished. I will remain here forever. I'm done. he continued to speak in a manner that was utterly perplexing to me. I patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, old friend, let us address one issue at a time. Shall we? Please stop crying." Feng Tian gradually ceased his sobbing and asked, "What do you intend to do with me?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "That entirely depends on you." Feng Tian looked bewildered. "Depends on me?" I affirmed, "Yes, if you can provide satisfactory answers to the questions that plague my mind, then I shall let the past be." A strange light flickered in Feng Tian's eyes. "Your questions? So you do you not know everything about me?" I momentarily lost track and replied, "Yes, that is precisely why I need to ask you for clarification." Feng Tian urged, "Let me go. Please let me go." I shook my head. "That is not possible. If you were to use that thing against me again, how could I survive here with no snow?" Feng Tian quickly responded, "There is nothing left. That device can only be used once, and I have discarded it." Naturally, I believed his words, but after searching his entire body and finding no trace of that device or any suspicious items, I finally loosened his bonds. However, I still held onto his arm as we made our way out of the alley. My mind was filled with countless questions, and I was uncertain which to ask first. After a moment of reflection, I inquired, "In Hokkaido, what was it that you used to harm me?" Feng Tian let out an "oh" and explained, "It was merely a small device." Inside the small box was a highly radioactive metal, and the box itself was made from another type of metal that could counteract the radiation. With the press of a button, the box opens and closes in a fraction of a second, releasing radiation strong enough to burn or even kill someone. I corrected him. Feng Tian appeared quite embarrassed and added, "But it can only be used once. After that, due to the radiation, the atomic structure of the metal changes, and it transforms into another type of metal." I said, "All right, I wish to know the name of that highly radioactive metal." Feng Tian replied, "That metal is called Xiao Luku." I was taken aback and asked, "What?" Feng Tian reiterated, "It's called Xiao Luku. It's a very common metal." He fell silent there. I had never heard of a metal possessing such intense radioactivity, named Xiao Luku, and I blamed my lack of scientific knowledge. However, I suddenly realized something was amiss. Feng Tian claimed that the metal was very ordinary, yet if it were truly so common, why had no powerful nation utilized it to create devastating weapons? Questions swirled in my mind, and I involuntarily loosened my grip on Feng Tian's hand. Clearly, he had been waiting for this opportunity. At that moment, he forcefully broke free and quickly stepped a few paces forward. Naturally, I was unwilling to let him escape so easily and promptly pursued him. However, after taking a few swift steps, he reached into his pocket, spun around, and shouted, "Wei Sili, don't force me to use my weapon. Stop right there." I was extremely close to him. With just 2 more strides, I could seize him again, yet I found myself halting. I was genuinely frightened. Although I had searched the pocket where he now had his hand and found nothing, Feng Tian was such an extraordinary person that one could never predict his actions based on logic. Perhaps he was merely bluffing, but it was also possible that he truly possessed a weapon capable of killing in a fraction of a second. I recalled that before I was gravely injured in Hokkaido, he had repeatedly warned me not to force him. Raising my hands, I declared, "Fine, I want to pursue you, but I will not let this matter rest." Feng Tian shouted, "Don't involve yourself with me. Please don't. Why do you insist on meddling in my affairs merely out of curiosity, making my life unbearable?" As he spoke, he suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. I let out a cold laugh and said, "Feng Tian, you're oversimplifying the situation. Do you still remember our classmates? Have you truly forgotten the female ski competitors? And what of myself? We have both nearly perished for you. Now, I am entrusted by a sorrowful father, and you suggest my actions stem merely from curiosity?" Feng Tian took a step back and declared, "I am compelled. I am compelled." That I responded, "I believe you are indeed compelled. Yet I must understand." "Why?" Feng Tian replied, "I cannot divulge that. In time, you will comprehend." I sighed, realizing his words held little weight. With utmost sincerity, I articulated, "Very well, for your sake. I have entangled myself in grave troubles, and I need not elaborate further. I am not one to shy away from complications, and I trust your troubles must be even more severe. Should you require my assistance, I shall willingly overlook the unpleasantness of Hokkaido and lend you my aid." Feng Tian regarded me in silence. After a considerable pause, he said, "I am leaving. Do not pursue me." I shrugged and replied, I know that should I chase after you, you would find yourself compelled once more." Before I could finish my sentence, Fong Tian hurriedly dashed outside. I too exited the alley and promptly followed suit. Upon his emergence from the alley, he veered left, and I called out, "Furthermore, the items you have lost are in my possession." Fong Tian abruptly halted, yet immediately surged forward once more. And I, in the dead of night, the road lay eerily silent as I strode briskly toward Dr. Sasaki's residence, encountering no disturbances along the way. Upon reaching the garden wall of Dr. Sasaki's home, I prepared to scale the barrier, my heart swelling with joy. I was elated that, firstly, the entanglement between Fong Tian and myself had tilted in my favor. Secondly, the embassy of a certain nation and the Moon Goddess Society, who had been tracking me, were utterly oblivious to the fact that the gardener within Dr. Sasaki's abode was the very target of their pursuits. My spirits soared as I stretched my arms, bent my body, and with a forceful push from my toes, grasped the wall's edge. However, as soon as my hands latched onto the top of the wall, my elation was swiftly replaced by dread. Gazing within, I beheld a scene of utter disarray within the once meticulously tended garden, where I had previously spent an entire afternoon. The grass lay trampled beyond recognition, and nearly all the potted plants lining the path were overturned. Some even shattered. Stunned, I summoned my strength and vaulted over the wall, landing in the garden. Without pausing, I dashed toward the house. Before I could ascend the stone steps, I realized that in the hour since my departure, a shocking transformation had occurred here, and my eyes were drawn to a large pane of glass embedded in the front door. Now shattered, I leaped up the remaining steps and pushed the door open, only to find a figure sprawled on the ground. I quickly bent down. The face of the individual lay against the earth, yet I could already discern it was Dr. Sasaki. I turned the doctor over. I was met with a visage as pallid as wax, sending a chill coursing through me. The moment I beheld such a countenance, there was no need to check for breath or pulse. It was evident that he was deceased. The wave of anguish enveloped me, a torment that made my limbs convulse. Dr. Sasaki had once saved my life, had rescued countless others, and yet now he lay lifeless. Of course, death comes for us all. Yet the doctor had fallen victim to a sniper's bullet. I remained in shock for a lengthy moment before rising to my feet, suddenly crying out in a frenzy, "Where are you? Where are you hiding, the one who killed the doctor?" I had no knowledge of who had slain Dr. Sasaki. Naturally, I understood that the murderer had long since fled, yet I could not restrain my frantic cries. I shouted for an indeterminate length of time, even losing track of my own awareness. The neighbors near Dr. Sasaki's home were far away. Otherwise, they would surely have thought a madman had escaped from an asylum upon hearing my voice, which had transformed into an exceedingly shrill and piercing tone due to my rage. After a considerable time, I finally ceased my outcry, staggering forward a few steps, my hand brushing against the wall until I inadvertently encountered a light switch. I flicked it on, inhaling deeply before directing my gaze back to Dr. Sasaki's lifeless form. This time, I observed more astutely and discerned that he had sustained a stab wound to his left shoulder, along with a severe blow to the back of his head that had led to his demise. Yet now, remorse served no purpose. The doctor had departed this world. Leaning against the wall, I stood for what felt like an eternity. And suddenly, the thought of Jeezy pierced through my chaotic mind. The doctor had died, but what of his daughter, Jeezy? I called out loudly, "Jeezy, Jeezy." I uttered her name twice before halting, having previously shouted in a frenzy. If Jeezy were indeed within this house and still alive, there would be no reason for her not to come forth. A chill coursed through me. Could it be that Jeezy had also met her end? What was the purpose of the brutal assailant? I forced myself to turn around. Although the light was bright, it appeared a sickly yellow to me. Gathering my composure, I noticed a trail of blood leading from where the doctor lay to his study, indicating he had been attacked in the study and had staggered out afterward. It seemed the assailant had stabbed the doctor in the study and, upon seeing him emerge, dealt a fatal blow to the back of his head. I swiftly made my way to the doctor's study, only to find it in disarray as well. Just as I intended to turn and exit the study in search of Jeezy, I suddenly caught sight of a smear of dried blood on the glass surface of the desk. Forming several Japanese characters, I switched on the light and discerned the words, "He has taken her." The implication was clear. He referred to Jeezy. But who was he? Had Fong Tian taken her? This would mean Fong Tian had ample opportunity to commit the crime. And the warmth still lingering in the doctor's corpse indicated the events had unfolded just moments ago. I could hardly fathom that Fong Tian would perpetrate such a deed, and yet I had let him escape. With a swift turn, I dashed out of the house, through the garden, and arrived at the front gate as the cold wind struck me. My mind gradually regained its composure. Drawing a deep breath, I reminded myself that since this had transpired not long ago, if I did not relent even for a second, I might yet catch up to the perpetrator. There was no time to contact Mr. Nelson, nor to reach out to the Tokyo police. I must act promptly. Racing against time to pursue the assailant, lowering my gaze, I noticed fresh tire tracks at the entrance. The doctor had no vehicle, suggesting they belonged to Fong Tian. The tracks appeared chaotic, yet as I took a few steps forward, they became clearer. They led from the east and continued eastward. I followed the tracks, sprinting for about 20 paces until they became indistinct. A bead of sweat formed on my forehead. These tracks were the only lead I had. Yet now they had vanished. Where would Fong Tian take Jizi? What fate awaited her? I reached into my pocket to retrieve a handkerchief to wipe my sweat, and in that instant, I suddenly noticed the streetlight casting my shadow upon the ground, alongside which another figure flickered. My body instinctively recoiled, and I stumbled backward, my elbows thrusting outwards. I heard a cry of pain and the sound of ribs cracking, then swiftly turned to confront two individuals rushing toward me. One collided with a lamppost, seemingly fatally injured. However, at that moment, I was struck from behind with tremendous force. The impact propelled me forward, yet as I lunged ahead, I hooked my foot backward, causing the assailant to tumble to the ground. As I rolled away, a heavy wooden stick swung toward my head. I instinctively sidestepped, grasped it, and swung it aside. In that motion, I inadvertently struck two individuals. It was then I realized the number of attackers was far greater than I had anticipated. A voice commanded, "We cannot let him escape." Suddenly, I heard two hissing sounds as a cloud of mist descended upon me. I gripped the wooden stick firmly, spinning my body as several more figures fell to the ground. Yet as I whirled around, I felt the world begin to spin uncontrollably. I was acutely aware that they had employed a tranquilizer water gun against me. I had not been on guard. I had fallen prey to their scheme. Although my mind remained clear, my body was gradually succumbing to their influence. I continued to swing the stick, my surroundings illuminated by the streetlight, but all I could see were shadowy figures. At that moment, I lacked the strength to discern who they were. I merely heard their astonished exclamations, likely bewildered by my ability to withstand the tranquilizer for so long. I resolved to endure, to hold on. I knew that if I could just last for 5 more minutes, they might scatter in panic. However, I found myself overwhelmed. My head grew heavier, my limbs increasingly numb, and my vision filled with unexpected colors, as if I were gazing upon a multitude of impressionistic masterpieces. At last, I succumbed and collapsed. As I fell, a heavy blow struck the back of my head, hastening my descent into unconsciousness. As I lay there, the only sound I could discern was the approach of footsteps, which echoed with startling clarity. Then, everything faded into oblivion. When consciousness returned to me, the first thought that flashed through my mind was, I am in Japan. This marks my second instance of losing consciousness, yet here I am, awake once more. Subsequently, an overwhelming thirst gripped me, as if my throat were ablaze, akin to a bed of coals. This sensation was a natural consequence of the anesthetic's effects wearing off. I attempted to open my eyes and survey my surroundings, but they remained stubbornly shut. I steadied my nerves, striving to listen for any sounds in the vicinity, yet silence enveloped me entirely. A sudden wave of dread washed over me. Had I been buried alive? The mere thought prompted a violent struggle, and in my foggy imagination, I believed myself entombed in earth, hence my desperate exertion. However, in reality, I was not buried. With that forceful effort, I sat up and opened my eyes. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness. I extended my hand and stretched my legs. Apart from a throbbing pain in the back of my head, I managed a few steps. The musty scent that permeated the air indicated that I was in a cellar. I sought to ignite a flame, but all my belongings had vanished. A grim realization dawned upon me. I had become a captive, yet tragically, I was oblivious to the identity of my captors. I resolved to restore my strength, and after approximately half an hour, I heard voices from above. "Has he awakened?" Another voice replied, "He should be awake. Otherwise, a bright light would rouse him instantly." Just as the latter words were spoken, I glanced upward, confused by the origin of the voices, when suddenly, a blinding light illuminated my surroundings, rendering me momentarily blind. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shield my eyes, only to hear someone exclaim, "Ha ha! He has awakened." A surge of fury coursed through me, prompting me to retreat a few steps, leaning against the wall, and daring to open my eyes once more. Despite the harsh light, I discerned figures behind the bars. Yet their faces remained obscured. They, however, could observe me with clarity, much like spectators in a theater gazing down upon the stage. I abruptly felt that this place resembled a chamber where Roman aristocrats kept wolves and crocodiles. In such a predicament, even the most composed individual would be rendered furious, for in that instant, one realizes they have been reduced to a mere beast, tamed and confined. I shouted in outrage, "Who are you?" Above, I faintly heard voices, but their words were indistinguishable, save for two individuals who appeared to be in heated debate. I had been standing with my back to the wall, gazing upward, but the glaring light caused my eyes to sting. I lowered my head to escape the brightness and noted that although the space I occupied and the area where those individuals stood were quite high and vertical, I could still muster the strength to ascend. Drawing a deep breath, I let out a roar that resonated even in my own ears and charged forward. Upon reaching the opposite wall, I leaped, pressing both hands and feet against the surface. Scrambling upward a few paces, at that moment, there was nothing to grip on the smooth wall, yet my ascent hinged on sheer speed. Anyone able to act swiftly could accomplish such a feat. I believe that the wall-climbing abilities exaggerated in martial arts novels were indeed rooted in this principle of rapid movement, a skill likely experienced by those with rigorous military training. I managed to ascend approximately 4 meters. Eliciting gasps from above, I tilted my head upward. Though the light was still blinding, I could make out the figures more clearly, yet their faces remained indistinct. However, I observed their attire, which was exceedingly peculiar. With another shout, I propelled myself upward once more, and as I reached out, I was nearly able to grasp the railing. At that moment, I heard an elderly voice call out in Japanese, "My heavens! He truly is that person." Upon hearing those words, a heavy object struck my head. In that predicament, evasion was impossible, and the force of the blow was so immense that, in an instant, the blinding light morphed into countless leaping fireballs. Plunging me back into darkness, I sensed myself slipping into unconsciousness. All I could do was relax my muscles to avoid breaking bones upon falling. I had no knowledge of what transpired during my descent, as that strike was enough to render me unconscious before I reached the ground. After what felt like an eternity, I finally opened my eyes again. This time, my astonishment was profound, not due to another blinding light, but rather for an entirely different reason. Firstly, I noticed that the light surrounding me was soft and gentle. Steadying myself, I looked around and beheld 3 young maidens standing before me, while I was seated upon a remarkably peculiar chair. Reminiscent of the most ancient of sofas, yet most comfortable, sitting there, facing 3 maidens, seemed unremarkable. What astonished me was that the 3 were entirely unclothed. However, they were not naked. Rather, they were draped in an exquisite, sheer white veil. The fabric's hue was pure and gentle beyond description, and through its delicate layers, a significant portion of their bodies was visible. The expressions on their faces were deeply unsettling, as if their muscles were entirely rigid. They were undeniably beautiful, yet even the most exquisite visage can become repulsive when marred by such a zombie-like demeanor. Their expressions conveyed a sense of being entranced, as if all 3 were under hypnosis. My surprise reached its zenith. I was oblivious to who had captured me, unaware of my previous location, and perplexed as to how I had arrived in this room. I could not fathom why those 3 maidens stood before me. Clad only in gossamer veils, I rose to my feet, and the moment I did, it was as though I had triggered some mechanism. The 3 maidens abruptly retreated. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant drumbeat filled the air. Shaking me to my core, the maidens began to dance in time with the rhythm. Their beauty and grace were undeniable. However, their movements, in synchrony with the drum, evoked an eerie sensation, steeped in an overwhelming air of enchantment. With a crashing sound, I burst through the door. The three maidens huddled together, their previously expressionless faces now etched with shame and fear, desperately trying to cover their naked forms with the fragile veil. Witnessing this transformation solidified my belief that they had indeed been hypnotized, and their dancing was merely a subconscious response to the drumbeat. I did not approach them, but instead inquired, "Who are you? What is this place?" The maidens trembled, gazing at me in silence. I posed my question again, only to hear a deep, ominous voice respond, "Do not ask them. Ask me." I turned to find a man had entered through the door I had just broken down. He was a robust, middle-aged figure, clad in a peculiar light blue silk kimono. Upon entering, he gestured dismissively at the three maidens, who promptly fled the room. He then closed the door and cast a glance at the breach I had created. Smiling as he remarked, "These three are not the most beautiful among us. It's no wonder you were angered." His words bewildered me utterly, leaving me at a loss for understanding. However, his condescending tone and demeanor ignited my ire. I shouted, "Who are you?" The man shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I am the master of this place." I stepped forward, and he subtly shifted his stance, adopting a posture indicative of a judo expert, and said, "Then let us sit down and converse at our leisure, Mr. Fong." Hearing him address me as Mr. Fong rendered me momentarily speechless. Before I could clarify, he continued, "Mr. Fong, shall we sit down to talk?" I contemplated correcting him, asserting that I was not Mr. Fong. Yet, after several seconds of deliberation, I chose silence. The bizarre and enchanting atmosphere of this place captivated me, prompting me to play along with his ruse to uncover the truth. Additionally, the mention of Mr. Fong piqued my interest. While countless individuals bore that surname, I could not help but think of Fong Tian. I had encountered misfortune after leaving Dr. Sasaki's residence. Could it be that this man mistook me for Fong Tian? Thus, I sat back down in that peculiar chair. The man approached, tapping the armrest and declaring, "This is an artifact from the Tokugawa shogunate era, a genuine antique." I replied coolly, "I have no appreciation for antiques." The man turned, standing before me, and asked, "Then what interests you?" "Women, wealth. Did you not see the maidens just now? What about their looks or figures did you find lacking? However, there exists a far superior alternative. Provided you possess an interest." The more I listened, the more nauseated I became, merely gazing at him coldly. Yet, the man continued to speak with increasing fervor, exclaiming, "Money! How much do you desire? Just voice your request. We are abundant in wealth." I glanced around and inquired, "May I ask a question first?" The man responded eagerly. "Of course," I said. I fainted twice, and upon regaining consciousness the first time, I found myself in a rather strange place. Illuminated by a blinding light, I asked that your domain. The man replied, "Indeed, for our three elders wished to ascertain the truth of ancient legends." My confusion deepened. What were these elders, and what was the significance of the ancient legends? The man gazed at me with intense enthusiasm, and I sighed, asking, "What do you desire?" He approached me, bringing his greasy face uncomfortably close, and in a conspiratorial whisper, declared, "We wish for you to perform a flight for us. To demonstrate the powers of our three esteemed elders, perform a flight." What could that possibly mean? I am not an aviator. As the thought crossed my mind, a sudden realization struck me. The rotund man regarded me as Mr. Fong, whoever that may be, undoubtedly possessing some extraordinary flying abilities, hence this peculiar request. I pondered. "Who exactly are you?" The man replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. On the night of the full moon this month, we shall hold a grand assembly on the shores north of the river, and we require you to perform at this gathering." I asked once more, "Perform what?" He said, "Fly. Showcase your centuries-old skills, soar towards the full moon, ascend into the ethereal void." My heart screamed. Is this a madhouse? However, despite the fervor in his words, he spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly in a state of excitement rather than madness. In such circumstances, I found myself at a loss for words. His mind appeared sound. Yet, the utterances were undoubtedly nonsensical. Before such a person, what could one possibly say? I merely gazed at him, and his excitement escalated as he proclaimed, "After your performance, you will become our idol. Whatever you desire shall be yours." He emphasized, "Whatever it may be, simply voice your request, and we shall grant it." My bewilderment reached its zenith, and after a considerable pause, I asked, "Who are you to possess such power?" capable of granting anything. The man leaned closer, a strange light dancing in his eyes, and said, "The Moon God Society." The mere mention of those words sent shockwaves through me. I abruptly stood, then instantly sat down again. The Moon God Society. So, I had fallen into the clutches of the Moon God Society. I could not help but curse my own foolishness. In truth, I should have anticipated their affiliation with the Moon God Society. The man had earlier mentioned the three elders, the grand assembly on the beach during the full moon, a ritual frequently conducted by the followers of the Moon God Society. The three young women draped in veils. Entranced. All of this indicated a connection to this immensely powerful cult. Yet, despite my newfound understanding of my predicament, I remained puzzled as to what the Moon God Society desired from me. Although the rotund man had spoken of my performing a flight at one of their grand assemblies, I still comprehended not a single word of what he had uttered. After a moment of silence, I sighed and said, "So it is you. So it is you treating me this way." I initially spoke these words without any special meaning. However, upon hearing them, the rotund man instantly displayed a look of panic, retreating a step, his hand resting on the table, nearly collapsing to his knees. He stammered, We should not have treated you this way. But we must ascertain whether you are that person," I interjected. "What person?" The rotund man seemed to ignore my question, his face now brimming with sycophantic smiles, saying, "Without you, the Moon God Society would not exist." At that moment, I truly began to doubt the soundness of his mind. The Moon God Society's flourishing development occurred only after the conclusion of World War II, sprouting like weeds amidst the ruins of post-war Japan. However, despite a lack of concrete evidence for its existence, the Moon God Society had been around for a century or two. Yet, the rotund man claimed it was because of me that the Moon God Society came into being. Was he not insane? I forced a smile, replying, "What nonsense is that?" The rotund man stood, as if reciting poetry, declaring, "Our ancestor stated that he founded the Moon God Society after witnessing someone descend from the moon. He believed that humans could inhabit the moon, finding a more fulfilling existence there than on Earth. This is the essence of the Moon God Society. I believe that at the time of its founding, the Moon God Society may indeed have held such ideals. Yet now, it had transformed into a genuine cult, utterly deviated from its original purpose." I replied, "Indeed. But what does that have to do with me?" The sycophantic smile on the rotund man's face deepened as he said, "Mr. Fong, the one who descended from the moon is you. It was you who personally told our ancestor, and you even demonstrated your flying abilities before him. The first 10 followers of the Moon God Society were thus inspired. Our classics contain detailed records." After he finished speaking, my patience reached its breaking point. I abruptly stood, pressing my hands on the table, leaning in, and declared, "Listen. First, I am not Mr. Fong at all. Second, even if I were, he cannot fly. He is not a supernatural being. Enough of your nonsense." Perhaps my words shocked him too profoundly, for in that instant, he was rendered utterly speechless. This afforded me an excellent opportunity. I did not allow him a moment to breathe, landing a heavy blow on his jaw with my right fist. Almost immediately, I struck him again on the back of his neck with my left fist. With those 2 blows, the rotund man crumpled to the ground like a mass of flesh, unable to rise again. I had already discerned his proficiency in judo, so despite him lying incapacitated, I remained uneasy and delivered a solid kick to the back of his head, ensuring he would not awaken any time soon. Only then did I swiftly approach the door. Peering outside, I discovered an exceedingly long corridor. Chapter 11. The Moon God Society. On either side of the corridor were numerous rooms, all doors firmly shut. Though the corridor was not devoid of light, its illumination came from oil lamps placed at intervals along the way. The presence of oil lamps seemed both absurd and eerie. I opened the door and cautiously stepped outside, pausing after a few paces. That moment, I heard the sound of another door opening not far from me. Pressing against the wall, I observed a door swing open, revealing a man clad in a kimono, hurrying out without noticing me. I watched as he proceeded towards the end of the corridor, where he pushed open another door. Beyond that doorway, I discerned a staircase. At that moment, my sole thought was to escape. Though the events I had encountered were exceedingly complex and utterly unavoidable, the primary condition was to vacate the lair of the Moon God Society. Once the man descended the staircase, I dashed forward. Reaching the end of the corridor, I pushed open the door, swiftly slipping through and racing down the spiral staircase. The stairwell was eerily silent, illuminated only by the flickering oil lamps casting dim yellow light. Now I had the opportunity to roughly survey this edifice. It appeared to be a castle-like structure. I hurried down to the lower level, but did not continue further downward. Instead, I pressed against the railing, doing my utmost to conceal myself from those below. At the stairs' end lay a grand hall, where 5 torches blazed. Beside 3 of the torches stood high-backed chairs, occupied by individuals dressed in moon-white garments. Their ages ranging from 50 to 60, the backs of the chairs towered considerably above their heads, and atop each elevated portion rested a crescent moon crafted from luminous shells. The 5 individuals sat motionless, while an additional 7 or 8 stood nearby, equally still, and a one spoke. The hall not only boasted burning torches but also emanated a uniquely fragrant incense, adding an indescribable aura of strangeness to the atmosphere. The demeanor of these individuals suggested they were awaiting something, my light-footed descent had gone unnoticed, allowing me to scrutinize the scene below with keen interest. Had I not known I was within the lair of the Moon God Society, the sight before me would have surely led me to question whether I was trapped in a dream. Now that I am aware that I find myself within the lair of the Moon Cult, it is hardly surprising. The Moon Cult is, after all, an insidious sect that ensnares individuals through a myriad of bizarre practices. Strangely, however, the adherents of the Moon Cult do not appear to be limited to the uneducated lower classes. Many learned individuals are also devotees. I believe this is the result of their unwitting acceptance of prolonged hypnosis during religious rituals. After surveying my surroundings for a moment, I realized that it was utterly impossible for me to exit the hall without being detected. I ascended to the 2nd floor, pushed open the door to the corridor, and found it to be a long passage lined with doors on either side. I selected the nearest door and pushed against it, but it would not budge. I knocked twice, and a gruff voice from within responded. Coming, I clenched my fist in anticipation, and within a minute, the door swung open. A figure poked their head out, and I was convinced that they had barely registered my identity before I struck them with a punch. Sending them tumbling backward with a thud, I hurried into the room, which contained only the fallen individual and was furnished simply, resembling a single dormitory. I approached the window, opened it, and gazed outside, momentarily stunned. Before me lay the undulating sea, rocky outcrops, and pine trees growing amidst the stones. This was certainly not Tokyo. Initially, I had intended to descend from the window to evade those in the hall. My plan remained unchanged, yet the execution proved far more challenging. The castle-like structure was perched atop a steep cliff, the height of which was formidable, with the waves crashing below, not as I had envisioned, a straightforward descent to a thoroughfare. Nonetheless, I had little time to contemplate. While the cliff was indeed steep, it appeared that scaling it would not be insurmountable. I tore a bed sheet, fashioned it into a makeshift rope, and secured it to the window before lowering myself down. As I neared the water's surface, I pulled with all my might, breaking the sheet and plummeting into the depths below. This was a perilous maneuver, for the building teetered on the edge of the cliff, and I could easily have plunged into the sea. Thus, as I fell, I severed the sheet, allowing for a discreet escape while grasping a long strip of fabric that would increase my chances of survival should I plunge over the edge. Fortunately, my landing spot was a safe distance from the precipice. Steadying myself, I discarded the sheet and began to scale the cliff, finally reaching a large rock where the waves could crash against me. Standing atop that rock, I paused in contemplation. The ocean was my escape, but how was I to depart? By swimming. It was no jest. Swimming was indeed a viable option. I could navigate along the cliff until I found a passage to the shore. However, I was reluctant to swim unless absolutely necessary, so I scanned my surroundings for a small boat that I might use at that moment. I heard shouts from above on the cliff. Looking up, I saw that nearly every window of the castle-like structure had someone peering down. Moreover, about 10 individuals were rapidly descending the cliff toward me. This situation aptly illustrated the ancient adage, "There is no way forward." And behind me, pursuers are closing in that instant. I could think of no strategy. I could see the figures emerging from the castle, swiftly making their way down the cliff with remarkable agility. The deftness with which these individuals controlled their muscles suggested they were undoubtedly skilled judo practitioners, each bearing a pistol at their waist, a cult that masquerades behind ancient legends, coupled with the most modern weaponry. though they perceived me as someone capable of flight. I dared not linger any longer. Without hesitation, I leaped into the sea. Just as I did, I heard a desperate voice from the cliff cry out, "Moon God, do not bring disaster upon us." Internally, I cursed them, wondering what nonsense this was. When had I become the Moon God? If I possessed the power to wreak havoc upon you, you misguided cultists would have perished by my curse long ago. I had no opportunity to hear their second utterance before I plunged into the water. Let us not forget that it was winter. Though the sea was not frozen, it was exceedingly cold. An experience far from pleasant. I noticed that the rotund individual with whom I had spoken earlier was also present, trembling, with his face bruised and swollen, being struck repeatedly by a fierce-looking elder. This elder was one of the three I had previously encountered in the hall, and as he struck the fat man, the latter did not dare retaliate, merely pleading, "Elder Second, it is not my fault. It is not my fault. He blames us for not keeping him in the basement and shining lights upon him." I mused to myself that he was indeed referring to me, the elder scoffed. Ceasing his assault on the fat man, and addressed those around him. "Find him. Do everything possible to locate him. I do not believe that he is the one who has lived for centuries, descending from the moon, but he could solidify our position. Fool, do you understand?" The individuals surrounding him replied in unison, "Understood." I pondered silently. It seemed this elder was the second elder of the Moon cult, which explained his authoritative demeanor. Yet, I remained perplexed by his words. It appeared that my ability to ascend the vertical wall with speed had led them to believe I could fly. However, the matter was evidently not so simple. Both the fat man and the second elder had alluded to the founding of the Moon cult centuries ago, referencing a person who descended from the moon. Why would they assume that I, or Mr. Fong, was that individual? Whether Mr. Fong was Fong Tian, I could not ascertain, but the possibility loomed large. I ceased my observations and submerged myself once more, swimming forward. After estimating that I had ventured far enough, I resurfaced to find I had indeed rounded the cliff, revealing a desolate beach ahead. I leaped out of the water and sprinted forward. Had I not run, I might have succumbed to the frigid temperatures. After running a considerable distance, I encountered a few modest houses. I feigned a fishing trip and entered the water. Though the homeowner was skeptical of my story, he still lent me clothing, kindled a fire, and offered me warm Japanese sake, which restored my warmth. After half an hour, my spirits were entirely revived. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to the homeowner, donned my freshly dried clothes, and ventured outside. It was then that I realized I was situated 200 kilometers east of Tokyo. This indicated that from the moment I was struck unconscious near Dr. Sasaki's residence in Tokyo, to my ascent up that sheer wall, and subsequently being knocked out again, only to awaken and witness 3 entranced maidens dancing before me, I had been transported a distance of 200 kilometers from Tokyo. The Moon cult's capabilities and influence were indeed formidable. There were no trains available, and after waiting on the main road for a while, I managed to flag down a truck bound for Tokyo. I promised the driver some compensation, and he allowed me to sit beside him. During the ride, I resolved to remain silent and not engage in conversation. Not for any other reason, but to contemplate my thoughts. I was unable to untangle the events that had transpired, nor could I articulate the nature of my experiences. These were matters I had never encountered before. Why was the Moon cult seeking Mr. Fong? If he were indeed Fong Tian, a distinguished space scientist, then it would not be surprising for some embassy agents to be in pursuit of him. However, the Moon cult, a sect steeped in superstition, seemed unrelated to space science, yet they sought Fong Tian. This was my assumption, and I knew it was unlikely to be far from the truth. As for the embassy of some nation, they were eager to transport a mysterious metal box out of Tokyo, and that box appeared to be connected to the prominent Inoue family. What lay within the box? I had no way of knowing, for we had been unable to open it before it was seized. The most lamentable aspect was that I did not even know who had taken it. Dr. Sasaki was dead, and his daughter was missing. This matter seemed to intertwine with Fong Tian. In fact, I began to believe that everything was connected to this enigmatic blue-blooded individual. Yet, precisely because Fong Tian himself resembled a shrouded enigma, everything associated with him became equally obscure. Coupled with the mysterious nature of the Moon cult and the legends of individuals descending from the moon or journeying to it, I found myself lost in thought, my mind buzzing, and I couldn't help but exhale a sigh. The truck driver, noticing my demeanor, kindly advised, "Do not worry. Tokyo is a wonderful place. Once you arrive there, you will find joy." I could only respond vaguely. As he mistakenly believed I was an unemployed individual seeking work in Tokyo, he added, "Wealth does not necessarily equate to happiness. Just look over there." I was uncertain of his meaning, but I followed his gaze to see an extraordinarily grand residence atop a hill. One that exuded opulence and luxury. At first glance, I inquired, "Whose residence is that?" The driver gazed at me with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Where do you come from?" "This is the residence of Inoue Tsukiyo." Upon hearing the name Inoue Tsukiyo, my heart involuntarily stirred, and I responded, "Is he not the renowned tycoon of the nation?" The truck driver replied, "Indeed. He is the wealthiest man in the country, yet at night he sleeps on a bed just like I do. Ha ha." The truck driver exuded a remarkable optimism, showing no sense of inferiority compared to Inoue Tsukiyo. In that fleeting moment, my thoughts raced as I recalled my promise to Mr. Nelson to pursue that hard metal box and uncover its secrets. I had recently learned from the precision instrument manufacturing firm that the hard metal box was commissioned by Inoue Tsukiyo. So naturally, he would know what it contained. Just then, the truck arrived at a fork in the road, where a smooth asphalt path led towards the mountains. I placed my hand on the driver's shoulder and said, "Please stop here." The driver halted the vehicle but remarked in a rather peculiar tone, "We are still quite far from Tokyo." I nodded and replied, "I know, but I suddenly remembered that I have something to discuss with Inoue Tsukiyo." The driver, taken aback at first, soon displayed an expression of fear and said, "My friend, Inoue's household has no cash." I burst into laughter, and the driver likely thought I was a brigand seeking to rob Inoue Tsukiyo. Amidst my laughter, I opened the door and leaped out of the vehicle, which the driver promptly sped away from. I looked up at the road, long, smooth, and pristine. I believed it to be perhaps the finest road in all of Japan. I crouched down in the grass by the roadside, waiting for about 20 minutes when a large, unassuming car approached from the direction of Tokyo and turned up the mountain road. Inside, I spotted Inoue Tsukiyo engrossed in reading the newspaper. Though I had never seen him in person, I had encountered countless photographs of him. In that fleeting glance, I noted his striking resemblance to his pictures, as if he were born to be revered. Exuding an air of solemnity, as the vehicle passed, I sprang from the grass, reached out, and grasped the rear safety bar, propelling myself inside the trunk with the quick flick of a key, shutting the lid behind me. The entire sequence of actions, from my leap to my secure concealment within the trunk, took scarcely half a minute. This series of maneuvers was a requisite lesson for those involved in organized crime during America's Prohibition era. Those adept at it could, regardless of how swiftly a car was moving, manage to conceal themselves within the trunk undetected in under a minute. Due to the car's design, which appeared disparate but was fundamentally similar, this set of actions had established protocols that were nearly invariant. I did not intend to teach anyone how to jump into a car. Thus, the intricate details of those movements were naturally omitted. As I hid in the trunk, I began to contemplate how to approach Inoue Tsukiyo. I understood that Inoue was a man of importance. Should one seek an audience, not only would it be improbable to meet him in person, but even his secretary might be inaccessible, as his family would likely obstruct any attempts to gain an audience. One had to be audacious. The vehicle came to a stop, seemingly in a garage, as the driver exited. I rolled out of the trunk, swiftly incapacitating him with a kick, then leaped forward to stand before Inoue. He immediately recognized that I was not his driver. Inoue Tsukiyo's expression shifted slightly but quickly regained its composure. He forced a smile and said, "All right, follow me." He uttered but a single sentence before turning to ascend the stone steps, and I trailed closely behind him. The bodyguards remained oblivious to any irregularities, likely believing that Mr. Inoue was in good spirits today, prompting the driver to request a raise. I closely followed Inoue until we reached the second floor, where he produced a key from his briefcase and unlocked a door. At that moment, I felt an intense surge of anxiety. My safety depended on Inoue Tsukiyo's cowardice. Yet, he seemed remarkably composed. This was a completely unfamiliar place for me, although I held the advantage now. The tides could turn at any moment, should I falter. Even with the document of authentication given to me by Mr. Nelson, I might find myself inescapably ensnared, given Inoue Tsukiyo's significant stature in Japan. Once he opened the door, I felt a slight sense of relief. It was a spacious study, furnished in a manner that was both luxurious and comfortable, beyond what I could have imagined. I stepped onto the soft carpet. I casually closed the door. Inoue Tsukio approached the desk, placed his briefcase down, and immediately opened a drawer. I swiftly raised my dagger and declared, "Mr. Inoue, my throwing knife is swifter than your handgun." However, Inoue Tsukio merely glared at me and continued to pull open the drawer. He retrieved a checkbook and, with a thud, placed it on the desk, stating, "How much do you want?" "I don't care." I stepped forward a few paces, standing across the desk from him, and replied in a grave tone, "Mr. Inoue, you are mistaken. I do not desire money, not even a single yen." Inoue Tsukio's expression genuinely changed, and his right hand instinctively reached back into the drawer. Yet, I was quicker. Before his hand could grasp anything, I had already taken the handgun from the drawer and aimed it at him. Inoue Tsukio appeared to slump into his chair, merely staring at me in silence. I pressed my hand down on the desk and sat upon it, saying, "Mr. Inoue, I do not seek your wealth. If you are willing to cooperate, I will not take your life. However, you must understand that having ventured here, I am prepared to take any necessary action if the situation demands it. Do you comprehend?" Inoue Tsukio's expression gradually softened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. I toyed with the handgun and inquired, "You once commissioned a factory to manufacture a hard metal box of extreme durability, correct?" Inoue's countenance revealed an unusual expression as he replied, "So you are the one." Inoue continued, "Very well. I admit it. I stated that hard metal box is sealed. It cannot be opened by ordinary metal cutting techniques." Inoue Tsukio conceded, "Indeed, that factory executed the task excellently, according to my specifications, as I have no desire to open the box." Leaning closer, I asked, "Mr. Inoue, I now wish to know what is contained within the box." I candidly told him, "It is for this purpose that I have come." Inoue Tsukio paused for a moment before responding. "I fear I may disappoint you." I raised my handgun and asked, "Are you suggesting that?" He quickly interjected, "No, I do not even know what is inside the box." I coldly replied, "Mr. Inoue, I would expect that at your current standing, you should not deceive me." Inoue Tsukio's words left me even more perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, I said, "Mr. Inoue, I believe you should know what the contents of the box are." Inoue Tsukio answered, "I am aware of its size and shape, but I do not know what it truly is." I pressed further, then described the shape of this object in detail. Inoue Tsukio replied, "It is a hexagonal ball with a diameter of 40 centimeters, each face resembling glass, adorned with numerous fine threads and various inscrutable markings, with two sides seemingly emanating a flickering light." The more I listened, the more bewildered I became, exclaiming, "What on earth is it?" Inoue Tsukio responded, "I have already stated. I do not know." I took a deep breath and inquired, "Then, how did you come to possess it?" Inoue Tsukio replied, "This is the heirloom of the Inoue family, passed down from our ancestors." I asked, "Is it an antique?" Inoue Tsukio shook his head, saying, "It does not seem to be. I have consulted many, and none could make sense of it. The chief engineer of that precision instrument manufacturing firm claimed it to be a highly sophisticated device, likely related to navigation, and requested that I allow him to dismantle it for research. But I refused, thinking he was merely daydreaming." I queried, "Why did you not heed his advice?" Inoue Tsukio explained, "This object has been in the Inoue family since our earliest days of prosperity, over 180 years ago. At that time, even the simplest glider did not exist. Humanity was still in the balloon era. How could such a sophisticated instrument exist?" Upon hearing Inoue Tsukio's explanation, I too found the chief engineer's imagination to be rather excessive, which explained Inoue's refusal of his request. Up until that point, my dialogue with Inoue Tsukio had not only failed to unravel the mystery, but had instead propelled me deeper into confusion. I asked again, "Then why did you choose to encase that object in a hard metal box?" Inoue Tsukio remarked, "That is due to my recent endeavor to organize the family documents, during which I stumbled upon an ancestor's will. This will instruct the descendants of the Inoue family to conceal that object in the most secure manner, buried underground, hidden from prying eyes." I hastily inquired, "Who was the author of that will?" Inoue Tsukio replied, "I can show you the will." Nodding in acknowledgement, Inoue opened a filing cabinet, rummaged for a moment, and retrieved a folder. He opened the folder and presented it to me. While still aiming my pistol at Inoue, I glanced at the yellowed paper nestled within the folder, indicating its age. Inoue Tsukio continued, The Inoue family originally hailed from Hokkaido as fishermen, and it was not until Inoue Shiro that we gradually became a renowned affluent family across the nation. Curiously, I asked, how do you know that extraterrestrial object refers to that item? Inoue Tsukio explained, before this will was discovered, that object was regarded as a treasured heirloom, symbolizing prosperity, passed down through generations, all referred to as extraterrestrial object. I remained silent. Inoue Tsukio had divulged much, yet I gleaned little. He further stated, upon discovering the will, I adhered to its directives, first wrapping the object in asbestos, then encasing it in aluminum, and finally enveloping it in the latest synthetic hard metal as the outermost layer. Inoue Tsukio added, I do not know I in my mind. I swiftly reviewed all that Inoue Tsukio had previously said. I was convinced that he spoke nothing but the truth, and my reasoning was twofold. First, Inoue Tsukio had no reason to lie under the threat of my firearm. Second, the extraterrestrial object appeared to hold little significance for him, and he had no motive to risk his life for something deemed inconsequential. Moreover, that ancient will was evidently not a forgery. He had merely encased the extraterrestrial object in that hard metal box to fulfill his ancestors' wishes. Thus far, my conversation with Inoue Tsukio had not provided me with any deeper understanding of the contents of that box. If I could only see that extraterrestrial object, I might form a clearer conception. But now, even the box's whereabouts were unknown. I fell into silence, and after approximately 3 minutes, Inoue Tsukio looked at me and asked, Do you have any further questions? I responded yes. How did the extraterrestrial object and the box come to be lost? Inoue Tsukio rubbed his hands together, saying, This matter is even stranger. The hard metal box was quite large. I had seen it once at that instrument factory and instructed them to transport it to the airport. I have a private plane and intended to take the box to our family tomb to bury it underground. However, to my astonishment, the box disappeared at the airport. I asked, Did you not report it to the police? Inoue Tsukio replied, Of course. The chief of the police station down the hill is my friend. He emphasized this statement, as if warning me that there would be dire consequences if I offended him. Inoue Tsukio's demeanor grew tense, clearly uncertain of my intentions following my final inquiry. He licked his lips and urged, Please, go on. I stated, Mr. Inoue, I believe you are genuinely unaware of what that extraterrestrial object is. But have you considered that it might hold tremendous significance, to the extent that international spies would find it worth stealing? Inoue Tsukio appeared taken aback for a few seconds before responding. I do not comprehend the meaning of your words, I spoke in a low voice. I once saw that hard metal box within the embassy of a certain country, but now, I have no idea who possesses it. Inoue Tsukio shook his head, saying, No one can ascertain what that extraterrestrial object truly is. It remains a profound mystery. However, I do not consider it to be of great value. I pressed him, Why not? Inoue Tsukio replied, Perhaps it is because I have seen this object since my childhood. I sighed. I truly wish I could see that extraterrestrial object for myself. Inoue Tsukio responded, I have taken photographs of it. Would you like to see? My heart leaped with joy. Yes, yes, that would be splendid. Please, bring them forth. Inoue Tsukio stated, Then I shall rise and move about. I stepped back, saying, By all means, but please do not alert anyone. It would not be beneficial for you. Inoue Tsukio suddenly laughed. Do you think I am a child, incapable of surviving outside of someone else's protection? As he spoke, he stood and approached a filing cabinet, rifling through it before retrieving 2 rather large photographs. Here they are, he declared. Inoue Tsukio possessed a remarkable ability to summarize. His description of the extraterrestrial object, though simple, was quite accurate. It was a hexagonal prism with 12 faces. From the photographs, the object appeared silver gray, resembling a highly advanced alloy. 2 of its faces were adorned with emerald green granules, resembling the lenses of a camera. The remaining faces were replete with intricate gauges, as delicate as spider silk. What astonished me even more was the presence of text on one of the faces. I was taken aback because I recognized none of the characters, yet I had seen them before. In Fong Tian's diary. The peculiar twists shared many similarities, clearly indicating they were of the same script, and my entire focus was captivated by those 2 photographs. Fong Tian's diary was still by my side, and as I contemplated retrieving it to compare the text on the extraterrestrial object with that in the diary, I suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. This was purely an instinct honed by years of perilous living. I abruptly lifted my head. only to find that Inoue Tsukiyo was no longer behind the lavish writing desk. At that moment, his voice echoed from behind me, and I felt a hard object pressing against my waist. Inoue Tsukiyo commanded, "Drop your handgun and raise your hands." In that instant, despair overwhelmed me. I had no choice but to relinquish my firearm and comply. I inhaled deeply, reflecting on the effort and risks I had taken, only to arrive at a minuscule piece of insight, that the text on the extraterrestrial object bore a striking resemblance to that in Feng Tian's diary. Indicating a connection between the extraterrestrial object and Feng Tian, I had failed to consider that someone as successful as Inoue Tsukiyo would never tolerate failure. For him, success was a source of pleasure, and he would resist me regardless of my intentions. I had completely overlooked this crucial aspect of his character, leading to a total reversal of the situation. I bitterly smiled to myself, realizing I was utterly at a loss. I dared not make a sudden move, for if I were to perish at the hands of Inoue Tsukiyo, he would undoubtedly be justified in claiming self-defense, facing no repercussions whatsoever. The very fact that he could eliminate me without consequence made him all the more dangerous. Thus I was compelled to tread cautiously to avoid provoking him. With my hands raised, I endeavored to keep my voice steady, saying, "Mr. Inoue, how swiftly the tables have turned." Inoue Tsukiyo erupted into loud laughter, commanding, "Step forward, stand in the corner, and raise your hands high." In such circumstances, I had no choice but to comply. Upon reaching the corner, Inoue Tsukiyo added, "Did you ever consider that if I were to kill you now, I would face no consequences?" A chill ran down my spine at his words, and after a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Naturally, I have thought of that, but I am not afraid." Inoue Tsukiyo queried, "You are not afraid of death?" I shrugged, responding, "No one is truly unafraid of death. I meant that you would never lay a hand on me." Inoue Tsukiyo retorted, "How dare you trust so easily?" I asserted, "I firmly believe you understand that I come to see you with no malice. I merely seek to clarify certain questions. Do you not realize that if I did not resort to this means, it could take me 1.5 years to see you again? If you were to kill me, you would bear no legal responsibility, but could you truly find peace of mind?" For a moment, Inoue Tsukiyo fell silent, finally stating, "It seems you are not an ordinary criminal." I immediately interjected, "I am not a criminal at all." Inoue Tsukiyo instructed, "Turn around." I was perplexed by his request but had no choice but to comply. As I turned, he waved his hand. In that instant, I could hardly suppress my laughter. It turned out that what Inoue Tsukiyo held was not a handgun, but a pipe. I had just been subdued by a mere pipe, which struck me as utterly absurd. Noticing my frozen state, Inoue Tsukiyo erupted into triumphant laughter. I lowered my hands and remarked, "Mr. Inoue, although this was a dramatic failure, it might be said to be the singular failure of my life. Of course, I have encountered numerous failures throughout my existence, far exceeding this one. Yet, in articulating this sentiment, I inadvertently adorned Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo with a metaphorical crown, instilling a sense of pride within him, as anticipated. Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo laughed with delight and inquired, "Who are you?" In such circumstances, I found no need to conceal my identity any longer. I extended my hand, removed the mask that had shrouded my face, and declared, "I am Wesley, a Chinese." I was astonished to discover that I was indeed a person of considerable renown. The moment my name escaped my lips, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's hand trembled, causing his pipe to clatter to the ground. With a gasp, he exclaimed, "Wesley, had I known it was you, I would never have dared to engage in such trickery." I chuckled and replied, "Why is that?" He shrugged, saying, "It's not for any particular reason, but I am well aware of some of your exploits. How could I presume to showcase my own skills before you?" At that moment, I discerned the reasons behind Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's success. It stemmed not only from his family's legacy, but also from his own merits as an individual. I reached out my hand, and he shook it warmly, at which point I added, "I would like to apologize for my earlier actions." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo responded, "There's no need for that. You came here regarding the extraterrestrial object, and this may greatly contribute to the prosperity of the Inoue family. But how did you come to be interested in this matter?" I replied, "The story is rather lengthy. If you are inclined to hear it, I can recount it in its entirety. However, I would first ask you to send someone to release your driver, as I would also like to extend my apologies to him." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo chuckled heartily, pressed a button to summon assistance, and instructed them to free the driver, while also ordering 2 cups of coffee. In his study, I elaborated on the entire sequence of events at this juncture. I naturally retrieved the diary of Fong Tian, cross-referencing it with the text concerning the extraterrestrial object in the photograph. Indeed, the 2 peculiar and distorted scripts appeared to belong to the same category. Once I concluded my narrative, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo stood up and began to pace, stating, "The news of Dr. Sasaki's assassination has sent shockwaves across the nation. Originally, Dr. Sasaki was to be united with the Inoue family through marriage, but we have learned that his daughter has exhibited highly disreputable behavior." I defended the young lady, saying, "She is not disreputable. She loves Fong Tian." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo snorted derisively, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he posed the question, "Have you considered this point?" I instinctively touched my head, asking, "What point?" After a brief pause, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo remarked, "What we possess in our family is the extraterrestrial object. I feel that Fong Tian may indeed be the extraterrestrial being referenced in the will." I couldn't help but laugh, saying, "So, you are suggesting that Fong Tian is over 180 years old?" Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo chuckled as well, yet amidst his laughter, I sensed that his statement was not without merit. After hearing my account, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo believed that Fong Tian was the extraterrestrial being mentioned in his ancestor's will, a notion not entirely unfounded. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that the diary contained text identical to that found on the extraterrestrial object. However, this alone could not substantiate the claim that Fong Tian was indeed the extraterrestrial being. Furthermore, the will of Inoue Shiro is nearly 200 years old. Does that not seem rather implausible? Thus, both Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo and I shared a mutual chuckle over this speculation, choosing not to pursue it further. Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo then inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" I offered a wry smile, responding, "The Moon God Society may misunderstand me as someone who can fly, and an embassy from a certain country believes I have deceived them. It appears I am at an impasse." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo encouraged me, saying, "You at an impasse?" "Absolutely not," I replied. "For now, I wish to meet the chief engineer of that precision instrument factory." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo laughed, asking, "What, do you believe that extraterrestrial object might be a precision instrument?" I shrugged my shoulders, stating, "Up to this point, I have only seen it in photographs. I cannot make any definitive conclusions. I wish to hear his perspective." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo agreed, saying, "That sounds good. I will contact him first and inform him that someone wishes to see him. He has a keen interest in this matter, and I am confident he will discuss it with you in detail." He picked up the phone, dialed the number, and conversed with the engineer while I paced on the plush carpet. Just half an hour ago, this exquisite study was charged with tension, the atmosphere palpable. Yet now, such feelings had dissipated entirely. I couldn't help but chuckle at how I had come to know Japan's wealthiest man, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo, in such an unexpected manner. Before long, Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo set down the phone, stating, "I have arranged for you. Tonight at 10 o'clock, at his residence. Would you like me to send a car to take you to Tokyo?" I replied with a smile, "No need. Your driver would likely abandon me in the wilderness out of spite. I noticed a motorcycle in your garage earlier. I would be most grateful if I could borrow it." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo readily agreed, saying, of course. I extended my hand, saying, "Then, I shall take my leave." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo and I shook hands firmly, and suddenly he remarked, "There is one more thing. After careful consideration, I believe it is best to share this with you. But I must ask you to keep it a secret." The gravity in Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's demeanor as he spoke those words caught me off guard. I responded, "Feel free to speak." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo lowered his voice, clearly unafraid of eavesdroppers, yet the very act of lowering his voice indicated the importance of what he was about to share. He continued, "Earlier, you mentioned your interactions with the Moon God Society. I feel it is necessary to disclose a secret unknown to outsiders. That is, the Moon God Society has a rather peculiar connection to the Inoue family." Upon hearing Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's revelation, I was taken aback. It was unfathomable how members of the illustrious and affluent Inoue family could possibly be linked to such a nefarious cult as the Moon God Society. I remained silent, and Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo added, "Among the 3 elders of the Moon God Society, one bears the surname Inoue, and this Inoue is closely related to us." I hesitated, responding, "I still do not fully grasp your meaning." Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo explained, The matter traces back to distant kinship. My direct ancestor is Inoue Shiro, but Inoue Shiro had a brother, Goru, who was one of the original founders of the Moon God Society. His descendants have consistently held leadership positions within the society. At first glance, the situation seemed exceedingly complex, yet upon closer reflection, it appeared rather straightforward. The brothers Inoue Shiro and Inoue Goru, while the elder prospered and his descendants became the well-known Inoue family. The younger brother chose a different path, founding the Moon God Society, with his lineage serving as its elders through the generations. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's secrecy stemmed from the Moon God Society's tarnished reputation. Should this secret be made public, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Inoue family's standing. As I contemplated this, I nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that I understood Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's message. However, a question arose in my mind. What was Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo's intention in sharing this with me? Why did he feel compelled to disclose the relationship between the two branches of the Inoue family? I raised my head, poised to inquire further. But as I did so, clarity struck me. The followers of the Moon God Society recite the words of its founder, claiming that they believed in the existence of individuals living on the moon after witnessing someone descend from it, thus establishing the society in the hope of greater happiness and fulfillment for humanity. If we were to assume that such an event were true, then among those who claimed to have seen someone descending from the moon would be Inoue Goru. Coincidentally, Inoue Shiro's will also contain references to extraterrestrial beings. Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo and I exchanged glances, both rendered speechless, clearly burdened by the same absurd and incredible thought. It appeared that during the lifetimes of Inoue Shiro and Inoue Goru, there truly may have been visitors from beyond the stars. Naturally, both Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo and I found it impossible to accept this as fact, for the notion was too bizarre, exceeding the limits of our imaginations. I offered Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo a wry smile, saying, I understand your implication. As soon as I have any leads on this matter, I will report back to you. Mr. Inoue Tsukiyo refrained from saying anything further, simply stating, It has been a pleasure to meet you. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out. He escorted me to the door of the study, where the driver, who had glared at me with hostility, accompanied me to the garage. I mounted the high-performance motorcycle, revving the engine, and sped off. Glancing at my watch, I noted that there remained an hour before my appointment with the chief engineer. I first called the hospital in an attempt to contact Mr. Nelson. Naturally, Mr. Nelson's identity is highly confidential, and the police would not casually disclose his whereabouts over the phone. I resolved to wait until I had met with the engineer before attempting to establish contact with him. I rode my bicycle to the vicinity of the factory, where I first satiated my hunger at a small eatery. Upon my arrival in Tokyo, I regained my vigilance. However, thus far, I had not detected anyone tailing me. I felt a peculiar sense of pride over the past few days, despite enduring a constant state of anxiety that was far from pleasant. The thought that among those who might be following me were elite international spies and the formidable Moon God Society, and yet I had managed to elude them, filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment, an emotion not easily comprehended by those accustomed to a mundane existence. Having satisfied my appetite at the small restaurant, I emerged and walked towards the factory. The establishment operated day and night, illuminated brilliantly. Upon reaching the gatehouse, I conveyed my purpose, and a courteous individual promptly escorted me inside, no doubt as a result of prior instructions from the chief engineer. This factory specialized in the precision casting of instruments, rendering it remarkably silent, devoid of the usual clamor of machinery. The surroundings did not resemble a typical factory. The roads were smooth and cleanly paved, flanked by vibrant flowers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hospital. Following my guide, I arrived at the entrance of the factory's administrative building. As I stepped onto the stone steps and pushed open the glass door, the individual suddenly inquired, "Are you Mr. Wesley?" I was on the verge of affirming my identity when a sudden awareness cautioned me against speaking too freely. Simultaneously, a strange feeling washed over me, for I distinctly recalled that when Inoue Tsukiyo contacted the engineer, he did not disclose who would be visiting, nor did he mention my name. Yet, this person had uttered Wesley. The individual pushed open the glass door, and I followed him inside. He did not turn around but simply stated, "I am the security personnel stationed here. Due to the nature of this factory producing highly precise instruments, security measures are in place. Mr. Nelson visited before you and anticipated your arrival," he added with a smile. He has gone to the place he most wished to visit. A sudden suspicion arose within me. What did he mean by that? The man continued, I was merely speaking casually. In truth, I have no knowledge of where he has gone. I silently chastised Nelson for sharing unnecessary details with a factory security officer. However, I quickly recognized the suspicious nature of the man's words. Mr. Nelson was a meticulous and capable individual, far exceeding my abilities. If I deemed it unwise to divulge such information, why would he? Doubts began to swirl in my mind about this man, yet I could not devise a means to interrogate him, just as I was contemplating. The elevator halted, and he stepped out in front of a door along the corridor, knocking twice and announcing, Mr. Kimura, your guest has arrived. A robust voice emanated from within, instructing, please come in. The man stepped aside, allowing me to push open the door. While in the gatehouse, I had not regarded him with suspicion, yet now, as he continued to face away from me, I swiftly turned my head to take a glimpse. My heart raced upon that glance. The man wore an exceedingly intricate mask. Had I not possessed a similar mask myself, I would never have discerned this detail. In that fleeting moment, my heart raced. Although I did not fully grasp what was transpiring, I sensed that something was terribly amiss. I spoke in a low voice. Are you not coming in? He had turned around and replied, I am not. Before he could finish his sentence, I swiftly seized him by the nape, forcing his head back, while my left hand gripped his throat, rendering him silent. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at me, producing a series of choking sounds from his throat. At that moment, I remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation, yet I knew I had to act quickly to neutralize this individual. I drove my knee into his lower back and struck the back of his head, causing him to collapse. I reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a silenced handgun, bending down to peer through the keyhole into the room beyond. Upon my glance, I could not help but exclaim inwardly how perilous the situation was. I gently propped up the unconscious man and reached for the doorknob. My previous glance through the keyhole had been limited. But what I had seen was sufficient. I observed an irate middle-aged man held at gunpoint in a chair. Though I could not see the assailant, I recognized the furious individual as the renowned Japanese scientist, Kimura Nobude. He was, in fact, the chief engineer of this precision instrument manufacturing facility. As I turned the doorknob and pushed the door open about a foot, I suddenly propelled the unconscious man forward. He tumbled into the room as if someone had lunged in. The moment he crossed the threshold, I heard a thud, the sound of a silenced gunshot. Utilizing the door as cover, I quickly surveyed the interior and discerned 3 armed individuals. I fired 3 shots in rapid succession. This is not mere self-praise. Those 3 shots were executed with utmost precision. Following the series of thuds, the first 2 were my gunshots, each striking the right forearm of the 3 armed men, causing blood to flow profusely as they involuntarily released their grips. The final sounds of thuds marked the dropping of their firearms, culminating in a loud thud as the man I had pushed in collapsed to the ground. Originally, he had merely been rendered unconscious by me. However, now he had been fatally shot by his accomplices. Kimura Nobu promptly rose, and I raised my gun towards the 3 individuals, commanding, step back and stand against the wall. Their faces drained of color as they stared at my firearm point. One among them seemed inclined to retrieve the gun that had fallen to the floor with his left hand. Yet upon seeing my weapon inch forward, he promptly abandoned that intention. All 3 retreated to the wall, while Kimura Nobu seized the telephone, asking, Are you the new security personnel? Will you report this, or shall I? I swiftly approached and seized the receiver from him, stating, There is no need to rush to report. Kimura Nobu looked at me with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, to which I replied with a smile, I am not the factory's security personnel. I am your guest. Kimura gasped. You are the person mentioned by Inoue over the phone. I affirmed, Indeed, I am that person. How long have these 4 been here? Kimura scowled. They have held me for half an hour, insisting they were waiting for someone named Wesley. Who knows what sort of person that Wesley is? I maintained my smile, responding that Wesley is no one other than myself. Kimura exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of extreme embarrassment. I directed my attention to the 3 individuals, demanding, Which faction do you represent? None of them uttered a word. I scoffed, Very well. I shall notify the authorities. One of the 3 hurriedly exclaimed, Wesley, it would be best for us to resolve this matter privately. I placed my hand on the telephone, stating, Very well, but I must know which faction you represent and how you came to know I would be here. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. Just moments ago, while dining at the small eatery, I had believed I had successfully evaded all forms of surveillance, yet unbeknownst to me, they had already been waiting for me. Had I not been sufficiently astute, I would undoubtedly have fallen into their hands again. I sighed. With such extensive connections, you should know the whereabouts of that box. The man replied, we only know to follow orders. The rest is beyond our knowledge. He added, we will certainly comply. I gestured towards the lifeless body on the floor, asking, can you remove him from the factory without being detected? The man quickly affirmed, yes, yes. I waved my hand, instructing, leave the guns here. You may go. The three of them visibly exhaled a sigh of relief, one of them lifting the deceased, while I maintained a watchful eye on them until they exited the room and entered the elevator. As for how they would mask their injured arms or conceal the dead body, that was not my concern. Being spies, they would surely have their methods. I turned back to Kimura Nobu, who appeared quite dissatisfied. Inquiring, why did you not notify the authorities? I explained, Mr. Kimura, this matter pertains to, I remarked. The situation is exceedingly intricate. However, at its core, it all revolves around the extraterrestrial object belonging to the Inoue family. Kimura Nobu regarded me for a moment and said, my rapport with Mr. Inoue is quite strong. He informed me over the phone that I could place my full trust in you. Dai nodded and replied, one could certainly say that I am certain that this statement does not encapsulate his true sentiments. The essence of what he wished to convey to me remains unuttered, as one can glean from his demeanor. That moment, I, of course, was oblivious to the secrets that lay within his heart. And thus I inquired, might I ask what exactly this extraterrestrial object is? Kimura Nobu responded, why do you wish to know? Upon hearing my last question, Kimura's expression suddenly shifted, and his hands trembled involuntarily. This tremor caused the documents he had handed to me to fall to the ground. As he repeatedly apologized, he picked up my documents and returned them to me. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of doubt arose within me. I feigned ignorance of his unusual demeanor and continued, the reason is a secret. Please forgive me. Mr. Inoue mentioned your particular insights regarding the extraterrestrial object, which is why I sought to pursue a deeper understanding and request your cooperation. Kimura Nobu pondered for a moment and then said, strictly speaking, I too am uncertain about what this extraterrestrial object truly is. However, after conducting a multitude of experiments, upon hearing this, I immediately interrupted him, reiterating his words. A multitude of experiments? Kimura responded with a hesitant yes. Yes, explaining that prior to its placement in a box, he had devoted considerable time to its study. I sensed that Kimura Nobu's demeanor still held an element of suspicion, yet I chose to remain silent, merely asking, so, what is your preliminary conclusion regarding its nature? Kimura replied, I have already informed Mr. Inoue that it is an exceptionally precise guidance instrument utilized in the realm of space travel. As for its application, I confess my knowledge is regrettably lacking. I tilted my head, observing him. That extraterrestrial object, as depicted in photographs, indeed resembled a sophisticated instrument, yet it had purportedly existed for nearly 2 centuries. How could that be? I asked. Mr. Kimura, have you not considered the fact that this extraterrestrial object has been passed down through the Inoue family for 180 years? Kimura exclaimed. Of course, I am aware. I continued. Then, are you suggesting that such scientific prowess existed 180 years ago to create such a precise instrument for space travel? Kimura stated, certainly not. To say nothing of 180 years ago, even today, it remains impossible. I found myself increasingly perplexed by his words and asked, what do you mean by that? Kimura abruptly stood up. Advanced life forms on Earth cannot construct such intricate instruments. Might not advanced beings from other planets be capable of doing so? Upon hearing Kimura's assertion, I was taken aback and involuntarily rose as well. Mr. Kimura, are you implying that you believe what you are suggesting? However, if I were to elaborate further, it would imply that you are positing that this object originates from another planet, which is an utterly absurd and inconceivable notion. Hence my sudden silence. Yet, Kimura unhesitatingly continued. Yes, I am asserting that this object is not of terrestrial origin. It is a product of another planet, the culmination of extraterrestrial scientific endeavors. I stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a response. What could I possibly say in the presence of such a startling conclusion from a distinguished scientist and engineer? Naturally, I could not immediately accept his astonishing claim. After a considerable pause, I queried, "Do you truly hold such conviction?" Kimura replied, "I have no choice but to believe it." That I asked, "What does that imply?" Kimura explained, "I once used a high-speed cutting tool to sever a fragment of the metal from the extraterrestrial object. This metal is either unknown on Earth or has yet to be discovered by humanity." I inhaled sharply and asked, "Is it truly plausible? Have beings from other planets indeed visited Earth?" Kimura affirmed, "It is possible. The extraterrestrial object serves as proof. Moreover, are you familiar with the tale of Dr. Nagakawa?" I shook my head, responding, "I am unaware." "Who is Dr. Nagakawa?" Kimura elucidated. Dr. Nagakawa is an eminent Japanese physicist and chemist who conducted a successful experiment in October of 1924. As he spoke, I began to chuckle. The knowledge I had acquired in school had not entirely departed from me, and I remarked, "This experiment is quite renowned. Dr. Nagakawa discovered that the atoms of mercury possess similarities to those of gold, thus utilizing high-voltage electricity to split the atoms of mercury, transforming it into gold." "Correct." Kimura nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, this experiment is recognized as a significant success within the global scientific community. It demonstrated that metals could change under certain conditions. You must understand that many of today's scientific advancements stem from this principle," I replied. Naturally, I harbor no intention of undermining the significance of Dr. Nagakawa's experiment. However, I recall that our previous discussion revolved around beings from other planets having visited Earth. I politely reminded him, though inwardly, I found amusement in the thought that Kimura might struggle to coherently defend his stance, prompting him to divert the conversation. To my surprise, Kimura maintained his seriousness, stating, "Indeed? I have not strayed from the topic. Do you know why Dr. Nagakawa concentrated his efforts on researching and sought to alter molecular arrangements to transmute mercury into gold?" I awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Who could say?" Kimura leaned towards me, stating, "Dr. Nagakawa's initial motivation was mere curiosity. He wondered why, in ancient Rome and China, alchemists from both East and West regarded mercury as the foundational material for alchemy and diligently pursued their studies. Despite yielding no results, yet remained steadfast in their beliefs, I have an intense fascination for all things inexplicable." When Kimura initially mentioned Dr. Nagakawa, I could scarcely suppress a yawn. Yet now, I found myself pondering, why did ancient alchemists, regardless of their cultural background, stubbornly associate mercury with gold, believing it could be transformed? There exists no inherent connection between mercury and gold. They are two metals of entirely different hues and forms. I stared wide-eyed at Kimura. He continued, "At that time, Dr. Nagakawa found it peculiar. He knew there must be a reason behind it, and thus he focused his efforts on studying mercury, ultimately discovering the atomic similarities between mercury and gold, which led to his successful experiment." Upon reaching this point, Kimura glanced at me and noted my rapt attention. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, "His success validated the ancient alchemist's beliefs, yet the initial mystery he questioned remained unresolved. Why did ancient peoples link mercury and gold? Considering that prior to 1924, no one had discovered their atomic similarities or the presence of gold within mercury's atomic structure." He emphatically pounded his fist on the table and declared, "Moreover, given the scientific capabilities of ancient times, it was utterly impossible for such a discovery to have been made. Yet the alchemists of China and Rome clung tenaciously to the belief that mercury could be transformed into gold." He concluded his discourse and fixed his gaze upon me. I took a deep breath and inquired, "What is your explanation, Mr. Kimura?" Kimura responded, "This is not my explanation, but rather my father's interpretation. My father was a close friend of Dr. Nagakawa. He posited that at some point in antiquity, beings from other planets visited Earth. Rome and China were the most culturally advanced nations at the time. Yet the science of those extraterrestrial beings was incomparably more advanced. They had long since discovered a remarkably simple method to transform mercury and other substances into gold and had demonstrated it to the people of Earth, thus embedding this notion in their minds." Kimura's words brimmed with imagination and were equally persuasive. I found myself inadvertently echoing him. Therefore, Earthlings sought to produce gold using this method, but due to the limitations of scientific knowledge, they were perpetually unsuccessful, Kimura affirmed. "Precisely, it was only with Dr. Nagakawa that success was first achieved," I began. Then, I uttered but two words before pausing, striving to maintain composure, for I realized I had been drawn into a fervent state by Kimura's discourse. Kimura evidently perceived my sentiments. He inhaled deeply and asked, "Do you not believe me? I do not require your belief. I merely ask if such a possibility exists." I sincerely nodded and replied, "Of course. Such a possibility exists," Kimura stated. "Then that is well. We may continue our discussion," I said. "I have several questions. Might I request you to elucidate further?" Kimura Nobutaka replied, "I am not an expert in this field, but I shall endeavor to share what I can." I continued, "Why is it that beings from other planets visit Earth only once and do not return?" After pondering for a moment, Kimura said, "There are three possibilities. Firstly, it is not that they do not return, but rather that we remain unaware of their comings and goings. Secondly, they may have attempted to arrive but met with disaster en route. Indeed, an increasing number of scientists believe that the mysterious explosion over Tunguska in Siberia during the 19th century was the result of an extraterrestrial spacecraft's mishap." I nodded in acknowledgement, and Kimura continued, "The third point is that we do not know from which planet the being that imparted alchemical knowledge originated. It is conceivable that they hail from a distant world and are currently en route back home." I laughed and remarked, "Do they possess such longevity?" Kimura regarded me with a curious expression and countered, "Surely, you cannot be so unfamiliar with the most rudimentary principles of relativity. In high-velocity travel, time becomes almost irrelevant." I fell silent. Kimura added, "Moreover, the perception of time for beings on other planets differs significantly from ours. We measure a year by the Earth's orbit around the Sun, which spans 60 years of our lives. However, beings from other worlds may also define a year by their own planetary cycles, with their lifespans similarly extending to 60 years, yet the disparity is vast. Do you comprehend?" I indicated my confusion. As the questions seemed to multiply, Kimura elucidated, "Do you not grasp? Neptune's orbital period around the Sun is 165 times that of Earth's. Thus, if beings on Neptune also live for 60 years, their actual lifespan would be 165 times longer than that of humans on Earth." His words were indeed startling, yet upon reflection, they seemed plausible. I sat in silence for a time, and then Kimura continued, "Due to genetic influences, if beings from other planets were to reside on Earth, their lifespans would still be measured according to the temporal standards of their home worlds. Mr. Wei, I suspect the legendary figures from Chinese folklore, such as the 800-year-old Peng Zhu and the one who consumed the peach of immortality thrice, might actually be from other planets." The absurdity of Kimura's assertions was escalating, and just as I was about to burst into laughter, a sudden realization struck me, as if I had been forcefully jolted. In that instant, I recalled Feng Tian. By comparing the diary from Feng Tian with the inscriptions on the extraterrestrial object, it became evident that Feng Tian was connected to the otherworldly entity. Inoue Masao had previously suggested that Feng Tian was indeed an extraterrestrial being, but his comments were made in jest due to the age-related discrepancies. However, Kimura's words now left me profoundly shaken. He posited that the lifespan of extraterrestrial beings would be adjusted according to their planetary standards. If they hailed from Neptune, they could potentially live 165 times longer than humans on Earth. While Kimura's hypothesis was unprovable, no one had conducted experiments with beings from other planets. It could not be entirely dismissed as nonsensical. Such a possibility existed. Thus, Feng Tian could indeed be an extraterrestrial entity. Provided Feng Tian was not from Mercury or Venus, his lifespan could vastly exceed that of Earthlings, with a multiplicity of years rather than mere extensions. If he were from Neptune, then while 165 years may have passed on Earth, for him, it would merely equate to a single year. In a fleeting moment, I recognized that Kimura's hypothesis might unravel the doubts I harbored regarding Feng Tian. It had been many years since I parted ways with Feng Tian. Yet his appearance remained unchanged. His blue blood was an impossibility for any Earthling. He possessed extraordinary brainwaves capable of inducing suicidal thoughts. He wielded a compact weapon capable of lethally incapacitating a person in an instant. And his scientific knowledge left even the most brilliant scientists astounded. The myriad peculiarities surrounding Feng Tian were indeed overwhelming, defying rational explanation. However, upon realizing that he originated from another planet and was not of Earth, did not all my questions find resolution? Initially, I regarded Kimura as a person with an exceedingly vivid imagination, and I had no intention of countering his statements. Yet, upon reflecting on Feng Tian, I found myself increasingly convinced of Kimura's deductions. I sat in my chair, speechless for a considerable time, feeling my cheeks flush, my body warm, and my thoughts swirling chaotically. For generations, humanity has centered itself around Earth, and the sudden awareness that, from the perspective of beings on other planets, we Earthlings are hardly more intelligent than mere beasts was a sentiment beyond mere words to convey. I remained in a state of daze, the duration of which even I could not ascertain. Note: this narrative marks the first encounter of Wei with an extraterrestrial being, leading to considerable astonishment, which eventually wanes with familiarity. Kimura, too, maintained a still posture, evidently resolute in his conclusions, sharing my sentiment of disbelief. After a while, I finally stood and said, "Mr. Kimura, thank you for your assistance." He smiled lightly. "It is of no consequence. I had initially intended to divulge all I knew about Feng Tian to Kimura. Yet I swiftly reconsidered, determining it wiser to keep such matters known to fewer individuals. Thus, I revised my statement, Mr. Kimura, it is unfortunate that Mr. Inoue stubbornly insists on burying that extraterrestrial object, denying you further research opportunities. Otherwise, you could undoubtedly achieve new discoveries." As I uttered these words, a sense of suspicion arose within me. Kimura had been gazing at me intently, yet upon hearing my mention of the extraterrestrial object, he turned away, avoiding direct eye contact, his expression becoming inscrutable, reminiscent of his demeanor during my previous references to the object. A stirring of unease crept into my heart, yet I remained oblivious to its cause. I rose and said, "I may need to consult you again." Kimura returned to his usual demeanor. "You are always welcome." He escorted me to the exit, and a thought crossed my mind. There seemed to be a pressing need to notify the Tokyo police about Kimura's safety. I opted to descend the stairs rather than take the elevator, so I walked slowly. My thoughts raced. The situation had unfolded in ways I could not have anticipated, and I should reach out to Mr. Nelson. I quickened my pace. However, after only a short distance, I sensed someone approaching swiftly. I turned around, and before me stood an individual illuminated by the streetlight. To my astonishment, it was none other than the ambassador of a certain nation. This truly took me by surprise. In Tokyo, the ambassador represents a significant figure, embodying not just a country but an entire formidable bloc. The gravity of having such an important person following me in the night was not to be underestimated. Thus, when I recognized that the individual before me was indeed the ambassador, I found myself speechless for a full minute. The ambassador wore a cruel smile, as if I were his prey, fixating on me without blinking. I struggled to muster a smile in return. The moment I saw the ambassador, I surmised that with him personally involved, the agents surrounding the factory likely outnumbered me significantly, and now their focus was solely on me. Leaving them more than adequately prepared, I harbored no intention of resistance. Indeed, during that minute of my daze, footsteps echoed from all directions. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed some individuals casually leaning on each other, appearing as drunken workers returning from a night out. Others wore their hats askew, smoking cigarettes, adopting the demeanor of vagabonds. Some were far from me, while others were quite close, yet it was evident they had come for me. Regret welled within me. I lamented having let those two agents go so easily in Kimura's office. Clearly, their presence here was due to the reports from those two. I assessed the situation and swiftly concluded that to extricate myself from this encirclement, I would need to subdue the ambassador himself. I reached out my hand, but as it extended halfway, it froze, immobilized. At that moment, the ambassador raised his own hand, revealing a gleaming pistol. Though the range of such a small firearm might not be extensive, the distance between us was sufficient to claim my life. Instinctively, I raised my hands in surrender. The ambassador barked, "Lower your hands. Are you trying to draw attention to yourself?" I struggled to maintain my composure and replied, "What do you intend to do, Mr. Ambassador?" I emphasized the title ambassador, subtly reminding him that should anyone become aware of the current situation, it would constitute a significant blow to his status. The ambassador gritted his teeth, lowering his voice to a near whisper, and declared, "I shall personally carry out your execution." Upon hearing these words, my body involuntarily trembled. Before I could devise any means of resistance, the ambassador barked, "Move." I inhaled deeply and asked, "Where to?" The ambassador retorted sharply, "Move." With no other course of action available to me, I began to walk forward. Soon, a large transport truck arrived and came to a halt beside us. The ambassador continued to issue commands, saying, Get in the truck, I hastily replied, if you are referring to that metal box. But before I could finish my sentence, the ambassador shouted, Get in. My mind raced as I climbed into the truck's cargo area and lifted the tarpaulin, only to discover that the compartment had been modified. Though the outside observer, it appeared to be a dilapidated freight truck, its cargo area covered with a faded tarpaulin. However, upon peeling back the canvas, I found a steel door, which immediately swung open with a commanding voice instructing, Put your hands on your head and step inside. That command alone would not compel me to comply, but accompanying it was the menacing barrel of a silenced gun. Nearly touching my nose, leaving me no choice but to obey, I stepped into the darkened cargo area, where I could see nothing, only feeling the ground beneath my feet, which was remarkably soft, as if covered with an exceedingly thick carpet. The voice commanded again, Stand still. Just as I froze, I felt a hand touch my back, followed closely by another on my chest. Uncertain of their intent, I suddenly noticed a green glow illuminating my chest, undoubtedly due to someone having smeared phosphorescent powder on my front and back. Despite the luminescence, the phosphor's glow did little to reveal the surroundings within the cargo area, and my heart began to race uncontrollably. At that moment, I heard the ambassador's laughter, echoing like a night owl, as he said, Mr. Wesley, the clever and capable, you may take a seat. Startled and enraged, I retorted, Where is the chair? The ambassador coldly replied, Turn on the lights. As soon as he uttered those two words, the cargo area was flooded with light, but merely for half a second before plunging back into darkness. The glow on my chest became slightly brighter, having absorbed the light just now. Although the illumination was fleeting, it had allowed me a glimpse of my surroundings. The cargo space resembled a small room, furnished with a table and chairs, one of which was positioned beside me. Yet, I was not alone, for armed men were also present, all of whom were fixated on me. Defeated, I sank into the chair beside me and asked, May I smoke a cigarette? The ambassador's voice was icy and unyielding as he said, No, not only can you not smoke, but you cannot move at all. You have already seen the situation around you. At that moment, I felt the truck begin to shake, indicating it was in motion. Though I had no idea where it was headed, I remained silent, and the ambassador continued, There are 4 marksmen capable of competing in world shooting contests watching you, Mr. Wesley. You cannot see them, nor can they see you. But before them are 2 targets, your phosphorescent chest and back. He cackled again, saying, So, should you attempt to resist, I dare say that 4 bullets will certainly not stray beyond the area marked by the phosphor. This was indeed a situation I had never encountered before. Being held at gunpoint, whether by a handgun or even a submachine gun, was not foreign to me. Yet, this current predicament was unlike any I had faced. In complete darkness, with only the glow on my chest and back, I was the perfect target. Even a poor marksman could easily hit me, and before me lay a shroud of darkness, where the enemy was. Whether they remained still or moved, and how far away they were, I could not discern at all. I felt like a blind man, entirely stripped of my ability to fight back. I realized my voice sounded hoarse as I said, There is no need for you to elaborate on my predicament. The ambassador replied coldly, Very well, then I shall inquire about the matter at hand. Where is that box? To whom have you entrusted it? I give you 10 seconds to speak. That I hurriedly responded. I have already reported to Inoue Tsukiyo that the box is in your possession. If I die, Inoue Tsukiyo will undoubtedly seek retribution from you. The 10 seconds the ambassador granted me allowed only for those few words. After I finished speaking, I braced myself for the sound of 4 gunshots that would send me to my demise. However, there was no gunfire. My heart raced with disbelief. My words had resonated. I assumed that the individuals responsible for stealing that box at Inoue's private airport were agents from a certain embassy. Should this information come to light, it would surely create a national uproar, given that Inoue Tsukiyo held immense authority and respect across both political and social spheres. The ambassador's silence confirmed my suspicions were valid. I promptly added, Ambassador, for your own sake, it would be wise to treat me with courtesy. I am genuinely here to assist you. Those circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. The ambassador's sharp tone inquired. What unexpected turn? I replied. The box was seized by an unidentified group. Do you have any leads? The ambassador coldly stated, My lead lies with you. I swiftly changed the subject and asked, How many days has your superior given you? The ambassador blurted, 10 days. He then angrily exclaimed, What are you talking about? I sighed and said, Ambassador, with only 10 days remaining, how many have you already squandered on me? The ambassador, clearly frustrated, admitted, 3 days have passed. 3 days. I smiled slightly, a genuine expression, as the situation was gradually shifting in my favor. I spoke firmly, Ambassador. How will you utilize the remaining 7 days? You truly cannot afford to waste a single minute. If I do not establish contact with Inoue Tsukio before midnight, he will notify the police of my disappearance and disclose the details of his family's heirlooms theft. The ambassador's voice trembled slightly as he replied. Nonsense, that I coldly laughed, saying, believe it or not, your fate is ultimately in your hands. The ambassador hastily retorted, how can I trust you? I replied, you must believe me. The ambassador lamented, I have believed you once before. And all this trouble arose from that trust. I exhaled in relief, for the ambassador's tone had softened considerably. I said, I apologize for this situation. It was entirely accidental. Your troubles stem from my involvement. Yet if you wish to alleviate them, you will need my assistance. The ambassador fell silent for a moment before instructing, turn on the lights. In an instant, the cargo area was illuminated once more, revealing the ambassador seated directly across from me. The 4 armed men remained vigilant, their eyes narrowing as the lights flared. This presented an exquisite opportunity for me to alter my circumstances. However, I refrained from taking action, as it was no longer necessary. The ambassador's expression indicated he would not only refrain from causing me harm, but would also seek my assistance. Comfortably stretching my legs, I gestured towards the 4 armed men and said, it seems those weapons should be put away. The ambassador, with no other option, nodded and waved his hand. The 4 men crouched down, tucking their firearms beneath their arms, clearly still reluctant to fully relax their vigilance over me. Yet, I was not concerned, for I held the advantage. As I smoked, the ambassador anxiously awaited my words, while I remained leisurely composed. After a considerable pause, I finally said, Ambassador, this matter requires our joint cooperation. The ambassador regarded me with a look of skepticism. I continued, that box was taken from us. However, I am unaware of the faction responsible for the theft. The ambassador frowned and asked, do you not have even a single clue? I replied, I believe it is a highly influential group, but not the Moon God Society. This group has even managed to bribe international police officials, and during the heist, they deployed a fleet of American-made vehicles, armed with submachine guns, numbering at least 20 to 30 individuals. Having finished my explanation, I noticed the ambassador's brow furrow even deeper, indicating he was just as lost in this situation. I smiled and said, your intelligence work is exceptionally competent, surpassing that of both the international police and Japanese authorities. I trust you should have an idea of who ultimately possesses the box. The ambassador nodded slightly, acknowledging, I shall make an effort. I held up 3 fingers and declared, I will give you 3 days. The ambassador nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, 3 days? Tokyo has over 10 million inhabitants, and you grant me but 3 days. He regarded me for a moment and then inquired, do you have confidence? Extending his hand, he added, I do. I reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand and asserting, very well, it is settled then. The ambassador rose, and the vehicle jolted, causing him to wobble unsteadily. He remarked, perhaps I have acted foolishly once more. I understood the implication of his words. He referred to trusting me yet again. With a rather awkward expression, he looked at me and said, this is not entirely so. I chuckled, replying, Mr. Ambassador, you have enticed many in Tokyo, yet they are all fools. There are no genuine talents among them. I must disembark now. The ambassador rapped his knuckles on the steel wall, and the truck promptly came to a halt. 2 individuals opened the door for me, and I leaped out as the truck sped away. As the cold wind struck me, I shivered and focused my gaze, realizing I was still within the city limits of Tokyo. Suddenly, I remembered that I had forgotten to arrange a method of rendezvous with the ambassador. Turning back, I attempted to hail the truck, but I immediately noticed a shadow flicker at the street corner ahead. I couldn't help but chuckle, for if I wished to contact the ambassador, it would be exceedingly simple. He still had individuals trailing me. I shrugged and continued forward. The matters concerning the embassy of the foreign nation were finally resolved, albeit temporarily, allowing me some respite from the constant anxiety of a bullet suddenly flying toward the back of my head. However, numerous pressing issues loomed before me. First, I needed to contact Mr. Nelson. Secondly, I had to meet Feng Tian. More importantly, I needed to locate Sasaki Kiko and uncover the identity of Dr. Sasaki's murderer. I was confident that the ambassador could ascertain the whereabouts of the hard metal box within 3 days. This meant that, after 3 days, aside from contending with the Moon God Society, I would also have to confront another organized and powerful group, for that box was not small. Unless forcibly taken, there was scarcely any way to obtain it through cunning means. As I strolled along, I felt as if every endeavor before me was insurmountably difficult. Even reaching out to Mr. Nelson seemed an insurmountable task, as I had lost contact with him after his departure from the hospital, and the hospital staff had no knowledge of his whereabouts. I pondered that I would have to inquire at the Tokyo police station regarding his whereabouts. Ordinary officers, of course, would not know of Mr. Nelson's existence, but higher-ranking officers might possess that information. I resolved to spend the remainder of the night in a small inn. Such establishments in Tokyo were frequented by all manner of individuals. A veritable den of vice. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by 3 or 4 women, their youth eroded by white powder, casting me repulsive smiles, one of whom even pressed closer. I pushed them aside and requested a relatively clean room. Collapsing onto the creaking bed, just as I was about to drift into a fitful sleep, a sudden knock at the door startled me. Instinctively, I sprang to my feet, grateful that I had only intended to sleep in my clothes. I rushed to the door and pulled it open, only to find no one there. It could have been a seasoned trickster, poised to ambush me upon my emergence. Fortunately, the door bore a crack, and the dim light of the corridor illuminated the space. Peering outside, I nearly laughed. Standing there was a police officer, resplendent in uniform. As I stepped out, the officer promptly bowed and asked, "Are you Mr. Wesley?" His English bore a Japanese accent. I was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss for words, he stepped closer, whispering, "Mr. Nelson has been searching for you everywhere." The notion that Mr. Nelson was actively seeking me was entirely plausible. However, the question lingered. How did this officer know of my presence here? I posed this question to him, and he smiled. "All of Tokyo's secret personnel have been mobilized in search of you," I exclaimed. "Oh, where is Mr. Nelson now?" He replied, "At headquarters. Please come with me at once." I nodded and followed the officer outside. Upon exiting the inn, I noticed a car parked on the narrow road in front, with a driver also clad in police uniform. The officer opened the door for me, allowing me to enter first. That moment, a sense of unease washed over me. The officer's ability to locate me seemed suspicious. However, upon glancing inside the vehicle, I spotted a folder sitting on the seat, embossed with the name of the duty officer, a clear indication it belonged to the police station. My doubts dissipated, and I stepped into the vehicle. The officer followed suit, taking a seat beside me, and remarked, "Mr. Nelson has been quite anxious, fearing you might have encountered some misfortune and has been tirelessly searching for you." I chuckled. "He is overly concerned. I am not a child to simply go missing." The officer responded, "Indeed, Mr. Wesley's ingenuity and bravery are the envy of police officers worldwide. Who does not enjoy flattery? Although I profess to despise sycophants, I couldn't help but feel a touch of pride at the officer's words." The officer produced a cigarette case, offering me a smoke. I instinctively reached for one, but in that moment, I recalled that someone leading a life as perilous as mine should never accept a cigarette from another. A cigarette could easily be laced with narcotics, rendering one unconscious with a single puff. The officer, appearing to understand, smiled and selected one for himself. After I retrieved my cigarette, he pulled out a lighter. Igniting it and bringing it closer, I politely acknowledged his gesture and took a few deep puffs from my cigarette, at which point I noted a peculiar expression on the officer's face. My instincts heightened, and I pushed his lighter away. Yet, it was then that I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Despite my caution, it had not been sufficient. I had not smoked his cigarette, but I had used his lighter. If he had laced the lighter's wick with a potent sedative, I would have inhaled it nonetheless. I attempted to prop myself up, but it was futile in that fleeting moment. Everything before me faded to black, and in the darkness, I perceived flickers of flames emanating from the lighter, dancing before my eyes. It all transpired within a mere second, and I felt the vehicle veer violently to the side as I lost consciousness. In Japan, this marked the 3rd time within mere days that I had succumbed to unconsciousness. This was a humiliation I had never before experienced. As I gradually regained awareness, an ominous feeling enveloped me. I hesitated to open my eyes, Preferring to remain in a stupor, I heard no sounds and felt no light filtering through my closed eyelids. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself enveloped in darkness. Seated on what felt like an exceedingly comfortable sofa, as I shifted slightly, the darkness suddenly illuminated. I realized there must be some mechanism within the sofa that signaled my awakening. I surveyed my surroundings. It was a rather cozy living room, devoid of anything remarkable. I scoffed. Well, are we still playing games? Someone should be arriving shortly, and no sooner had I uttered these words than someone turned the doorknob and entered. I remained seated, observing the newcomer. A middle-aged man stepped in, dressed in impeccably tailored attire. He did not appear to be Japanese. From my observations, he resembled someone from the Balkan Peninsula. That moment, I felt more pleased than disheartened. Although I had found myself in yet another unknown location, which was not an encouraging sign, I recognized that this was certainly not within the sphere of influence of the Moon God Society, nor was it the embassy of any foreign nation. Thus, it was highly likely that I was in the presence of individuals who had absconded with the hard metal box. Remaining seated, I regarded the middle-aged man with a calm and composed demeanor. He, too, remained silent until he took a seat before me and offered a polite smile, saying, "Sir, I would prefer that we converse in a gentlemanly manner." I replied with a cold smirk, "Very well, though your methods of bringing me here were hardly gentlemanly." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically, saying, "We do not wish for you to know who we are, nor do we desire for you to disclose your presence here. Your safety is assured." As he spoke, I pondered in silence. His words seemed genuine, yet I was left to wonder what kind of power he represented and to which organization he belonged. Not to mention, the impersonation of a police officer was no small feat. I merely nodded, choosing not to speak. The middle-aged man smiled again, saying, "It is undoubtedly challenging for you to accept this fact, but I must state it nonetheless." With another scoff, I replied, "Do go ahead," he continued. "My associates and I are irresistible. You should not attempt to resist us or oppose us. You must understand this." I burst into laughter and remarked, "Indeed, you are irresistible, which is precisely why I have been ensnared by an extraordinary sedative and brought here." The middle-aged man replied in a grave tone, "I am not jesting." I inclined my body slightly and said, "I am well aware you are not joking. The international police have been bribed, armed with submachine guns, and deployed in droves. Could this possibly be a jest?" The calm demeanor of the middle-aged man was truly unparalleled in my experience. Suddenly, I uttered a few words, indicating that I had gleaned insight into his origins. I had merely aimed to probe him, yet I had struck a chord. Logically, the middle-aged man ought to have been taken aback. However, he merely smiled faintly and stated, "Mr. Wei, you are remarkable. You should be one of us." His words elicited a chuckle from me, and I cleverly retorted, "Sir, do not forget who you are. I know nothing about you, so how can you presume I could be one of your ranks?" The middle-aged man spread his hands and replied, "We are merely a few individuals seeking to acquire some funds through ingenious means. Nothing more." I laughed again. "Such as what clever methods?" He burst into hearty laughter and said, "For instance, the unreasonable tariff system, which we adamantly oppose, or when someone faces insurmountable difficulties, as long as they offer us a suitable price, we can assist them." His words suddenly stirred within me a long-buried thought. I had heard whispers of a highly secretive and tightly knit group, whose core members numbered only 7, who referred to themselves as the 7 Gentlemen. These 7 individuals hailed from different nationalities, yet shared a commonality. During World War II, they had all fought against the enemy, either underground or on the battlefield. Their wit, bravery, and education were of the highest caliber. It was precisely for this reason that the group's movements were elusive and difficult to track. However, certain major smuggling operations, significant thefts, and even considerable international intelligence dealings could undoubtedly be attributed to them. This was due to their practice of informing the principal party of the details following each endeavor. With their targets often comprising wealthy miscreants, these 7 individuals were recognized as formidable and enigmatic figures, and the middle-aged man before me, in both demeanor and speech, bore the hallmarks of a highly educated individual. He was undoubtedly a member of the 7 Gentlemen. I contemplated briefly without directly exposing his identity, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. For these 7 were famously honorable men. Should they decide to kill? Evasion would be difficult, yet if they declared they would not kill, one's safety would be assured. Now, A singular question occupied my mind. Why had they brought me here? The middle-aged man gazed at me, and the room fell into an expectant silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Do you understand now? I smiled and replied, I have begun to grasp some of it. The middle-aged man rose and said, You must be wondering why we have invited you here. I responded, I did not inquire. You were simply awaiting my question. He extended his hand, stating, We should eliminate any hostility between us. My name is Mikesita. I remained seated, merely shaking his hand, and said, I know you are the underground hero of Greece who resisted the Nazis, a prince. Is that not so? The biographies of the seven gentlemen were well known not only to the police but also reported in many newspapers. Hence, upon hearing his name, I recognized him as the illustrious Greek noble, Prince Mikesita. Who would have thought I am still a notable figure? He said as he resumed his seat. We have been entrusted by an individual who bears an exceedingly sacred mission for humanity. We must assist him in fulfilling his ideals. I immediately retorted, And what does this have to do with me? Mikesita replied, It has everything to do with you. For you have been persistently troubling him and engaging in many actions detrimental to him. We ask that you cease your entanglements with him. Although Mikesita's words were delivered with an air of education and gentleness, his tone was decidedly firm. Being in their clutches, I naturally could not oppose his words. Nor did I have any inkling of who he referred to. I genuinely could not recall having troubled anyone tasked with a noble mission for humanity. I looked at him and said, You may be somewhat mistaken, I gasped. I had finally discerned who he meant. The person he referred to was Fong Tian indeed. I had caused Fong Tian considerable distress. Yet, Fong Tian had nearly caused my demise twice. I still sought Fong Tian, for he was implicated in Dr. Sasaki's death and GZ's disappearance. He could not be absolved of responsibility. When I last parted ways with Fong Tian, I had asked him to reach out to me. Yet he did not, instead finding a way to connect with the infamous seven gentlemen. I chuckled and said, I have come to remember who your client is, Mikesita inquired. So can we establish a gentleman's agreement? I shook my head and replied, We cannot. Mikesita sighed, saying, We have been watching you for quite some time and hold you in high regard, yet you insist on placing yourself in opposition to us. He shook his head in disappointment. I shrugged and replied, If I must be at odds with you, I too feel considerable regret, but I must first inquire. How much do you know about your client? Mikesita's demeanor became intensely animated as he exclaimed, His identity is beyond doubt. He is the greatest scientist of our time and the de facto leader of a major nation's Saturn conquest project. I pressed further, What else do you know? Mikesita replied, Is that not enough? To have such a figure entrust us with tasks is a tremendous honor, and we must do everything possible to accomplish the task. Upon hearing this, my heart jolted, and I immediately asked, Then, was the theft of that hard metal box also at his behest? Mikesita affirmed, Yes. I inquired, What story did he concoct? Mikesita responded, Story? What do you mean? A look of suspicion crept onto his countenance as he explained. He claimed it was a confidential instrument that had been stolen by a traitor within his organization and sold to another hostile nation. I fell silent for a moment, my mind buzzing with thoughts. Mr. Nelson's deduction had been verified. Fong Tian was indeed connected to that hard metal box. Moreover, my own conjecture was on the verge of confirmation. If Fong Tian had such a close connection to extraterrestrial matters, could he truly be an extraterrestrial being? Mikesita exited with an elegance that was quite striking. I remained in the room, anxiously awaiting. As I contemplated my imminent encounter with someone who might be from another planet. I found it impossible to suppress my peculiar feelings. Approximately 5 minutes later, the door slowly creaked open, and Fong Tian appeared, standing in the doorway. His complexion retained that peculiar pallor. Our gazes locked for a minute before he finally closed the door and approached me slowly. Taking a seat opposite me, we exchanged glances for a moment longer before I broke the silence, saying, Fong Tian, I never expected you to be so despicable. Fong Tian flinched slightly, and I quickly added, Where is GZ? His pale visage turned even more ashen as he replied, Why should I meet with you? I wish to inquire about her whereabouts. I was momentarily taken aback. I had always believed that Fong Tian was responsible for Dr. Sasaki's death and GZ's abduction. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he was not the culprit, if not him. Then the suspicion shifted towards the Moon God Society, as I had been ambushed by their members shortly after leaving the Dr. S residence. After a brief pause, I waved my hand and said, "Let us set that matter aside for now." Fong Tian seemed poised to object, but I lowered my voice and asked, "From which planet do you hail?" I had never anticipated that a single question could elicit such a reaction. Fong Tian froze momentarily, and then his complexion turned a deep shade of blue. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, leaped up, then sat back down, his eyes bulging as he stared at me, making me feel as though I were facing a dying man. In that moment, I realized the extent of Fong Tian's shock at my question. Affirming my suspicions, he truly was from another planet. My heart raced with astonishment, and I was certain my expression mirrored my internal turmoil. Neither of us spoke. After a minute or two, I heard Fong Tian emit a series of frantic cries, though I could not decipher his words, and suddenly, he lunged towards me with great force. I shifted to one side, evading him as he lunged onto the very sofa I had been seated upon. Both he and the sofa tumbling to the ground, I leapt forward a step, yet Fong Tian did not rise. Instead, he rolled on the floor and had already drawn a small handgun, aiming it at me. Startled, I quickly exclaimed, "Fong Tian, don't be foolish." However, before I could utter another word, I instinctively crouched down. That moment, Fong Tian had not yet fired, but from the expression on his face, I was certain he would, prompting my hurried descent. Indeed, as I crouched, a bullet whizzed past my head. I immediately rolled forward, taking cover behind another sofa, and with great exertion, I pushed it forward. Just as the sofa was hurled ahead, 2 more gunshots rang out in the confined space. The sound of gunfire was particularly harrowing. I hadn't yet checked whether my thrown sofa had struck Fong Tian when I heard a loud crash as the door was flung open. 2 armed men burst in, brandishing submachine guns, and shouted, "What is going on?" I stood up and saw that Fong Tian had indeed been struck by the sofa I had thrown, now collapsed against the wall. Gasping for breath, his handgun having fallen to the floor, I spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing here? Didn't Mr. Mikesita promise me that Mr. Fong and I could be alone?" The 2 men exchanged glances and replied, "But there were gunshots. What was that for?" I glanced at Fong Tian, noticing he was trembling slightly, and said, "I had a conflict with Mr. Fong. The handgun discharged accidentally. This is none of your concern. You may leave." They looked at each other, then retreated. I approached the door, closed it, and turned back to Fong Tian, asking, "Are you injured?" Fong Tian struggled to stand and reached for the handgun, but my reflexes were swifter. With a flick of my middle finger, I sent a coin flying, which struck the small handgun, causing it to ricochet just as Fong Tian was about to grasp it. Fong Tian, bent over, did not immediately rise. He swayed unsteadily, and I hurried to support him. His complexion had grown even more pallid and ashen. He lifted his gaze to meet mine for a fleeting moment before turning away, covering his face with his hands, stepping back and collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "It's over. It's over." Fong Tian kept shaking his head, repeating, "It's over." I discerned that he was in a state of extreme agitation, bordering on collapse. Understanding that it would be futile to persuade him at that moment, I managed a smile and said, "I shall take my leave." At the sound of my words, Fong Tian sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Don't go." I sighed and replied, "Fong Tian, I understand your feelings. Here, you must feel that everyone is your enemy, that there is not a single person who can be your friend. Am I right?" Fong Tian remained silent, merely glaring at me. I shook my head and stated, "You are mistaken. Had you known my character back in university, you would have already had a friend." Perhaps my tone was sincere enough, for the pallor on Fong Tian's face gradually faded. He looked at me with hesitation and asked, You wish to be my friend?" I replied, "You should trust me. Thus far, I am the only one aware of your true identity. If you so desire, I can keep this secret indefinitely." Fong Tian anxiously rubbed his hands together and asked, "What do you really know?" I smiled and said, "I know that you hail from another planet, that you are not a superior being from Earth." Fong Tian shuddered again and questioned, "How did you find out?" I explained, "Even back in university, the peculiar color of your blood had aroused my suspicion." Fong Tian sank down in despair. I continued, "You are unaware, but in Japan, I was commissioned to investigate you." Fong Tian's expression turned even more astonished. "Commissioned by whom? To investigate what?" I replied, "By your workplace. to ascertain why you installed a single-person capsule in the powerful rocket intended for launch to Saturn. At this point, I couldn't help but slap my forehead. I really shouldn't have asked him from which planet he came. Given that he was preparing to launch a rocket to Saturn equipped with a single-person capsule, it was undeniable that he must be from Saturn. I raised my eyes to Feng Tian, who was gazing back at me and said, Do they already know everything about me? I assured him, I believe they do not. They are merely puzzled as to why you do not make your actions public. Suddenly, Feng Tian stepped forward, grasping my hand tightly, and implored, Wesley, you must help me. You absolutely must. I patted the back of his hand and said, Of course I will assist you, but first, I need to know everything about you. Feng Tian paused for a moment and suggested, Perhaps we should leave this place first. You must understand my situation. I cannot let anyone discover it. Protect my identity. I have already done everything within my power. I nodded, indeed. You have attempted to kill me on several occasions. A strange expression appeared on Feng Tian's face as he replied, You believe that killing is a grave sin, but I do not feel such weight of guilt. For your lifespans are so short. Dying a few years earlier is hardly a loss. Hearing Feng Tian's reasoning, I was momentarily taken aback, recalling Engineer Kimura's words. Engineer Kimura had mentioned that beings from other planets perceive time based on the duration it takes their home planet to orbit the Sun. With Feng Tian likely being from Saturn, Saturn's orbital period is 20 times that of Earth's, meaning that an 80-year-old on Earth would appear to him as merely a 4-year-old child. Therefore, how many Earth years had Feng Tian lived during his time on this planet? My mind began to swirl with thoughts, and a sense of surreal wonder enveloped me. Feng Tian instructed, Wait here for me. We will leave together. I acquiesced, and Feng Tian stepped outside. After a moment of contemplation, I saw him push the door open and say, We can go now. We exited the building without encountering anyone. Once outside, I realized I was still in the heart of Tokyo. Recollecting the series of fantastical encounters and unbelievable events I had experienced, a sense of clarity washed over me, and I felt a surge of joy. I was certain that Mr. Nelson could never have imagined that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Yet simultaneously, my heart was tumultuous because the notion that Feng Tian was from another planet was an incredulous reality. It was impossible not to feel disoriented by this revelation. At this juncture, I deliberately paused, allowing him to speak. Feng Tian said, Guokmenglisi, meaning eternal existence, the planet you refer to as Saturn. I inhaled deeply and replied. I had already anticipated that. Feng Tian remarked, You are exceptional. Upon my arrival on Earth, I immediately noticed that human brainwaves are exceedingly weak and easily manipulated. You are the exception. I said, Fortunately, I am an exception. Suddenly, Feng Tian grasped my hand once more, nervously stating, You want to disclose my situation, will you? I feigned nonchalance, saying, Even if I were to disclose it, what would there be to fear? I patted his shoulder and reassured him. Rest assured, Haven Ti already promised you that I would keep your secret. In the 16th part, The Origins of the Saturnian. Feng Tian nodded, and we strolled into a park, settling onto a long bench. Here, conversing felt the least likely to be overheard. I returned the notebook and the peculiar pen-like device Feng Tian referred to as a recorder. He pressed a button on the row of tubes, and a strange melody filled the air, revealing a look of bewilderment on his face. There were countless truths I yearned to uncover from him, to the extent that I momentarily found myself at a loss for how to begin my inquiries. After a brief pause, I finally broached the subject, asking, How long have you been here? Feng Tian replied, Over 20 years. I reminded him, Earth years, correct? He shook his head, saying, No, Saturn years. My breath caught involuntarily. Feng Tian, this Saturnian, had lived on Earth for over 200 years. When he first arrived, America had yet to establish itself, and China was still under the reign of Emperor Qianlong. An unfathomable thought. I found it exceedingly challenging to frame my next question. Readers, perhaps you might consider what I should ask him. Should I inquire whether, during Emperor Qianlong's southern journey, he encountered any misfortunes? Should I ask if Washington truly did chop down a cherry tree? If I were to voice such questions, I would surely feel like a madman myself. Yet the reality was that such seemingly insane questions were entirely normal for Feng Tian, as he had indeed lived on Earth for over 2 centuries. I remained in a stupor for quite some time before managing a strained smile and asking, How are things back on your planet? Feng Tian's expression brightened a little as he said, Indeed, home is certainly a wonderful place. Wouldn't you agree? At the mention of his homeland, a look of intense longing crossed his face. Evoking deep sympathy, it is essential to understand that the concept of home he referred to differs vastly from our own. When we distance ourselves from our homeland, no matter how far the journey, we remain tethered to this planet. However, Feng Tian has traversed from one celestial body to another. This profound nostalgia for his home is an experience I cannot fathom unless I were to find myself far beyond Earth. Perhaps on Saturn. With a sigh, Feng Tian remarked, I have been away from my planet for far too long. I wonder what changes have transpired there. I inquired, Are you suggesting that you intend to journey to Saturn aboard that rocket? Yes, he affirmed. I am confident I can reach Saturn, provided Earth's rotation has not slowed down. I was taken aback. The Earth's rotation has slowed? He explained. In the past decade, Earth's rotation has decreased by 0.0008 seconds per revolution, equivalent to 8 milliseconds. Such a minuscule increment holds no significance for Earthlings, yet it will prevent my rocket from lingering in Saturn's rings, forcing it to merely skim past. Heading into the unfathomable expanse of outer space. My palms began to sweat slightly as I asked, Is there a way to restore Earth's rotation to its normal pace? I extended my arm. Is this device the one currently encased within that sturdy metal box? Indeed, that is the very object, he confirmed. Wesley, I am on the verge of success. However, if you were to unveil my identity, I would undoubtedly become the subject of your Earth scientist scrutiny. And who knows, your doctors might even vivisect me. This, at least, explains why I have been emitting strong brainwaves to influence those who uncover the secrets of my blood, driving them to contemplate suicide. I stared at him. Does this include Dr. Sasaki? Feng Tian exclaimed. Sasaki's death has nothing to do with me. I continued. What about Jizi? Nodding, I assured him, rest assured. I will diligently seek out the murderer of the doctor and uncover Jizi's whereabouts. I believe this matter is closely tied to the Moon God Society. Feng Tian merely gazed blankly. She is a good child, and it is not easy to find her on Saturn. My mind was awash with countless questions. And after a moment's pause, I asked, So how did you arrive here? Exactly. Feng Tian offered a wry smile. Our destination was never Earth, but rather the Sun. I was taken aback. The Sun? Yes, he replied. Our spacecraft resembles a giant olive, enveloped in a thick layer of heat-resistant metal capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 18,000 degrees. This enables us to land on the Sun's surface and observe its conditions through a series of radar instruments. I listened, spellbound. The notion of launching a spacecraft toward the Sun, especially one carrying living beings, was something Earthlings could scarcely imagine. Yet, the Saturnians had already accomplished this. I promptly asked, But how did you end up on Earth? Feng Tian responded with a sigh. Above Earth, our spacecraft was struck by an unexpectedly large meteorite, causing it to malfunction. My companion and I descended together. While the spacecraft exploded in space, I nearly leapt from my seat. Your companion? Are you saying there is another Saturnian on Earth? Feng Tian replied. If he is still alive, then yes. The navigation device for interplanetary travel was with him, but upon landing, I lost contact with him. Only recently did I discover that the device fell into the hands of the Inoue family, becoming a cherished heirloom. I took a deep breath. Can you fly? Feng Tian clarified. We Saturnians, aside from our different blood color, are otherwise identical to Earthlings. We cannot fly, but when I first landed on Earth, our flight suits still had fuel remaining, allowing us to soar through the air. I exclaimed. I understand now. What do you understand? Feng Tian asked. I landed on a cliff plateau in Brazil. How do you know he landed in Japan? I replied. I was merely guessing. Your companion, upon descending from the sky, must have sustained some injuries and was discovered by a group of fishermen, among whom were the Inoue brothers. Realizing he could not communicate with you, he likely entrusted the navigation device to one of the brothers, instructing him to await the arrival of another extraterrestrial. Feng Tian stared at me, clearly bewildered by my deductions. I felt no time to elaborate further and continued. He may have also taught his entrusted keeper a simple method for acquiring wealth. At this, Feng Tian nodded. Indeed. Now it was my turn to be astonished. How do you know this? Feng Tian chuckled. You see, the metal you Earthlings value most, gold, can be extracted directly from seawater using a method similar to that of sun-drying salt. Provided one employs a compound of which you are unaware as a catalyst, I quickly waved my hands. Please do not disclose the chemical composition of that catalyst to me, Feng Tian assured. Before I depart, I will send you a letter detailing the method for synthesizing this compound, and you shall become the wealthiest individual in gold on earth. I shook my head and continued. However, the others are quite superstitious. Their lives are likely hard, leading them to beseech your companion to take them to the heavens. Naturally, your companion declined, but I firmly believe he ascended to the skies himself. In a low voice, I added, your companion, I believe, is named Baal Azajan? Feng Tian nodded. Yes, I continued, the fisherman, having witnessed his ascent to the heavens and his arrival from the sky, firmly believe he hails from the moon, thus founding the Moon God Society. This society has now grown to encompass hundreds of thousands of members, becoming the largest cult in Japan. Feng Tian gazed at me in disbelief. I managed a wry smile. Not long ago, the Moon God Society mistook me for you, believing I was the companion of their founder who descended from the sky, and they captured me, insisting I perform a flight demonstration at one of their gatherings. Feng Tian's expression shifted dramatically. If they truly find me, then what shall we do? I have long discarded that flight suit. How could I possibly fly? Feng Tian added. I had already considered this. As soon as I locate that navigation device, I will leave immediately. I suggested. If your true identity were known to a few more individuals, it might facilitate your escape. Feng Tian shook his head vigorously. No, only you may know. Absolutely no one else. I shrugged. Then what method do you plan to employ to cut open that sturdy metal box? Feng Tian sighed. It is precisely because I cannot devise a plan that I have delayed. I furrowed my brow, contemplating for a moment. I have an idea. You could still commission that factory to cut the hard metal box open. Take the navigation device, and the box can be welded shut again. I still have use for it. Feng Tian asked, will that work? I patted his shoulder. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Feng Tian replied, the box is at my Xita. I will go retrieve it immediately, I said. Very well, time is of the essence. Feng Tian rose, and together we walked out of the park to as we walked. I scrutinized Feng Tian closely. Apart from his slightly pale complexion, he bore no discernible difference from us earthlings. My curiosity piqued. I asked, are there nations on Saturn? Feng Tian replied, naturally, there are 7 nations, and their dynamics are even more intricate than those on Earth. Hostility pervades the relationships between these nations, each seeking the downfall of the others. Ironically, this has prevented any wars from occurring, he elaborated. For if 2 nations were to engage in war, the remaining 5 would surely conspire to divide the spoils. Feng Tian continued, the absence of war allows our scientists to advance far ahead of yours. I sighed. Have you witnessed too many wars on Earth? Feng Tian nodded. Indeed. Because I resemble a Chinese person, I have remained in China. Having never experienced war firsthand, I have always sought to approach battlefields. And the number of wars I have witnessed is truly staggering. At this point, we had exited the park, and upon hearing Feng Tian's account, I could not help but pause, my voice quivering slightly. Do you realize that most of the wars you have seen are now merely recorded in history textbooks? Feng Tiandao remarked, with a natural understanding that if someone dedicated to the study of modern Chinese military history were to engage in a detailed discussion with me, I am confident he would ultimately discover that his research consists entirely of fabricated accounts. I found his statement profoundly intriguing and inquired, could you provide an example? Feng Tian chuckled and responded, your historians remain vague regarding the whereabouts of the renowned Taiping general, Iwang Shidakai. Yet, in his final moments, he grasped my hand and revealed to me his last words. In my mind, I exclaimed, madman, you are deluded. However, I could not help but ask, what did Shidakai say to you? Feng Tiandao replied, he spoke of a dream, one that, once completed, led to awakening. He mentioned that many had shared in this dream. He also expressed his ignorance of how he entered that dream. Everything was simply too unpredictable. I sensed that his words held deeper significance, but I refrained from probing further. Isn't it peculiar to describe it as a dream? I swallowed hard and asked, where did this occur? Feng Tiandao answered, in a temple at Yujiangku, Sichuan. I paused for a moment, then asked, could you recount all your experiences and observations from your many years on Earth? I quickly added, thank you immensely. Feng Tiandao replied, before I depart from Earth, I shall send you, along with the structure of our script and methods of learning, the chemical synthesis method for the catalyst that transforms seawater into gold, as a small gift from me. I smiled and said, that is unnecessary. An excess of gold can lead to one's own demise, turning it into a coffin and grave, a tale as old as time. Feng Tian made no further comment and continued walking ahead. After a moment, he asked, "Are you truly not going to share this with anyone?" I replied, "Of course not, there is no need for concern." Feng Tiandao sighed. "I have been worried for 20 years, I corrected him. "Here, you should say 180 years, I looked at him and asked, "Do you know that engineer Kimura Shin once spoke to me about his theories?" I never expected he was correct. He stated that although you reside on Earth, you still live according to Saturn's time. Feng Tian's expression shifted. What does that mean? Does he not know about me? I hastily clarified, no, he was merely explaining this concept of time. Feng Tiandao frowned. What kind of person is he? I replied, he is the one we sought to persuade to open that metal box. I chuckled. You cannot doubt Kimura Shin. For Inoue Tsukio was the one who entrusted him with that guiding device and placed it in that hard metal box. Upon hearing my words, Feng Tian suddenly paused. We had been walking briskly together, but he abruptly stopped, causing me to surge ahead a couple of steps. When I turned around, Feng Tian remained still, his brows furrowed. Lost in thought, I approached him and asked, "What is the matter?" He did not allow me to speak further but abruptly grasped my hand tightly. His grip was so fierce, it resembled that of someone on the brink of drowning. Clinging desperately to a lifebuoy, I quickly asked, "What is it?" He uttered a phrase I could not comprehend. I stamped my foot and said, "Hey, could you refrain from speaking in Saturn's language?" Feng Tiandao gasped. "Where is Kimura Shin?" "Hurry, we must go see him," I replied. "His factory operates night shifts. We can see him if we go now." Feng Tian released my hand, anxiously pacing in circles. "Quick, is there any way?" Understanding his sudden urgency had a reason, I inquired, "What is it about?" However, he repeated the phrase I could not understand twice more. Frustration welled up within me, and I nearly struck him, but his face had turned a shade of blue from distress. I shook my head and asked, "Do you need to reach his factory quickly?" Feng Tian replied eagerly, Yes. Truthfully, had I not heard the sound of a motorcycle approaching our direction, I would have struggled to conceive a means to hastily reach Kimura Shin's factory. The sound of the motorcycle was unmistakably that of a low-quality machine, evidently ridden by a reckless individual. Such characters are ubiquitous. They lack skills and naturally cannot afford a good vehicle, thus resorting to flaunting their inferior rides. Oblivious to their own foolishness, I stepped into the center of the road, where the path beside the park was quite deserted. As I stood there, the motorcycle's headlights swiftly illuminated my figure. Feng Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you intend to do?" I shouted back. "To take that motorcycle to Kimura Shin's factory." As I spoke, the motorcycle barreled towards me, showing no intention of stopping. My assessment proved correct. The rider was indeed a strangely dressed individual. Accompanied by another on the rear seat, as the motorcycle raced toward me, I sidestepped it in an instant. It whizzed past, and with a swift motion, I reached out and seized both riders. The motorcycle continued to speed ahead, and I shouted, "Quick, hold onto the bike." Feng Tian dashed forward to stabilize the vehicle, and as I brought my hands together, I struck the first rider's head, knocking him unconscious before he could even utter a curse. I dragged them to the roadside, and Feng Tian was already seated on the bike. Urging, "Hurry, sit behind me," I insisted. "Let me drive." Feng Tian retorted, "No, I will." I firmly pressed my hand on his shoulder and declared, "No, your emotions are unstable. It could lead to an accident." Feng Tian urged, "We must hurry. You have no idea how dire the situation has become." As I mounted the bike, I inquired, "What exactly is happening?" With a swift motion, the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. I navigated through the less congested areas as best as I could, yet it still took us over half an hour to reach the factory's entrance. Throughout our journey, Feng Tian was nearly frantic, and I attempted to probe what had sparked such urgency within him. Finally, as we arrived at the factory, Feng Tian leaped off the bike, grasped my hand, and pulled me toward the building. The receptionist, having seen me once before, did not obstruct our entry, thus sparing us some trouble. We reached the entrance of the factory office building, where Feng Tian finally caught his breath and said, "Wesley, be cautious." I remained perplexed by his warning, asking, "Cautious of what? Kimura Shin is not a dangerous individual, is he?" Such words bewildered me. Feng Tian's nerves seemed quite frayed. I wanted to inquire further, but he gasped, "I can feel it again. I can feel it again." It is terrifying. It is terrifying. I understood that Fong Tian's brainwaves were significantly more intense than those of Earthlings, allowing him to influence others' thoughts and, undoubtedly, to perceive some thoughts of others as well. Given his current state, it was evident that something was amiss. We exchanged glances, and he murmured, "I never expected this, truly never expected this." His tone was so despondent that it evoked a sense of impending doom. Sending shivers down my spine, I could not discern what had suddenly troubled him, but the focus of the matter clearly rested upon Kimura Shin. It was after I mentioned Kimura Shin's differing perception of time concerning celestial bodies that Fong Tian had become so agitated. Thus, I surmised that once Fong Tian encountered Kimura Shin, his heightened anxiety would likely subside. I refrained from saying anything further, merely taking his hand as we proceeded to the elevator. Before long, we arrived at the door of the chief engineer's office. I glanced at Fong Tian, noticing his complexion had grown even more ashen. Suddenly, he produced two exceedingly thin nets that were nearly imperceptible, handing one to me, instructing, "Place this over your head." I asked in bewilderment. "What is this?" Fong Tian replied, "Do not ask. This is a device developed by Saturnian humanity over centuries of relentless research. I never imagined it would find use on Earth. In the 17th part, The Great Crisis of Earthlings. I knocked on the door and Kimura Shin's voice resonated from within, asking, "Who is it?" I replied, "It is I, Wesley." As I conversed with Kimura Shin through the door, I glanced at Fong Tian, who appeared as anxious as a bumbling detective about to storm a hideout. Both tense and comical. Kimura Shin called out, "Come in." I turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Revealing Kimura Shin seated at his desk, perusing documents, I said, "Mr. Kimura, I have brought a friend to meet you." Kimura Shin looked up and stated, "Is that so?" Just as he uttered those two words, I sensed Fong Tian suddenly step forward behind me, roughly shoving me aside. I turned my gaze towards him and was struck by the pallor of his complexion, reminiscent of blue ink from a ballpoint pen, as he stared at Kimura Shin. Kimura Shin, in turn, appeared as if he were frozen in shock, fixated on him. The two of them exchanged such glances that led me to believe something was amiss. It is unlikely that two unfamiliar individuals would regard one another in such a manner upon their first encounter. Unable to restrain myself, I began to say, "You too," but before I could utter more than those two words, Fong Tian had already launched into an extensive dialogue with Kimura Shin. This barrage of words was entirely incomprehensible to me, and at that moment, I felt a genuine sense of horror. If Fong Tian was conversing in the language of Saturn, might he indeed be from that very planet? The notion was truly astounding. Yet, Kimura Shin's complexion did not exhibit the same blue hue. He appeared distinctly different from Fong Tian. What, then, was Kimura Shin? My mind was awash with confusion as I glanced between Kimura Shin and Fong Tian. I observed Fong Tian repeatedly berating him with fervent intensity, though the content of his tirade eluded my understanding. However, from Fong Tian's demeanor, it was evident that he was unleashing a merciless torrent of vehement words upon Kimura Shin. I remained oblivious to the truth of the situation, yet I feared that if Fong Tian continued his onslaught, he might offend Kimura Shin, and the repercussions would surely be dire. Therefore, I stepped forward, intending to counsel Fong Tian against treating Kimura Shin in such a manner. However, as I moved closer, I noticed that Kimura Shin's condition was far from right. He swayed as if about to collapse, ultimately sinking into a chair. Suddenly, his face changed color dramatically. In that instant, I felt as if something were striking my forehead repeatedly. It was a most peculiar sensation. My forehead bore no pain or itch. Indeed, I felt nothing at all, yet it seemed as if something sought to penetrate my mind, reminiscent of an experience I had in Hokkaido, where Fong Tian, amidst heavy snowfall, endeavored to invade my thoughts with his potent brainwaves. Fong Tian immediately turned to look at me, and that strange feeling dissipated instantly. He then turned his gaze out the window, sighed, and exclaimed, "He has gone. He has gone. I must deal with him first." "Must deal with him first?" Fong Tian repeated each statement twice, revealing the extreme tension that gripped him. I sighed. It seemed Fong Tian was losing his sanity. Who would have thought that an advanced being from Saturn could also succumb to such madness? In this room, there were merely three individuals: him, me, and Kimura Shin. Yet he bizarrely proclaimed that someone had left. Who was it that he referred to? just as I was about to voice my indignation. I cast a glance at Kimura Shin and was taken aback. His face had turned a ghastly shade of blue, indicating that he was clearly lifeless. I hurried over and felt for his breath. Indeed, there was none, and his body was cold to the touch. I immediately turned to Fang Tian, knowing full well that something inexplicable was afoot. My gaze was piercing. Yet Fang Tian's expression was one of profound despondency. He merely shrugged and pointed to Kimura Shin, stating, "He was already dead." Rage surged within me as I retorted sharply, "You devil! How did you kill him? What right do you have to take a life on Earth?" As I shouted, I advanced towards him. Fang Tian recoiled repeatedly until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him no avenue of escape, at which point he cried out, "He was already dead! He was already dead!" I reached out, seizing the fabric of his shirt at the chest, nearly lifting him off the ground, and demanded, "If he is dead, then who was it that spoke to you just now?" Fang Tian's face turned a dreadful shade of blue as he replied, "That was not him. It was him beneath the word, that phrase I have heard many times, convoluted and cumbersome, which must be rendered into 5 syllables. Hua ku yi du jian. What on earth could that be? Except perhaps for a genius to comprehend?" I pressed further. "What does that mean?" Fang Tian replied, "That is nothing," and why frustration mounted as I retorted, "What are you scheming? I warn you, if you do not explain yourself, you will pay for your crimes." Fang Tian's expression darkened, as if drenched in blue ink, and he nearly sobbed, "You cannot blame me. The phonetics of Earth cannot convey what Hua Kui Du Jian truly means." Observing his countenance, it appeared he was not feigning madness. Indeed, he seemed profoundly affected by whatever had transpired. I stared at him for half a minute before stating, "You must provide me with a detailed explanation." He nodded and asked, "Here?" I glanced at the deceased Kimura Shin and felt it unwise to linger in this factory, as the discovery of Kimura Shin's death would implicate both Fang Tian and myself. The events unfolding before me felt dreamlike, almost surreal, and if Fang Tian and I were apprehended by the Japanese police, an accusation of murder would be inescapable. I stepped to the door and opened it. Peering into the hallway to find it devoid of people, I beckoned Fang Tian, and we both raised our coat collars, making our way towards the elevator. As we reached the elevator entrance, a female staff member emerged, carrying a large stack of documents, heading towards Kimura Shin's office. She cast a curious glance our way, likely due to our unfamiliarity and the peculiar blue hue on Fang Tian's face. I sensed impending trouble and quickly pulled Fang Tian into the elevator. As it descended, we distinctly heard the woman's piercing scream. Fang Tian's complexion grew even more pallid, but I reassured him, "Do not fear, we can escape in time." Fang Tian sighed silently. The elevator seemed to descend at a tortoise's pace. Once we reached the ground floor, to avoid arousing suspicion, we could not run but could only walk briskly. Fortunately, the motorcycle awaited us outside the factory gates. We both mounted the vehicle, I ignited the engine, and we sped away, traversing several streets before hearing the distant wail of police sirens approaching the factory. I exhaled in relief. For now, my sole objective was to evade capture. As for the personnel at the reception and the female staff member, we could no longer afford to worry about being recognized. The motorcycle continued forward, and Fang Tian's voice bore an ominous tone as he asked, "Where shall we go?" I countered, "What do you suggest?" Fang Tian took a breath and inquired, "Dr. Sasaki, how did he die? Were there any wounds on him?" I replied, "Yes, Dr. Sasaki was murdered by an assailant." Fang Tian exclaimed, "Then that has nothing to do with Hua Ku Yi Du Jian." I fixed my gaze on him, pressing, "What do you mean by that phrase?" Fang Tian requested, "Can we find a quieter place to discuss this in detail?" I pondered and responded, "Dr. Sasaki is deceased, his daughter is missing, and his home is vacant. Let us go to his residence." Fang Tian hesitated for a moment before sighing, "Very well." I turned the motorcycle, directing it towards Dr. Sasaki's home, and within half an hour, we arrived at his doorstep. I recalled my previous visit when Dr. Sasaki had sought my assistance concerning the matter between Kiko and Fang Tian. Yet, before I could intervene, events had taken a swift turn, culminating in Dr. Sasaki's murder and Kiko's disappearance. I felt a weight of responsibility. I must ensure Kiko's safety. As I approached the entrance, I dismounted the motorcycle, silently resolving my intent. The garden gate was locked, and police tape adorned it, indicating prior investigation by law enforcement. I peered into the garden, shrouded in darkness, and saw no sign of officers remaining. I leaped over the wall, pulling Fong Tian in after me. We did not proceed to the main house, but instead made our way to the small stone cottage where I had resided during my time as a gardener. To avoid drawing attention, I unlocked the door and entered with Fong Tian, leaving the lights off. The stone cottage was enveloped in darkness. I felt around for a chair and offered it to Fong Tian while I took a seat on the edge of the bed. I sighed. You can speak in detail now. However, Fong Tian remained silent. I urged him again. Yet he still did not respond. In the darkness, I could not discern his actions, but I faintly heard the sound of his sobs. I spoke in a low tone. I do not understand why you weep, but on earth, regardless of the circumstances, a man should not indulge in tears. After a prolonged silence, Fong Tian finally said, "It was here that Kiko once kissed me." I was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Do not be disheartened. I believe those who abducted Kiko must have some ulterior motive. They are unlikely to harm her. In truth, I could not guarantee whether Kiko would be treated kindly by her captors. But given the current situation, I felt compelled to offer Fong Tian some reassurance." Fong Tian sighed. "Wesley, in the eyes of Earthlings, those from other planets are often perceived as scientific anomalies, possessing immense powers and abilities. Yet, in reality, I am far weaker than you." I was preoccupied and said, "You need not utter any more of that. Instead, elucidate the meaning of that phrase." Fong Tian and I were conversing in pure Mandarin Chinese, and just as I concluded my statement, suddenly, from the darkest corner of the room, a voice with a harsh Mandarin accent emerged, asking, "What do you mean by not having seen me for so many days?" Upon hearing those words, I instantly recognized them as emanating from Mr. Nelson, and thus I was not surprised. However, Fong Tian, upon hearing a third voice in the room, sprang up in alarm and attempted to flee. I quickly ducked and grasped him, saying, "Do not leave. He is one of us." As soon as I finished speaking, with a loud clap, the electric light flickered to life, revealing Mr. Nelson grinning broadly before me. I held Fong Tian back to prevent his escape. I inquired, "Where did you go after leaving the hospital?" Mr. Nelson stretched his arms and replied, "I have been quite active. This gentleman is likely the renowned space scientist, Mr. Haiwen Fong." Fong Tian nodded reluctantly, casting a glance at me, and I sensed his silent questions. "Who is he? Who is he?" Suddenly, Fong Tian's expression softened. Heaven knows, I had not uttered a word, yet Fong Tian evidently grasped my thoughts, which suggests that the Saturnians possess brainwave capabilities far superior to those of Earthlings and can intercept human thoughts without the need for conversation. I smiled at Mr. Nelson and remarked, "You are indeed active, but what have you accomplished?" Mr. Nelson chuckled. "If you ask me like that, then you must have made significant progress in the past few days. Haven't you?" I replied, "Indeed, I apologize, but there are many matters I cannot disclose to you." Mr. Nelson shrugged, adopting a posture of profound regret, and said, "However, I can tell you without reservation that I have discovered who stole the box from us." I responded, "I am aware as well." As I spoke, I felt a deep admiration for Mr. Nelson. I could hardly believe it and cast a skeptical glance downward. Fong Tian had also heard me mention that the hard metallic box had passed through both my and Mr. Nelson's hands. That he anxiously inquired, "Where is it? Where is it?" Mr. Nelson assured him, "It has been well secured. Likely no one can seize it again." Fong Tian hesitated, his expression filled with urgency. I cautiously probed Mr. Nelson, asking, "What do you intend to do with the box?" Mr. Nelson's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness as he stated, "That is the property of the International Police. Why do you wish to inquire?" Upon hearing the sternness in Mr. Nelson's voice, I was momentarily taken aback. However, I quickly grasped his intent. He was displeased with Fong Tian for withholding information from him, which was why he deliberately provoked him. I also sensed that if Mr. Nelson were not made aware of the entire truth, many complications would arise in the future. Thus, I applied pressure on Fong Tian. Mr. Nelson's tone grew even more severe as he addressed Fong Tian. "Mr. Fong, if you collaborate with the enemies of the International Police, the Seven Gentlemen Party, we might overlook it for the sake of your scientific achievements. But if you attempt to forcibly take the property of the International Police, then," he trailed off, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Fong Tian grew even more anxious, looking at me for help. I sighed and said, "Fong Tian, I will be frank with you. Mr. Nelson is my best friend. If you wish to keep secrets from him, it will only lead to your own detriment. You see, you will not be able to obtain what you desire. Fang Tian pleaded, is there no way you can manage it? He was pacing in agitation, saying, what do you mean? I replied decisively, you must tell him everything. Fang Tian gasped, no. I stated, I promise to assist you, but you refuse to heed my advice. What am I to do? Fang Tian paused momentarily and then suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter at such a moment was undoubtedly peculiar, yet I remained baffled as to the reason for his amusement. Mr. Nelson and I exchanged glances, and I signaled him to remain silent while I continued to press Fang Tian. After a moment's contemplation, I said, Fang Tian, this is the only way. Fang Tian ceased his laughter and replied, no. You may consider him absolutely trustworthy, and confiding in him may seem inconsequential, but he might then believe that others are reliable as well. And in that case, what becomes of my secret? Fang Tian laughed again, saying, you are putting me in a difficult position, which benefits no one. I detected a kernel of rationale in Fang Tian's words and pressed further. Why is that? He gestured towards Mr. Nelson, saying, had it not been for this person's sudden appearance, I would have explained to you that humanity on Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis. You are unaware that apart from me, no one knows of this crisis, nor how to address it. My mind raced. Fang Tian's earlier words must have referred to the peculiar statement he had made. What could that possibly mean? Was Fang Tian merely attempting to intimidate me? It did not seem so to T that moment. I found myself at a loss for words. His mention of Kimura Shin startled me even more. Kimura Shin's death was shrouded in mystery, and Fang Tian's attitude towards him was equally enigmatic. All of this compelled me to feel a sense of alarm, leading me to believe that Fang Tian must indeed be alluding to something significant. I stepped forward and patted Fang Tian on the shoulder, saying, do not worry. I will find a way for you, Mr. Nelson. Can you trust me completely? I had originally been collaborating with Mr. Nelson to apply pressure on Fang Tian, but suddenly I altered my stance. Mr. Nelson, being the astute individual he was, instantly recognized that there must be a reason behind my change. He winked at me, clearly questioning the necessity of my decision. I nodded gravely, affirming my resolute opinion. Mr. Nelson asked, how can I trust you? I replied, you must not inquire about anything. Simply agree to whatever I ask you to do. Mr. Nelson sighed, saying, that is a rather stringent demand. Why must it be so? Have we not collaborated for many years? I offered a wry smile and said, I must do so because I have already promised to assist someone in dire need. Mr. Nelson paced back and forth in silence. Fang Tian stood anxiously beside us, wringing his hands. After contemplating for about 10 minutes, Mr. Nelson finally raised his head and said, very well. The utterance of that word not only brought a sigh of relief to Fang Tian, but also greatly eased my own tension. Mr. Nelson's demeanor immediately became animated again as he asked, so, what do you want me to do first? I replied, quite simply, hand over the hard metallic box to us. Fang Tian requires the contents, and we must seal the box back up as it was. I need to account for it to a certain embassy. Mr. Nelson agreed, certainly, follow me. As he spoke, he stepped outside. Fang Tian and I followed closely behind, and Fang Tian nodded at me, his expression conveying immense trust and gratitude. Upon exiting the small room, Mr. Nelson whistled, and suddenly, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the darkness. I couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. These individuals had clearly been lying in wait. When Fang Tian and I had entered moments ago, I had assumed there was not a soul in sight. We trailed behind Mr. Nelson to the entrance, where a car was already waiting. As I stepped into the vehicle, I inquired, have you discovered anything regarding Dr. Sasaki's death and his daughter's disappearance? Mr. Nelson's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, there is a hint. I promptly asked, what angle are you pursuing? Mr. Nelson glanced around and said, let's discuss it once we are in the car, Mr. Nelson is not one to overreact. His current tension undoubtedly had a reason behind it. I fell silent and waited until we were in the car, at which point Mr. Nelson revealed, I suspect it was the work of the Moon God Society. I immediately concurred, I too suspect as much. Mr. Nelson sighed, if we are to confront the Moon God Society, Wesley, our strength is indeed too feeble. I asked, what about the Japanese police? Mr. Nelson sighed again. The Moon God Society's control over the Japanese police is more effective than that of the Japanese government. This was something I had anticipated. The Moon God Society's rampant behavior could hardly be coincidental that I glanced at Fang Tian and declared, "However, we must rescue GZ. Mr. Nelson affirmed, of course. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. The vehicle glided silently down the road and soon came to a stop before a nondescript bungalow. He paused for a moment and said, "No, I parted ways with Mike Sita under peaceful circumstances. He even promised to have this matter handled by me before leaving Japan." I nodded and replied, "I am not well acquainted with Mike Sita, but I believe that since he agreed to leave Japan, he could not possibly be involved in this." Nelson muttered to himself, "Then who could it be?" It was at this point that Fang Tian interjected. "What about that hard metal box? Is it still here?" Mr. Nelson pointed towards the door and said, "Everyone has perished. How could the box still remain?" Fang Tian cradled his head in his hands and despondently sat down on a toppled sofa. I patted Mr. Nelson's shoulder and said, "My friend, do not lose hope. Let us seek out clues. I am convinced that such a large-scale operation could not have been orchestrated by an ordinary individual." I raised my head and inquired, "Are you suggesting the embassy of a certain country?" Mr. Nelson shook his head, and suddenly his gaze fixed upon a lighter amidst a pile of shattered glass. In that instant, I too spotted the lighter. It bore the emblem of the Moon God Society. Mr. Nelson smiled wryly and said, "I have made an accurate guess. In truth, I had already surmised that it was highly likely the misdeeds of the Moon God Society. And now there could be no doubt." My voice was low as I said, "The Moon God Society." Nelson echoed my words, equally somber, "The Moon God Society." Both of us, along with Fang Tian, sank despondently onto the overturned chair. If it were the Seven Gentlemen Party, the situation would be considerably simpler, for although the 7 leaders of the party were exceptionally clever and had numerous followers, they could not compare to the Moon God Society, which boasted hundreds of thousands of adherents. Furthermore, the influence of the Moon God Society in Japan extended not only to the lower echelons but also to the upper echelons. It was akin to facing a devil with 1,000 hands and claws. And the Japanese police were utterly powerless against such a foe. The 3 of us sat in silence for a while, until Fang Tian broke the silence, bewildered. The Moon God Society, they must have taken that hard metal box for some purpose? I nodded and replied, "Moreover, they must do so within 6 days, or else I will have no way to account to the embassy of a certain country." I turned to Fang Tian and noticed a peculiar expression on his face. I was well aware that working alongside Nelson made matters considerably more manageable. Mr. Nelson glanced at me and asked, "Are you with Mr. Fang?" I nodded affirmatively. Mr. Nelson strode purposefully towards the exit and said, "I wish you success." I sensed a hint of displeasure in his demeanor, but there was little I could do about it. As soon as Mr. Nelson stepped outside, Fang Tian leaped up and exclaimed, "Wesley, let us hurry." I asked in astonishment, "Where are we going?" Fang Tian replied, "To find that box." I immediately questioned, "Do you know where it is?" Fang Tian answered, "I do not know the specifics, but I have a vague notion." I sighed and said, "This matter is by no means simple. Please refrain from being cryptic." Fang Tian insisted, "I am not being cryptic. The feelings I have, the knowledge I possess, are beyond what you earthlings can fathom." How can I explain? I recognized the truth in Fang Tian's words. He hailed from Saturn. Externally, he appeared identical to us earthlings, yet fundamentally, we were entirely different beings. Due to the particularly intense brainwaves of Saturnians, they possessed a heightened capacity for precognition regarding various matters. After a moment's contemplation, I asked, "All right, then tell me, where is that box?" Fang Tian replied, "In my perception, the box seems to be nearby." I was taken aback and retorted, "Nearby, you say?" Fang Tian affirmed, "Yes." As he spoke, he dashed towards the door, and I followed closely behind him. Once outside, the surroundings were eerily quiet and dark. I could no longer see where Nelson had gone. The struggle that had transpired within that room undoubtedly involved sound-suppressed firearms, as the neighbors remained undisturbed, and every house was shrouded in darkness. Upon exiting, Fang Tian stood motionless, scanning the area for quite some time without uttering a word. Growing impatient, I asked, "Where exactly is it?" Upon my inquiry, Fang Tian's expression turned even more anxious as he replied, "I only know it is nearby, but I cannot pinpoint the exact location." I pressed, "How close is it? Is there a range?" Fang Tian spun around, stating, approximately within 30,000 square meters. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. 30,000 square meters is not a particularly large area, if it were an open space. Locating the box would indeed be exceedingly simple. However, in a densely populated residential area, how many houses lay within that range? I had no intention of belittling Feng Tian, but I had to say, Feng Tian, despite being an extraterrestrial, you are of little use. A blue hue washed over Feng Tian's face as he retorted, indeed. I am even less useful than you. Taking a deep breath, I said, but you know that the box is still nearby. We can notify Mr. Nelson, who may have a solution. You stay here while I make the call. As I spoke, I began to walk towards a nearby public telephone booth. Before I reached the booth, I heard the sound of an approaching car. I immediately halted and saw a black sedan speeding past me. I glanced at the vehicle and noticed that all its windows were adorned with fabric curtains. The moment I saw the curtains, I sensed something amiss, and in the blink of an eye, the car suddenly veered towards the pedestrian path, charging directly at Feng Tian. I shouted, Feng Tian, be careful, as the frenzied vehicle bore down on him. Feng Tian leapt aside just in time, and the driver, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills, managed to swerve the car as Feng Tian moved. Following that was the horrendous sound of screeching brakes as the car collided with Feng Tian, pinning him against the wall. Instantly, 3 individuals sprang from the vehicle. Kidnapping. Even a fool could discern that it was a kidnapping. I dashed forward, but just a few steps in, gunfire erupted from the vehicle. Forcing me to drop to the ground, heard Feng Tian's desperate cry, Wesley. After crouching down, I leaped forward again, but as bullets flew towards me, I had no choice but to take cover behind a mailbox. The individuals emerging from the car moved with remarkable speed. Just as I ducked behind the mailbox, I heard the sound of the car door slamming shut and the vehicle speeding away. Ignoring everything, I sprang out, only to witness Feng Tian being abducted before my very eyes. An embarrassment too great to bear, I lunged forward, rolling on the ground as bullets tore through the asphalt behind me. Naturally, I could not catch up to the car, but I had a way to hinder its progress, or at least slow it down as I rolled on the ground. I shot 2 sharp nails at the car's tires. The sound of air hissing filled the air as the vehicle began to bounce. At least 2 tires had deflated. Chapter 18. Directly into the tiger's den I sprang up again to see the car had come to a halt, and 2 burly men rushed towards me. Relying solely on my agility, I managed to evade their shots, thus preserving my life. I darted into an empty house, but the 2 men pursued me inside. There was no hope of chasing after the vehicle that had taken Feng Tian now. I knew I had to deal with these 2 men first. I could already guess much about their identity. They were undoubtedly henchmen of the Moon God Society. I retreated further into the empty house, eventually reaching the closet door that led to the cellar. The lights in the room had long since gone out. Casting it into darkness, I hid beside the door, preparing to slip into the cellar when the 2 men entered. There were many corpses in the cellar. If I lay on the ground, they would not be able to distinguish between the dead and the living, and they would have to come down to investigate. Providing me with an opportunity, I held my breath and waited, listening as their footsteps grew closer. One of the men uttered something that confirmed my suspicions about their affiliation with the Moon God Society. How audacious the Moon God Society had become. I heard one of them say, then let us split up and search. Moreover, they must have already discovered my identity. They had finally found Feng Tian and abducted him. Given the circumstances, Feng Tian's safety was not a significant concern, for the Moon God Society would want him to perform at the gathering of their followers and would naturally not harm him. I sensed that while the situation was still quite unfavorable for me, it was gradually becoming clearer. I had unraveled Feng Tian's origins, and the 7 Gentlemen Party, which had once opposed us, had retreated from the struggle. Now, our only rival was the Moon God Society. Battling the Moon God Society was undoubtedly no simple task, but it was far better than contending with an unknown adversary. As I pondered here, I was suddenly reminded of Kimura Nobu, and a shadow inevitably enveloped my heart. For, regardless of the circumstances, the demise of Kimura Nobu had no connection to the Moon God Society. According to Feng Tian, it was merely a matter of some shell and toxin in between. However, I remained oblivious to the meaning of those 5 words Feng Tian had intended to elucidate, yet he was deprived of the opportunity. As I reflected on this matter, I sensed, albeit faintly, that it seemed more formidable than the Moon God Society itself. Nevertheless, since it remained shrouded in mystery, I deemed it unnecessary to overexert my mind. While I contemplated, I kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the two burly men. I soon heard one of them gradually approaching the room where I was concealed, and at last, with a resounding crash, he kicked the door open. I stood merely 3 steps away from him, yet the darkness of the room concealed me from his sight. Nonetheless, I could observe him as he advanced cautiously. After he had taken 3 steps, he seemed to sense my presence, abruptly halting and raising the gun in his hand. At that moment, like a silent leopard, I lunged at him, gripping his throat tightly. The gun fell from his hand to the ground, and his 10 fingers strained to pry my grip loose, his eyes widening in terror as they locked onto mine. I understood that the influence of the Moon God Society was vast, and these henchmen bore half the responsibility. Thus, I showed no mercy as I tightened my hold until I heard a crack, the soft cartilage in his throat yielding beneath my grasp, his head drooping backward. I lowered his lifeless body, reached for the handgun, and with a swift kick, sent his corpse tumbling into the cellar, producing a dull thud. Immediately, I heard someone inquire, "De Lang, what is the matter?" It was then I realized the man who had just perished in my grasp was De Lang, the one intent on slaying me to prove his worth. In a hushed tone, I muttered, "Hurry here." A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and as I stood at the doorway, a towering figure barreled in. I raised my knee, striking him squarely in the tailbone. The impact caused his entire body to arch upwards, and I swiftly extended my arm, ensnaring his neck, pointing the gun at the center of his eyes, and asked, "Do you wish to meet De Lang?" The man stammered. No, he repeated the negation thrice, trembling violently, nearly collapsing. I seized the handgun he nearly dropped and released him, commanding, "Sit down." He collapsed to the ground, and I coldly inquired, "Do you know who I am?" He replied, You are Wesley?" "Indeed, I am Wesley," I affirmed. He shuddered, suddenly exhaling a long sigh and shutting his eyes. "What are you doing? Do you think I would kill you?" I chided. He reopened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. You can spare me?" "Yes," he replied. I pressed further. "Where is the hard metal box you stole?" He abruptly sealed his lips. I scoffed. "You surely do not wish to accept my clemency." I then comprehended why Fong Tian's brainwaves could detect the nearby metal box, yet could not specify its exact location. The vehicle was in motion, making it impossible to determine. I posed one final question. "Where is Sasaki Kiko?" He shook his head. "I do not know," I snorted, and he quickly added, "I am merely a henchman. I am unaware of any confidential matters. Should I not eliminate him?" I found myself in profound hesitation, as he gazed at me with the pallor of a condemned prisoner. After a while, he spoke first. "I will never disclose our encounter." "How can I trust you?" I queried. "You can trust me because I have leaked confidential information and am destined to be burned alive." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through me, and I removed the bullets from his handgun before returning it to him. I decided to keep the other firearm. Ordinarily, I would never carry modern weapons, but given the perilous circumstances, I felt that failing to arm myself would render me susceptible to imminent death. I spoke sternly, "You may leave first." He sprang to his feet as if granted a reprieve and dashed outside. Upon hearing his footsteps retreating from the house, I climbed out the back window into a narrow alley. I dialed the number Mr. Nelson had given me when we parted. I knew not its significance, only that it could connect me to Nelson. The phone rang for a brief moment before Mr. Nelson's voice came through. "Hello?" I promptly replied, "Old friend, you need not mobilize your forces. I have a lead." Mr. Nelson's voice brimmed with excitement. "Is that so? Where are you?" "Quickly prepare a speedboat, a fast car, and the 2 most powerful weapons available." "I will meet you." Mr. Nelson asked, "Is it the Moon God Society?" "Yes, Fong Tian has also been captured by them. I shall explain the details when we meet." After a brief pause, Mr. Nelson replied, "All right, I will wait for you at the entrance of the 7th Police Dormitory. Everything will be ready by then." I hung up the phone, needing no further words, to borrow a police motorcycle, and sped forward. 8 minutes later, I arrived at the destination, where Mr. Nelson stood beside a seemingly dilapidated car, rubbing his hands. The vehicle appeared almost as scrap. Yet inexperienced, I could discern that it was a high-speed car, expertly modified. I said nothing, opened the door, and took the driver's seat, with Mr. Nelson joining me. "Isn't it wise to bring more people?" he inquired. I smiled wryly. More people would only mean more for the Moon God Society. "Fewer is preferable," Mr. Nelson asked, What are your plans? I replied. A single vehicle abducted Fong Tian, and the hard metal box is likely in the trunk. As I spoke, our car shot forward like an arrow that I continued. I now hope to catch up with that vehicle, which would simplify matters considerably. Mr. Nelson remarked. Each gun contains 120 rounds. Although the bullets are limited, they will cause minor explosions upon impact, yielding significant lethality. I was taken aback. Are they capable of rapid fire? I couldn't help but sigh. The advancement of weaponry was astonishing. The personal arms one could carry had reached such a formidable level. No wonder Chinese martial arts were gradually declining. A master of martial arts in China, when confronted with such a new handgun capable of 120 rounds. What could he do? Note: in 1986, this weapon was merely a figment of the author's imagination, yet its design and performance closely resemble today's M15 and M16 automatic rifles, which is rather intriguing. Mr. Nelson added, however, this gun has a drawback. The reloading procedure is quite complex and cannot be completed in a very short time, and I shrugged. Isn't 120 rounds sufficient? Mr. Nelson continued, do not forget. Each bullet will explode, ensuring it won't merely injure a single person. I ceased further discussion. After all, Mr. Nelson was a Westerner, and he seemed to take delight in the advancements in weaponry. In contrast, I, being an Easterner, felt an inexplicable discomfort in my heart. Especially when I thought that I would have to use such modern weaponry, my discomfort intensified. I drove the car swiftly. As we passed a fork in the road, two motorcycles emerged from the junction, closely tailing our vehicle, police patrol cars. However, the car we were driving was specially equipped, boasting the capabilities of a racing car. I swiftly distanced myself from the two police vehicles, leaving them far behind. Before long, we had exited the city limits of Tokyo. Naturally, I was aware that the chances of intercepting that car on the road were slim, as too much time had elapsed. The Moon God Society's vehicle had long surpassed us. However, I hoped to catch up to the speedboat dispatched by the Moon God Society on the sea. The roads were relatively clear, and suddenly, rain mixed with snow began to fall, rendering the pavement treacherously slick. Our vehicle, due to its excessive speed, seemed to soar across the road. The tires screeched against the surface, producing a spine-chilling sound. Mr. Nelson, unfazed, took out his pipe, lit it, took a few puffs, then lit a cigarette, offering it to me, saying, perhaps I should not inquire, yet I must ask anyway. As he spoke, he gazed at me before he could finish. I interjected, what sort of person is Fong Tian? Mr. Nelson chuckled. That is precisely the question. I sighed. You must understand. You are my closest friend, and thus, having promised not to reveal secrets, you should not press me. Mr. Nelson nodded and remarked, indeed. It is a pity that my curiosity will never be fully satisfied. I responded. Mr. Nelson seems to be skeptical. Does he? Gradually, I reduced my speed until the vehicle came to a halt, and I exhaled deeply. Mr. Nelson suggested, shall I take the wheel? I smiled and replied, there is no need for that. I assure you, I will satisfy your curiosity. I shall not go back on my word. It is merely a matter of time. Mr. Nelson said. I naturally believe you. I pressed the accelerator once more, and the car surged forward, heading towards the coastline. As we progressed, the vehicles on the road became increasingly sparse, and the rain and snow intensified, compelling me to gradually slow down. Eventually, the mix of rain and snow transformed into a heavy snowfall, obscuring my vision ahead. Mr. Nelson continuously urged me to drive cautiously, and I endeavored to maintain stability, restricting my speed to a level that would prevent us from overturning. After approximately half an hour, I gazed ahead and faintly discerned what appeared to be another vehicle speeding towards us. However, the relentless snowfall made it difficult for me to ascertain whether it was indeed a car. I informed Mr. Nelson. It seems there is a vehicle ahead. Mr. Nelson reached out to press a button on the dashboard, and I observed that a dish-sized radar antenna had risen from where the radio antenna would typically be placed. Subsequently, a glowing display appeared on the dashboard. To my astonishment, the vehicle was equipped with a radar detector. Mr. Nelson fixed his gaze on the luminous screen and confirmed, yes, there is indeed a vehicle ahead. In such treacherous weather, I found it challenging to drive at speed, and I could hardly take a moment to glance at the glowing screen beside me. I could only inquire, what is the speed of that vehicle? Mr. Nelson replied, we are gradually closing in on it, but its speed is not significantly slower than ours. I inhaled sharply and said, Consider this. Amidst such heavy snowfall, what kind of vehicle could be racing along this desolate road at nearly our speed? Mr. Nelson asked. Are you suggesting that it might be the one we are pursuing? I replied. I must accelerate to catch up and see. Mr. Nelson remained silent, merely rolling down the window, and the heavy snow immediately surged inside. Before I could inquire about his intentions, I saw him brandishing a gun, extending his right hand out of the window. I asked, do you intend to force that vehicle to stop? Mr. Nelson replied, if possible, I aim to shoot out its rear tire. I gradually increased our speed, and the vehicle jolted along the road like a small boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of overturning at any moment. Our reckless venture was worth the risk. The radar display indicated that we were drawing nearer to the other vehicle. Eventually, I was able to see the car through the blizzard without relying on the radar. As I struggled to identify the vehicle, I fervently hoped it would be the one carrying Fong Tian. However, as its outline became clearer, I was met with disappointment. The car was green, not the black vehicle that had taken Fong Tian. Just as I was about to voice a warning to Mr. Nelson, a gunshot rang out. I was taken aback, for the other vehicle was traveling at such speed that if Mr. Nelson's bullet struck its rear tire, it would surely spin violently on the road. If that car was not associated with the Moon God Society, it would be an unjust injury to the innocent. Yet, before I could dwell on this thought, the green vehicle darted forward like an arrow, while our car suddenly leapt into the air like a runaway stallion. In that instant, I felt as if I were soaring through the clouds. At that very moment, I realized that the gunshot had not originated from Mr. Nelson's pistol, but rather from the vehicle ahead of us. Our car had been hit, with all four wheels off the ground. My only recourse was to remain calm. I was compelled to admire Mr. Nelson. Even while the car was airborne, he managed to fire 4 shots forward. He discharged those shots within the span of just half a second. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the changes were monumental. Our vehicle twisted violently in midair, and I felt a jarring impact. The shaking did not cease abruptly. It persisted for 2 or 3 more jolts. It was evident that our vehicle had landed after soaring. Bouncing back up multiple times, in that moment, it felt as though every cell in my body was vibrating, and the thunderous sound in my ears convinced me it was the result of a car overturning. Once the violent shaking subsided, I steadied myself. First, I confirmed that I had not perished. Next, I realized I had miraculously escaped injury. At that moment, I heard Mr. Nelson's protest, "Hey, you're crushing me." This assured me that Mr. Nelson had also survived. We had tumbled together onto the roof of the car, which had flipped over completely. The vehicle structure was astonishingly robust. Even with it upside down, I could still hear the whirring of the wheels. Mr. Nelson struggled to stand and said, "Thank you. I am unscathed." He glanced around and added, "I believe I hit that car," and I concurred. Indeed, the sound just now did not seem typical of a single vehicle overturning. As I spoke, I turned to look through the open window. Snowflakes rushed in, and the biting cold wind enveloped me. As we exited the car, we immediately spotted the green vehicle approximately 20 meters away. Resting on its side amidst a snowbank, Mr. Nelson exclaimed, "I indeed hit it." As he shouted, he dashed forward, and I rushed to grab him, for we could easily become targets ourselves in our current state. Upon my pulling him back, Mr. Nelson immediately crouched down. I followed suit, and we advanced like soldiers assaulting a bunker, crawling on the ground. However, as we drew closer to the vehicle, we stood up. The extent of damage to the car was far greater than we had imagined. It was evident that of the 4 shots Mr. Nelson had fired, only one had struck. Yet, that single shot had completely destroyed one of the rear tires. Inside the driver's seat, a person lay slumped, the steering wheel embedded in their chest, clearly deceased. Aside from that individual, there were no others in the vehicle. Mr. Nelson leaped forward and kicked open the already cracked trunk. The trunk was specially designed, with ample capacity, and upon its being opened, we beheld the hard metal case. Both Mr. Nelson and I simultaneously let out a cheer. The size of the case and its unique silvery sheen confirmed our belief that this was indeed the hard metal case we had once possessed, only to have it taken from us twice before. We both recalled a pressing question. Where was Fong Tian? We felt that if the person escorting Fong Tian was clever and unharmed, they would have had ample time to escape with Fong Tian before we managed to extricate ourselves from the overturned vehicle. Of course, even if they had left, they could not have gotten far. Mr. Nelson and I exchanged hardly a word. Yet our actions were in perfect synchrony as we lifted the hard metal case and moved it beside our own vehicle. Then, we combined our efforts to right the overturned car. Mr. Nelson conducted a swift inspection and reported, "The radar tracker is damaged, but the car is otherwise intact. Even the radio still works." I uttered a single sentence. "Quickly, pursue Fong Tian." Prior to Mr. Nelson mentioning this, I had not considered it. I paused momentarily and said, "Do you mean?" I immediately added, "Then I shall go after Fong Tian." A look of concern crossed Mr. Nelson's face, akin to an elder watching a young one prepare for a journey. I smiled and said, "Do you still doubt my capabilities?" Mr. Nelson managed a weak smile and replied, "Good luck." I was not entirely at ease with the idea of Mr. Nelson remaining alone with the case on such a desolate road. So disregarding his protests, I placed the case behind a pile of rubble, instructing Mr. Nelson to crouch behind it. I sprinted to the vehicle, climbed inside, and waved at Mr. Nelson. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, and I saw him wave back. I pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life as it surged forward. I refrained from driving the vehicle at excessive speed, for the individual accompanying Fong Tian might have been on foot. If I were to accelerate recklessly, it would hinder my ability to catch up with him. As I navigated the road, I meticulously scanned my surroundings. Although there were some houses flanking the highway, they were situated at a considerable distance, and no astute person would seek refuge in such a remote area. The snowfall varied in intensity, and as I gazed into the distance, I saw no one. Checking the road sign, I realized I had traveled 15 kilometers without encountering a single soul. A sense of peculiarity gripped me. Either Fong Tian was not in that vehicle at all, or the one who had taken him away had another car waiting. Regrettably, I had no means to ascertain either possibility as the snow continued to fall, obscuring any tire tracks that might have existed. Before long, I entered a small town where the road ended. This quaint settlement would have long ceased to exist had it not been for a large fish and meat canning factory. I drove into the town and stopped beside the end of the road. Upon opening my car door, 2 Japanese men hurried towards me. Nelson had arranged for personnel to meet me along the way, and they were undoubtedly his subordinates. They spoke fluent English, inquiring, "Is this car one from 1940? I replied, "No, it is from 1946. They then asked, "From September 1946? I chuckled, "You are mistaken again. It is from November." Lowering their voices, they asked, "Is it just you?" I nodded, stating, "Mr. Nelson cannot come due to other commitments." The 2 men suggested, "How about we go for a drink first?" As they spoke, their eyes darted around, making me realize that this seemingly tranquil town was, in fact, anything but peaceful. I quickly asked, "Do we have time for that?" They smiled, and the older one replied, "Our speedboat is specially prepared." Intrigued, I followed them into a small tavern. After downing 2 glasses of strong liquor, warmth enveloped me, and noticing the absence of others, I inquired, "Will there be anyone from the moon god passing by?" The older man confirmed, "Yes, 3 in total, one of whom seems to be under their control." My spirits lifted considerably as I asked, "How did they arrive?" The younger one replied, "They came in a sport CR'd AT that moment." I was certain one of those 3 was indeed Fong Tian. As for how they managed to acquire a sports car after the disaster, it was evident they had been well prepared and had arranged for a vehicle to assist them. While I felt elated, impatience soon crept in as I exclaimed, "They have already left. Are we still here drinking?" The 2 men laughed heartily, each downing another shot before responding, "Rest assured, their speedboat has long been docked by the seaside. We have taken measures." They stood, donned their hats, and made their way out of the tavern towards the shore. Where they approached a speedboat, I followed closely behind, and to my surprise, the boat appeared quite dilapidated, resembling something destined for scrap. Once aboard, the 2 men started the engine, revealing that the speedboat was equipped with 4 engines at the rear. With a cacophony of sounds, the vessel surged forward with remarkable speed. We exchanged little conversation. I merely took out my binoculars to scan the surface of the sea. The snowfall had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. After a moment of observation, I sighed in disappointment. Having seen nothing, the older man approached and remarked, "Mr. Wei, are you suggesting that under these circumstances, even if we catch up to them, we would find it difficult to act?" I couldn't help but reflect on the astuteness of this man, who appeared to be an unassuming farmer. As he was a member of the International Police Force, I felt no need to conceal my thoughts from him and replied candidly, "Yes." The younger man chuckled and said, Do not worry, I have applied luminous paint to the rear of that speedboat. Once we catch up, it will be easily identifiable. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a thoughtful idea!" The younger man, evidently intrigued, said, "Compared to you, we are nothing." This filled me with apprehension. Their cleverness was undoubtedly on par with mine, and I was acutely aware of the countless efforts they had undertaken to uphold justice and order. Yet, I felt undeserving of praise, leading me to quickly respond, "Please do not say that. I merely rely on good fortune." As they were about to speak again, I pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look!" At that moment, the sea lay shrouded in darkness. The biting wind howled, and though the water was somewhat agitated, our speedboat remained stable due to its incredible velocity. There, in the direction of my finger, glimmered a ghastly green light. The light swayed with the waves. Moving slowly yet inevitably, I immediately grabbed my binoculars. At that moment, it struck me that success had come too easily. If the situation could be resolved on the sea, it could not have been better. The two men leaped to the rear of the boat, accelerating towards the green light. Although the light bobbed on the surface, it was merely drifting, not nearly fast enough to match our speedboat's 4 engines. In the blink of an eye, we had drawn nearer to that eerie glow. As we closed the distance, we could see clearly without the aid of binoculars that the light emanated from the rear of another speedboat. The younger Japanese man glanced at me, a triumphant expression on his face. Coating the enemy's boat with luminous paint was indeed an excellent strategy for tracking, and his pride was well founded. From the moment we spotted the green light to the instant we caught up with the speedboat, only a few minutes had elapsed. The two men threw a rope, securing it to the enemy's boat. However, at that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the speedboat floated aimlessly on the waves, possibly leaking fuel. Yet, the more probable scenario was that there was no one on board at all. Moments ago, we had been filled with joy at having caught up with the enemy, and we had failed to consider this possibility. The two men seemed oblivious to the potential danger, but I had begun to contemplate a simple question. If the enemy's speedboat had occupants, why had they not opened fire as we approached? As this realization struck me, I attempted to warn the two men against boarding the enemy's vessel, but it was too late. They were nimble and had already leaped onto the opposing speedboat. Almost as soon as their bodies landed, a deafening explosion erupted in the fraction of a second. The night transformed into blinding daylight, and before me appeared a searing, white light, reminiscent of when Fong Tian had assaulted me with his weapon that emitted intense rays in Hokkaido. Yet this was exponentially more ferocious in that instant. It felt as though I were plunged into the fiery core of the earth, as my speedboat was thrust beneath the waves, engulfed by boiling water that surged towards me like countless monstrous tongues poised to devour me. Though I was not one to falter in the face of danger, in that moment, I found myself paralyzed with shock. As my body plummeted into the depths, I suddenly felt an immense force propel me upward. This thrust sent me soaring dozens of meters above the sea. Fortunately, this very action saved my life, as I looked down to see my speedboat engulfed in flames, and the trace of the enemy speedboat had vanished from the surface. It could not have ascended into the sky, nor could it have sunk to the ocean floor in such a brief span. The explosion must have obliterated it entirely, and those two men. As thoughts of them crossed my mind, I crashed back into the frigid water. Struggling to surface, I gazed around, witnessing our speedboat sinking beneath the waves, the water and fire seeming to battle it out, producing a hissing sound. Within 2 minutes, the shore returned to tranquility. Where, I wondered, were the two men who had been so full of life just moments ago? Reflecting on how close I had been to leaping onto that speedboat with them, I shivered uncontrollably. Floating on the water's surface, I found myself questioning whether I was still alive. It was clear that I was alive, though I had sustained a minor injury to my forehead. Unlike those two men, who had been reduced to ashes, taking a deep breath, I couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, when we had discovered the glow, I had thought success had come too easily. In this present moment, as I find myself solitary and immersed in the icy, pitch-black waters of the sea, what a bitter irony it is to recall those 4 words. I should have known that the Moon God Society would not be easily trifled with. Observing their readiness, as they were swiftly transported to the shore in a vehicle immediately following the attack, how could one be oblivious to the possibility that their speedboat had been tampered with? Undoubtedly, they had already perceived the danger, which is why they had left behind a volatile explosive set to detonate upon impact, waiting for the pursuers to take the bait. How infuriating it is that we failed to consider such a possibility. I tugged at my drenched hair, for the events had unfolded in an instant, and the outcome was so astonishing that I found it utterly impossible to regain my composure and contemplate my escape. It was only after a considerable time that I began to ponder this dilemma. I had been swimming for quite some time, yet the vast expanse of the ocean remained all that my eyes could perceive, while my limbs were gradually succumbing to numbness. Floating on the surface was the only action I could manage. Even the slightest movement of my hands or feet felt exceedingly arduous. I clenched my teeth and tilted my head back. At long last, I awaited the dawn, the sky ominously overcast, yet it was indeed daytime. Could my chances of survival increase during daylight? Alas, it seemed that day and night were of little distinction. I endeavored to conserve my strength, for reaching the shore appeared an impossible feat, and my only hope of salvation lay in awaiting a vessel to pass within earshot, had it not been for my rigorous training in Chinese martial arts. I am certain I would have already sunk to the ocean floor, joining those two Japanese men who had taken me out to sea. I persevered until midday, when I finally spotted a distant speedboat approaching. I raised my right arm and called out loudly, never having anticipated that my voice would sound so feeble across the water. I forcefully tore off a sleeve of my clothing and waved it above my head. After what felt like an eternity, that speedboat actually veered towards me. Yet, as it neared, I felt an overwhelming exhaustion drain my remaining strength. I lacked even the power to raise my arm. All I could do was float, striving to keep myself afloat, eyes closed, until I heard the sound of the engine drawing nearer. I wondered, what if the occupants of the speedboat were members of the Moon God Society? In that case, I would undoubtedly become their captive. Fortunately, my misfortune had not escalated to that extent. Suddenly, a voice pierced through my thoughts. It was Nelson, his tone filled with fear and surprise, calling my name. Wei? I opened my eyes to see Nelson at the bow of the boat, his eyes wide with astonishment. I could only utter 3 words. Nelson! He immediately tossed down a rope, and my numbed fingers grasped it as he pulled me aboard the speedboat, my body curled up, devoid of strength to stand. Nelson knelt beside me, propping up my head, and called out, Brandy, quickly! A burly man emerged from the cabin, and Nelson took a bottle of brandy from him, pouring it into my mouth. After a few sips, he attempted to lift me down. My gratitude towards him was indescribable. I could only express my thanks through my gaze. With a firm grip, Nelson lifted me, yet I insisted, I can walk. He ignored my protest, and the sturdy man approached, and together they hoisted me into the cabin. They removed my drenched clothing and wrapped me in a blanket, incessantly rubbing my body until warmth returned. Only then did I grasp Nelson's hand. He smiled faintly, asking, How long have you been adrift at sea? I replied, Approximately 12 hours. Nelson sighed. That explosion, I shook my head. We fell into their trap, those 2 companions. I couldn't help but let out a sorrowful sigh at that moment. The man behind Nelson suddenly cried out in anguish. I turned to see his face contorted in pain, and I realized he bore a striking resemblance to the younger of the 2. The man sobbed, I know, poor brother, he was still not just a child. Without waiting for me to finish, Nelson grasped my hand. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer, shall we? I paused and replied, Very well. Nelson chuckled again. That hard metal box. I have secured it in the most unassailable location, and there are 24 seasoned police officers assigned, under strict orders to keep their eyes on that box at all times. We shall only open it when Feng Tian is with us. I calculated the days. The ambassador of a certain nation must be feeling akin to an ant on a hot pan by now. Although his superior's deadline had not yet arrived, I imagined he must be quite anxious, having lost track of me in Tokyo. When Nelson mentioned the factory, I was reminded of the death of Chief Engineer Kimura Shin. I quickly asked, what was the reason for Engineer Kimura's death? Nelson furrowed his brow. I have requested the medical officer to conduct a more thorough examination, I inquired. What was the preliminary report? Nelson spread his hands. After what is said to be a very detailed examination, the medical officer reported that Kimura Shin was in perfect health, with no reason for death. I stood in stunned silence, recalling that night when Feng Tian met with Kimura Shin and conversed in the language of Saturn, realizing that there must be a significant secret behind it all. Yet now, I could not articulate it. Nelson looked at me. Wei Sealy. I feel that for Fong Tian, we must risk our lives. Yet he insists on keeping his secret from me, which is indeed quite unfair. I sighed. You must forgive him. He undoubtedly has his own struggles. If his identity were exposed, he would face immense suffering. We continued our conversation in English, however. Upon hearing my words, Nelson suddenly spoke in his imperfect Chinese. In truth, it is nothing remarkable. He is merely from a planet beyond Earth, initially wrapped in a blanket and reclining on a chaise. I jumped up at his words, exclaiming, "You?" Nelson pressed a hand on me, gently pushing me back down onto the chaise, continuing in Chinese, "You need not be surprised. This is merely my deduction, and you did not break your promise by revealing his secret." I stared at him, speechless. Nelson shrugged. "Wei, there is truly nothing to be astonished about. In the boundless expanse of space, there are countless celestial bodies like Earth, and naturally, other planets must also possess advanced life forms. Humans on Earth are fervently engaged in space exploration, and it stands to reason that sentient beings exist on other planets as well. Once you grasp this, it is hardly astonishing." I continued to gaze at him. Dazed, Nelson smiled with satisfaction. I consulted an authority on anthropology, who informed me that in the planets of the solar system, unless there are no advanced life forms, if they exist, their evolutionary process and appearance will likely be quite similar to those of Earth's advanced beings. For the sun's radiation governs life. Without the sun, there can be no life, and with the same sun comes the emergence of similar life. I managed a wry smile. Fong Tian and we are indeed alike. The only difference being the color of his blood. Nelson pointed out, there is one more distinction. His brain waves are particularly intense. I could not help but concede that Nelson's abilities surpassed my own. While I had harbored various suspicions regarding Fong Tian's identity, my doubts were constrained by the limitations of Earth, and I had never imagined he was from beyond our planet. Yet Nelson had transcended these limitations, proving his deductive and imaginative capabilities far superior to mine. He added, however, "I do not know which planet he hails from at this juncture." I felt there was no longer a necessity to keep Fong Tian's secret. I stated, "He is from Saturn." Nelson clapped his hands. "The problem is resolved." I asked, "What problem?" He replied, "It is quite simple. We will teach Fong Tian to say that the single-person space capsule he installed on the rocket is meant for launching space monkeys. When the rocket is launched, he will conduct the final checks himself, and no one will know who is truly inside that capsule." Nelson remarked, "That is indeed a plan, but first, we must rescue him from the clutches of the Moon God Society." I added, "The Moon God Society will not harm him. They require him to perform a demonstration of a flight to the moon to solidify the faith of his followers." Subsequently, I recounted to Mr. Nelson the saga of the Moon Goddess's establishment, as well as the harrowing tale of Fong Tian and another Saturnian's emergency landing on Earth. Mr. Nelson listened intently, only interjecting with questions when I described the circumstances surrounding the meeting between Kimura Shin and Fong Tian. He inquired, "Is it truly the language of Saturn that they spoke?" He also asked, "Did Kimura Shin leave behind not a single word before his demise?" After pondering for a while, Mr. Nelson found himself at a loss. We could only affirm that the phrase Hua Kui Du Jian was indeed a term from Saturnian language, denoting a specific matter or object. However, what that matter or object was remained a mystery to us. We did not dwell on it further, for Fong Tian had remarked that even he would find it challenging to elucidate this matter to the people of Earth, making it unnecessary for us to strain our minds over it. I sprang up once more, still clad in the damp garments of Suzuki Dairo, and transferred my belongings from my original bag into a new one. The specially designed automatic firearm remained operational, and I secured it at my waist. Together with Mr. Nelson, we exited the cabin. The radar indicator revealed that we were merely 6 nautical miles away from the hovering rocks. Yet, was it possible that Sasaki Kiko was also under duress from within one of those windows? A sigh escaped me as I realized that our impending venture involved a fortress teeming with countless modern, flame-spewing dinosaurs. The prospects of success were indeed slim. I gazed upward at the ominous sky, pondering the whereabouts of Saturn. He lay beyond the reach of our naked eyes. Yet we were to undertake this perilous journey for the sake of a Saturnian. This could hardly be deemed mere human empathy. It could only be described as a sympathy for life itself. As the radar panel indicated that we were merely 2 nautical miles from the shoreline, we suddenly heard 2 sharp sounds, followed by 2 blazing spheres that soared above our speedboat. These luminous orbs hovered above us, radiating an intense brightness that illuminated the surface of the sea as if it were daytime. They were super durable flares. Simultaneously, we heard the unmistakable sound of multiple seaplanes taking off. Mr. Nelson promptly commanded, "Full speed ahead, away from the flares." 3 minutes later, we had distanced ourselves from the illumination, enveloped in darkness. The sound of machine gun fire erupted, sending splashes of water into the air. Mr. Nelson instructed both Suzuki Dairo and me to don life vests, including himself. Our speedboat raced outward, the flares evidently launched from the shore. Now unable to reach the area we had retreated to, the seaplanes circled above us as Suzuki Dairo shut off the engine. Mr. Nelson sighed, remarking, "They possess radar detection equipment, armed seaplanes, and super flares. What conclusion can we draw?" I replied, "The conclusion is that our speedboat cannot approach the shore." Mr. Nelson rested his chin on his hand and crouched down. Suzuki Dairo suggested, "We could dive over." Mr. Nelson quickly corrected him, "You should say you all." Suzuki Dairo protested, "Sir, my brother." Mr. Nelson interjected, "Yes, your brother has sacrificed himself. You seek to take revenge against the enemy, but the speedboat cannot be left unguarded, and we cannot proceed without someone to provide support." "That is an order." Suzuki Dairo lowered his head, falling silent. Mr. Nelson patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Good friend, do not be so disheartened." He endeavored to console Suzuki Dairo, yet his own voice quivered, creating a profoundly moving scene, one I regrettably lack the ability to capture with eloquent prose. The sounds of the seaplanes faded, and the flares extinguished, with our speedboat's engine silenced. An unusual tranquility enveloped the surface of the sea. Mr. Nelson's voice regained its resolute calmness. "Their seaplanes can take off within 3 minutes, and we were fortunate to escape just in time. There is no need to take further risks. I accept the plan for Suzuki to dive." I concurred. "I agree, but I believe one person should suffice." Mr. Nelson chuckled. "What is this? Do the Saturnians believe that among Earth's 37 billion inhabitants, only one can be a hero?" As of 1986, the population was 37 billion. Over 2 decades later, it has exceeded 40 billion. I knew there was no way to persuade Mr. Nelson to remain aboard the speedboat. It would be a futile endeavor. Thus, I asked, "Can your stamina endure this?" Mr. Nelson laughed heartily. "There is a submersible on board, fully fueled and ready." Elated, I exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for?" We placed all necessary items into waterproof bags, donned our diving suits, and strapped on oxygen tanks. Suzuki Dairo silently assisted us, and within half an hour, Mr. Nelson and I were side by side on the seabed. We activated our lights, illuminating the waters up to about 20 meters ahead, matching our depth. Navigating underwater is no simple task. It requires extensive diving experience, a quality Mr. Nelson lacked compared to me. Our nerves were taut, and despite being equipped with underwater communication devices, we remained silent until our lights revealed a row of black spheres suspended in the water. The spheres floated motionless in the emerald depths, reminiscent of colorful glass ornaments adorning a Christmas tree. Yet, we both understood that touching the fine iron wires at either end of these black spheres would trigger a deadly explosion. These mines were rather antiquated, likely remnants of the Japanese Navy from World War II, but their lethality was undeniable. We veered right, advancing cautiously through the dense minefield, yet it seemed endless, in my estimation. After turning right, we had descended over 2 nautical miles, yet the mines persisted. I reached for the communicator and asked, "Should we take the risk and push through?" Mr. Nelson replied, "I believe it is unnecessary. Continuing forward should lead us to a bay. Even the moon goddess would not dare to lay mines in a frequently trafficked harbor." Following Mr. Nelson's guidance, I continued to descend, and before long, we indeed reached an end to the mines. But it was not a sudden halt. Rather, they turned a corner. Mr. Nelson and I exchanged glances, both aware that since the mines had completely sealed off our path, our only option was to navigate over them. I hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "You should retreat. There is no need for both of us to take this risk." Mr. Nelson comprehended my intent. I meant to attempt disarming the mine's detonators to facilitate our passage. He instantly responded, "Don't forget, during World War II, I led an engineer battalion," I countered. "Thus, you are outdated in this endeavor. It is my responsibility to handle this task." Mr. Nelson fell silent for a moment before stating, "We have not yet despaired. There is no need to take that final risk." Upon hearing this, a thought struck me. "Do you mean we can traverse the surface?" Mr. Nelson clarified, not the surface. If we emerge above the water, we would surely fall prey to the radar net. Meanwhile, underwater, we cannot circumvent the minefield. I nodded. I understand. You mean we must navigate between the minefield and the radar net? Mr. Nelson surmised, in my estimation, the mine's triggers cannot extend to the surface. As long as we maintain a distance of half a meter from the surface, we should be able to pass through. I chuckled wryly. Even if your idea holds merit, we must forfeit our diving equipment and submersible to get through. Mr. Nelson replied, I believe swimming a few nautical miles on the surface is far preferable to risking the disarming of the mines. Engineers would rather dismantle 10 landmines than risk disarming a single underwater mine, as the movements of a swimmer can create inexplicable disturbances in the water, which may be sufficient to detonate a mine. I was well aware that disarming the mine's detonators was no simple task. Thus, I first pulled the controls on the submersible, and we began to ascend slowly. Originally at a depth of 20 meters, the indicator read 3 meters, yet we still observed the devilish tendrils of the mines. Mr. Nelson and I continued our ascent until our backs nearly broke the water's surface, and indeed, we confirmed that there was a gap between the mine's triggers and the surface. However, that gap was only about 1.5 meters wide. This meant that even if we discarded all equipment, we had to be exceptionally cautious to avoid breaching the water's surface while also steering clear of the mine's tendrils as we navigated through that narrow opening. As we descended further into the depths, at a depth of 10 meters, Mr. Nelson extended his hand to me in a brief handshake and said, if by any chance our bodies come into contact with the tentacles of a mine, it would be prudent for us to allow ourselves to float to the surface, for even if the radar network detects us, we might still have a chance to evade capture. As I removed my diving suit, I nodded in agreement with Mr. Nelson's perspective. Before long, the submersible and other equipment sank to the ocean floor. I secured the waterproof bag around my neck and began my ascent. As I neared the surface, I swam forward with excruciating slowness. The sea was remarkably tranquil. However, I felt that no tempestuous waves could provoke my heart to beat as fiercely as it did in that moment. I swam cautiously towards the mine's tentacles, which resembled long iron rods, slender as fingers, standing vertically in the water, extending from the seabed to within half a meter of the surface. It was in that scant half-meter space that I maneuvered past. As I swam above those tentacles, a profound rigidity coursed through my muscles, for I was perilously close to death. That fleeting moment, though it lasted no more than a minute, felt like an eternity. At last, I made it through. I exhaled deeply, my body instinctively stretching forward, my arms breaking the surface as if I were a person who had been bound for an interminable time, finally freed and eager to stretch. As I extended my arms, I realized that although my body had not yet sunk, my arms were already above the water. As we swam ahead, we both noticed gleams of brightness above the surface, undoubtedly the result of illumination flares in the sky. As I swam forward, I couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. Just moments ago, my hands had breached the surface for the briefest of instants. Could it be that they had noticed me immediately? Having discarded all our equipment, Mr. Nelson and I were unable to communicate underwater, so we continued to swim forward. After approximately an hour, we spotted towering, jagged rocks ahead. We swam forward a few meters and grasped a slick stone edge, pulling ourselves upward in no time. Our heads emerged from the water. By this point, both of us were utterly exhausted. As our heads broke the surface, we gasped for air, for while we were submerged, we could only hastily press our lips against the surface to draw in breath. Breathing heavily, neither of us spoke. After a moment, Mr. Nelson remarked, though we have not been discovered, they are aware that something has intruded into their waters. I inquired. How can they be certain it is a person? Surely large fish would not swim nearby. Mr. Nelson replied, fish? If marine creatures were to approach, the minefield would have already detonated. Utilizing high-frequency waves could easily drive all sea life away. This is not a new scientific discovery. I pondered for a moment. So they can be certain that it is indeed a human who has encroached upon their waters. Mr. Nelson stated, not necessarily. For instance, an injured seagull resting upon the surface could also be detected by the radar network. It ultimately depends on their judgment. I sighed. I had not anticipated that by merely extending my hand, I would complicate our future. Just as I was about to utter my last word of concern, Mr. Nelson suddenly pressed his hand over my mouth, as I heard footsteps approaching from above. Atop the rocks, I immediately fell silent and lay still against the stones. The footsteps drew closer, and the beam of a powerful flashlight swept across the surface of the water. Yet fortunately, we remained undetected. We swiftly climbed the rocks, and before long, we found ourselves on a path. Our bodies rolled onto the ground, lying motionless at the roadside. Ahead, an imposing ancient fortress loomed, its windows aglow with light amidst the darkness. I whispered to Mr. Nelson, "Should we prepare to ambush the patrollers we just passed?" Mr. Nelson replied immediately, "If possible, we shall impersonate them." I nodded, enduring the bone-chilling wind as we held our breath in anticipation. Before long, we heard footsteps approaching. In the distance, we discerned two figures gradually drawing nearer. Moments later, those two men walked right past us. Despite being over 50, Mr. Nelson's agility rivaled that of any young man. Like black panthers, we sprang forth, swiftly seizing the two men by their necks. With two sharp sounds, their flashlights clattered to the ground, and before they could utter a single word, we struck their skulls with force, rendering them unconscious. Without further ado, we hastily stripped off our wet clothes and donned the garments of our captives, binding their hands and feet and concealing them within the crevices of the rocks. We then picked up their flashlights and proceeded forward. As we rounded a corner, we encountered a figure who called out, "Have you made any discoveries?" I replied in a low voice, "None," the individual responded. "Hurry to the square, move." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Mr. Nelson and I had no idea where the square was, but under the circumstances, we could not afford to inquire. We pressed forward, turning several corners, and soon our questions were answered. The square lay to the right of the fortress-like structure, an open space approximately an acre in size. When we arrived, dozens of people had already gathered there, and we stood silently in a dark corner. Though some of the individuals conversed, their voices were hushed. After about 3 minutes, more people arrived, and suddenly, a window directly facing the square burst into brightness. The window opened, revealing a figure. Instantly, all those in the square fell silent. Mr. Nelson and I exchanged glances, uncertain of what was about to transpire. We dared not raise our heads too high, fearing exposure, and instead cast furtive glances toward the window. Due to the figure's proximity to the light, we could not discern his features, only perceiving a tall shadow, exuding an air of mystery. Shortly after the figure appeared, he spoke in a deep voice. "The radar-controlled long-range infrared camera has detected something breaking the surface of the water. 2 human hands." A ripple of commotion swept through the square, only to be quelled almost immediately. Mr. Nelson and I were both struck with a profound shock. The figure continued, "Someone has intruded into our waters, yet your patrol reports nothing amiss." At this juncture, he paused, and the majority of those present lowered their heads, seemingly ashamed. We too bowed our heads, for I imagined the speaker could hardly fathom that his admonitions were being overheard by us. Was it possible that they had released some highly radioactive substance into the nearby waters, which would cling to anyone swimming up from the depths? For within the darkness, we could remain concealed. But once illuminated, our disguised identities would surely be unveiled. We departed the square, following the crowd as they moved forward. Upon reaching a corner, we swiftly slipped past, finding ourselves in a vacant area, evidently unnoticed. Having been here before, I was somewhat familiar with the layout as we rounded the corner. I led the way, we maintained a swift and stealthy pace, and soon arrived beside a door. Upon entering, we were greeted by impenetrable darkness, rendering us unable to see what lay ahead, leaving us unaware of any unexpected occurrences. After half a minute of silence in the darkness, Mr. Nelson finally illuminated his flashlight. The beam revealed a spacious room, devoid of windows, cluttered with various items, all thick with dust. It was evident that this room served as a storage area. We exchanged a glance, and in unison, extended our hands to grasp one another's firmly, celebrating our fortunate turn of events. Had we opened the door to a guard's resting room, our luck would have been utterly depleted. Now, with the discovery of an empty storage room, our good fortune was indeed worthy of commendation. Together, we approached the other door in the room, straining to listen for any sounds from outside. Footsteps echoed from beyond, suggesting a corridor. I gently turned the doorknob, only to find it locked. Utilizing a makeshift key, I inserted it into the keyhole, producing a sound that echoed sharply. Mr. Nelson and I quickly stepped back, yet no one seemed to notice. I turned the knob once more, opening the door a crack to peer outside. Indeed, there was a corridor before us, bustling with individuals whose expressions conveyed palpable tension. In such circumstances, we certainly could not recklessly venture outside, so we had no choice but to remain in this dust-laden storage room, waiting. After approximately half an hour, the sound of footsteps gradually diminished. Just as we were about to open the door to search for Feng Tianshi, we suddenly heard a raspy voice exclaim, "We have discovered Kawaii and Kamima. They have been knocked unconscious." A chill ran down my spine alongside Mr. Nelson's. We then heard someone outside inquire, "How many intruders are there?" The raspy voice responded, "Two, one old and one young. One of them is a Westerner." Following this, a very solemn voice echoed, stating, "Search thoroughly. If you capture them, immediately throw them into the furnace and burn them to ashes." As that voice spoke, the others fell silent. Given the gravity of that voice, it was likely one of the elders of the Moon God Society. I could hardly resist the urge to open the door to see for myself, but the cautious Mr. Nelson restrained me. The voice continued, "Keep a close watch on the man and woman. Do not jeopardize our critical mission." Many voices responded affirmatively. Mr. Nelson whispered to me, "Wei, did you hear? A man and a woman. Who was the woman?" In a hushed tone, I replied, "Sasaki Kikode." Mr. Nelson remarked, "It could be her." "Alas, if only we knew where they were." I responded, "That is a simple matter. Do not prevent me from taking the risk." Mr. Nelson snorted, seemingly unconvinced, and I ceased to argue with him, focusing intently on the sounds outside. I soon heard the footsteps gradually disperse. I gently opened the door once more and peered through the crack. The scene outside was indeed as I had anticipated. Many had departed, evidently tasked with closely monitoring the man and woman. However, a tall, robust figure remained standing. With his back to me, I could not discern his face, but his imposing silhouette draped in a crimson robe evoked a sense of reverence. He was undoubtedly one of the elders of the Moon God Society. Swiftly, I pulled the door open, crouched behind it, and tapped twice on its surface. Mr. Nelson, by this time, had clearly understood my intent. He positioned himself in a spot where the corridor's light could not reach him and extended his fist outward. Pretending to knock on the door, I smiled at him, then turned my attention back to the figure outside. Upon hearing my tapping, the man immediately turned around. As he did, the flickering light of the oil lamps illuminated his face, and I was nearly taken aback, almost crying out in astonishment. The man clad in the crimson robe was unmistakably Inoue Tsukio. In that fleeting moment, I was certain my face was a picture of surprise. Nearly forgetting the plan I had set in motion, it was only when the man, equally astonished, approached that I snapped back to reality. I reminded myself, he could not possibly be Inoue Tsukio. Yet he must surely be a member of the Inoue family. It is not uncommon for members of a family to bear similar features. Thus, it was not worth such alarm. Once this thought settled, the man reached the doorway, expertly brandishing a pistol, exclaiming, "Who is inside?" Mr. Nelson and I held our breath, remaining silent. The man, being a member of the Inoue family, was undoubtedly a key figure in the Moon God Society. Capturing him would be ideal. After his exclamation, he stepped forward. The moment I saw him enter, I sprang into action, prepared to pounce. Yet, before I could launch myself, he suddenly retreated, shouting, "Who is inside?" Mr. Nelson and I exchanged glances. Remaining mute, the man displayed a hint of hesitation, but being astute, he refrained from advancing further, bending slightly to grasp the door handle, intending to close the door at that moment, as he held the handle to pull the door shut. I swiftly sidestepped and forcefully collided my shoulder against the door. The impact produced a resounding thud, causing the door to swing shut at a rapid pace. Almost simultaneously, I heard the door strike the man. Without waiting for the door to close, I reached out and flung it open. The man fell in the corridor, attempting to rise, but I was already rushing out. Upon seeing me, he reached for the pistol on the ground. Just as his fingers grazed the small firearm, my right foot landed firmly on the back of his hand. He let out a muffled groan, and unexpectedly, his body twisted, his legs ensnaring my neck. With his powerful grip, I was pulled down, unable to resist, and fell to the ground. The impact caused him to jerk upright, and he let out a cry. His shout echoed loudly in the quiet corridor, startling me, and I swiftly lifted him, delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. I exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Mr. Nelson urged, quickly, "Grab his pistol." Mr. Nelson promptly restrained me, gently closing the door. I peered through the keyhole and saw 4 or 5 individuals rushing to the door. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. One remarked, "It sounded like Elder Inoue was calling." Another added, "Indeed. Where could he have suddenly gone?" Yet another suggested, "Could it be that Elder Inoue, having achieved great virtue, has successfully ascended to the moon, becoming the moon god?" Amidst the commotion, someone shouted, "Look, it's Elder Inoue's pistol." The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then one declared, "Elder Inoue has met with an accident. We must report this." At that moment, the unconscious Elder Inoue began to regain consciousness, yet he dared not utter a sound, for Mr. Nelson's gun was aimed squarely at his heart. Observing the hurried departure of the others, I approached Elder Inoue and said, "Mr. Inoue, you must know your predicament." His expression was obscured in the darkness, but his voice remained haughty. "It is not I who must understand my situation, but you?" I chuckled. "Indeed, we find ourselves in the lair of a tiger. Yet we have captured the tiger's head. Who do you believe should contemplate their predicament?" Elder Inoue fell silent. I listened intently, hearing footsteps and voices approaching from the corridor. They were undoubtedly seeking Elder Inoue. Perhaps due to the fact that this storage room had seldom been visited, no one thought to open the door to investigate. After a brief moment of chaos, they gradually dispersed, prompting me to say, "Mr. Inoue, you may now pose your inquiries." I refrained from asking him questions first, instead inviting him to inquire of me, testing whether he was aware of our origins. However, Elder Inoue, being quite cunning, replied, "What do I have to ask? What do you want?" Mr. Nelson spoke sternly. "Do not waste time." Elder Inoue hesitated for a moment, then said, "He is on the 3rd floor in the Elder's chamber, receiving quite favorable treatment." I immediately inquired, "What about Sasaki Kiko?" Elder Inoue retorted angrily, "No, she cannot." I paused, taken aback. "What do you mean? She cannot?" Elder Inoue explained, "She is our chosen saintess. At the upcoming gathering of believers, she is to venture to the sea to communicate our faith with the sea god. And according to tradition, she cannot be seen by outsiders." Upon hearing Elder Inoue's words, I was filled with intense fury. This was the 1960s, yet these brutes still resorted to human sacrifice to further their deceitful purposes. I recalled the death of Dr. Sasaki. Their foolishness had already claimed one of the most distinguished medical professionals, and they were poised to harm countless others. Unable to contain my rage, I raised my hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps across Elder Inoue's face. I struck with such force that he groaned, his tongue flailing as he exclaimed, "Those who dare to strike the sacred body of an elder shall have their arms broken." Having dealt him 2 slaps, I felt somewhat relieved, but upon hearing his words, my anger surged anew. If it is to be broken, I may as well strike him twice more. As soon as I finished speaking, I delivered another 2 slaps. The force was even greater this time, and I heard the sound of his teeth loosening. Blood splattered from my hand. I wiped the blood on his clothing and demanded, "Where is Sasaki Kiko?" Elder Inoue capitulated, no longer mentioning the sanctity of his body. His speech became slurred. "She is in the saintess's chamber on the top floor." I inquired, "Are there guards at these 2 locations?" Elder Inoue replied, "Of course there are." I asserted, "Well then, as an elder of the Moon God Society, you must possess a means to facilitate our smooth entry into these 2 rooms. Elder Inoue responded, "I have no such means." I coldly remarked, "If I were to strike your face twice more, you would indeed look quite unfortunate." Elder Inoue was taken aback for a moment before responding, "I can hand over the elder's token to you." I inquired, "With the elder's token, will we be able to proceed without hindrance?" Elder Inoue replied, "Only an elder can interrogate the bearer of the elder's token." I urged, "Hurry, bring it here." Elder Inoue said, "It hangs around my neck." I drew forth a golden chain from his neck, one end of which was attached to a large orb that gleamed like a full moon, round and silvery. Beside the orb, there were 2 small gold plates, inscribed with characters that were indistinct in the darkness. Upon acquiring this item, I raised it towards Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson struck Elder Inoue on the chin, rendering him unconscious. He then placed Elder Inoue on the ground, retrieved a handkerchief and a small vial, pouring a few drops of the liquid from the vial onto the handkerchief, which he then pressed over Elder Inoue's mouth and nose. The liquid emitted a dizzying scent that nearly caused me to faint. We hastily opened the door and exited the storage room. The corridor was devoid of people. I clutched the elder's token in my hand, realizing that while it was indeed beneficial, an elder from the Moon God Society could still question us. We cautiously advanced until we reached a door on the 3rd floor, guarded by 2 stout men. I gestured for them to open the door, but they remained motionless. Holding up the token, I demanded, "Why do you not open the door?" A sly smile crept across the face of one of the stout men. I sensed something was amiss and heightened my alertness. The 2 stout men replied, "Only an elder possesses the key to this door, as this is the elder's chamber. Did Elder Inoue not give you the key?" I was taken aback by their words. The 2 stout men looked at us, their smiles growing increasingly malevolent. In an instant, my mind raced with thoughts, and I replied, "Perhaps Elder Inoue was in a hurry and simply forgot." As I spoke, I signaled to Mr. Nelson. Before I could finish my sentence, I crouched low and charged at one of the stout men's belly. Mr. Nelson immediately understood and unleashed a powerful left hook aimed at the other stout man's chin. Our surprise assaults were executed with such swiftness that we both struck our targets. However, these stout men were formidable opponents. The one I collided with merely took a step back, while the one who received Mr. Nelson's punch didn't even flinch, instead grinning at him. Initially, we had planned to incapacitate them quickly and then find a way to open the door. But now it was evident that this plan was futile. The stout man I faced merely stared at me without retaliating, while the other had already lunged toward Mr. Nelson with the force of a mountain. "Mr. Nelson dodged just in time, and I shouted, "End this quickly." As I spoke, I reached into my pocket, and my hand grasped the handle of a semi-automatic pistol. I was not one to take lives lightly, which was why I usually refrained from carrying modern weapons. However, the circumstances compelled me to use the pistol, for the stout men were exceptionally skilled, and Mr. Nelson was already in a precarious situation after evading the stout man's attack. Furthermore, as guardians of the Moon God Society, these stout men were undoubtedly accustomed to wrongdoing, leaving us with no moral qualms. The instant I gripped the pistol, a gunshot rang out. The sound, of course, came from Mr. Nelson, who had acted upon my command. I glanced at the stout man, who clutched his chest, blood gushing between his fingers, his face etched with disbelief. Yet he still stood firm. As I observed him, I simultaneously cocked my gun. My shot and Mr. Nelson's were nearly simultaneous. There was no need for me to verify whether I had hit my target, for as soon as the gun fired, I heard the sound of the other stout man collapsing to the ground. I drew my weapon and fired a shot at the door lock, kicking it open, declaring, "Nelson, go save Fong Tian. I will guard the door." The 3 gunshots reverberated through the corridor, causing 3 doors to swing open. And at both ends of the corridor, 7 or 8 individuals came rushing toward us. In such a situation, relying on Elder Inoue's token for protection was no longer feasible. I fired 5 shots into the air, causing those advancing toward us to retreat, but soon, gunfire erupted in response. I recoiled and entered the Elder's chamber, promptly closing the door behind me. Upon seeing me, Fong Tian's pale face finally broke into a faint smile as he said, "I knew you would come." I quickly replied, "Don't celebrate too soon, Nelson. Is there an escape route through the window?" As I spoke, the gunfire outside intensified, and I fired another 30 rounds. The power of the semi-automatic pistol sent a cacophony of screams echoing down the corridor. At that moment, Mr. Nelson had already pushed open the window, peering outside, and remarked, "It's the sea out there." I joined him at the window, stating, "That is our only way out." Fong Tian peered outside and exclaimed, "Jump from here?" I nodded. "Indeed, you can manage that." With one hand gripping the window frame, he trembled uncontrollably. Time allowed us no further deliberation. With a swift motion, I vaulted through the window. Just as I did, I heard the sound of another window opening in the neighboring room. I immediately pressed my body against the wall, bracing myself with one hand and firing several shots in both directions. People fell from the windows on either side, plunging downward. Looking down, I saw 2 individuals flailing, tumbling into the sea. In my imagination, I had feared that jumping directly from the window would result in a fatal crash against the rocks. Yet these 2 had landed in the ocean. This revelation sparked an idea. If we 2 leaped from the window, we could also land in the sea. Thus, we need not scale the wall to reach the ground before jumping into the water. In reality, descending was nearly impossible, as nearly all the castle's windows had been opened, leaving us with no choice but to attempt a leap into the unknown. I urgently called out, Do you see? If we jump, relax your muscles and do not struggle. We can plunge into the sea like those two. Fong Tian stammered. No, it's not possible. Mr. Nelson and I immediately leaped outward. Bullets whizzed past us. But fortunately, in the darkness, our descent was swifter than the bullets. At that moment, we faced a dual peril, as we could easily crash against the rocks. By some stroke of luck, the three of us ultimately landed in the sea. With Fong Tian gripping my hand tightly, his expression betraying sheer terror, I expelled the seawater from my mouth and said, "Let us swim away from here and then find a way through the minefield." Within 5 minutes, we had all swum into a cavern. Mr. Nelson switched on his waterproof pocket flashlight, revealing the cavern's profound depths. The water was pitch black and frigid, yet the cavern was lofty, with rocks available for us to rest upon. I estimated that even at high tide, we would not be submerged by the ocean. We three, with our drenched bodies, climbed onto the rocks. Fong Tian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Mr. Nelson and I exchanged wry smiles as we checked our weapons. We were acutely aware that the Moon God Society's members would be searching for us at any moment. They would inevitably discover this cavern and would certainly enter to investigate. If our weapons failed us, we would have no choice but to surrender. Taking a deep breath, I asked, "Mr. Nelson, what do you think we should do?" Mr. Nelson shrugged, saying, "We can only wait. I hope they send a speedboat. Then we might have a chance to seize one." I replied with a wry smile, "Have you forgotten about the minefield?" Fong Tian raised his head, the advanced being from Saturn, his courage far less than ours, his complexion a shade of indigo, trembling as he asked, "Are we unable to escape?" I queried, "Do you have any secret weapons left?" Fong Tian replied, "None. I possess only scientific knowledge unknown to Earthlings." I sighed. "That will be of no use to us. We can only await an opportunity." Mr. Nelson suggested, "If we can hide until high tide, perhaps we can find a way. The mines will float with the rising tide, and there may be gaps in the seabed through which we can swim." I nodded but glanced at Fong Tian, as I doubted his ability to hold his breath for that long. Just then, a sudden scratching sound echoed from the depths of the cavern. Do not mention Fong Tian. Even Nelson and I were taken aback by the sudden sound. We assumed that the members of the Moon God Society must have arrived from outside, never expecting such noise to emanate from within the cavern. I pulled Fong Tian aside, and Nelson and I swiftly concealed ourselves behind the stone wall, striving to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The grinding noise persisted intermittently for about 10 minutes before ceasing. I lowered my voice to a whisper and inquired, "Nelson, what do you think that sound is?" Mr. Nelson furrowed his thick brows and replied, "Strange. It resembles the sound of a jackhammer, yet such machinery requires considerable electrical power." "Why, then, do we not hear the generator?" I responded, "The power source must be drawn from the surface." Mr. Nelson urged, "Look closely. Are there any electrical wires at the entrance of this cavern?" At that moment, Fong Tian interjected, "The generator is installed underwater." Both Nelson and I turned our gazes towards him. He pointed to the surface of the water, saying, "Observe how the water in the cavern is gently rippling. This indicates that the generator is vibrating beneath the surface. From the speed of the ripples, I can deduce that the generator lies approximately 70 meters below us." Nelson and I exchanged glances. Just then, the grinding sound resumed. Mr. Nelson remarked, "The Moon God Society must be constructing some secret facility within the cavern." I shook my head. The sound of a jackhammer suggests only one tool. It cannot possibly be a large-scale operation. Nelson countered, "Regardless of whether it is a major or minor project, if there are people inside, we must investigate." I nodded, and the three of us ventured deeper into the cavern. After walking about 30 paces, we found ourselves wading through water, which reached nearly to our waists. In the 21st section, the shell of poisonous intervals, the invisible flying demon. After rounding a bend, we were able to walk upon the rocks again, but upon turning another corner, we halted. Before us appeared a source of light. 2 electric bulbs, each containing approximately 100 watts. Hung from the stone wall, under their illumination, we discerned 3 individuals. Though they were young, their hair and beards were unkempt, resembling those of wild men from deep mountains. One of them wielded a jackhammer. Drilling into the rock wall, upon a nearby stone, various items lay scattered. 3 grass-green thick blankets, numerous canned goods, a large box, several cups, and an alcohol stove, which was currently brewing coffee. The disarray of these items suggested that the 3 appeared to have lived in this cavern for an extended period. which might explain their pallid complexions. Nelson and I were rendered speechless, utterly unable to fathom who these three young men might be if they were indeed members of the Moon God Society. Engaged in some project within the cavern, why would they need to reside and sleep here? Living in such a dark, damp, and frigid environment would require a courage akin to that needed to survive in hell. Yet, if they were not associated with the Moon God Society, how had they transported the generator, jackhammer, and all these items here? What were they doing in this place? Mr. Nelson, an expert in ordnance, naturally understood better than I. He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, they are preparing to bury explosives, but this cavern is ample enough to conceal enough explosives to obliterate half a mountainside." "What, then, are they continuing to excavate?" I said. "We can only inquire of them." No sooner had I uttered those words than I stepped forward, rounding the stone corner, my handgun in hand, and shouted, "Hello, friends? Raise your hands." The three individuals froze in place, the one wielding the jackhammer even forgetting to turn it off, his body trembling with its vibrations. Seeing that I had gained control of the situation, I advanced, but as I took a single step, one of them suddenly crouched down. At that moment, a 7-inch knife hurtled towards me. I was merely a few steps away from them. The knife came so unexpectedly that I realized evading it would require jumping into the water, which was too late to accomplish. Yet, unwilling to appear weak before the three, I managed to tilt my head slightly, opened my mouth, and in a sudden snap, caught the knife with my teeth. The blade pierced my mouth by about half an inch. One can imagine the shock of the onlookers, truth be told. I was drenched in cold sweat myself. The knife failed to harm me and, to my advantage, confirmed that these three were certainly not members of the Moon God Society. For if they were, upon seeing an intruder, they would undoubtedly have demanded to know who I was, rather than panicking to such a degree as to throw a knife. I reached out and grasped the knife. Saying, the three exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. At this moment, Mr. Nelson stepped forward, and in his somewhat imperfect Japanese, he questioned loudly, "What do you intend to do here? Are you planning to commit the greatest murder in history? Are you criminals?" Upon rounding the stone corner, we could ascertain with certainty that the three were indeed drilling into the rock to hide explosives, for we had spotted approximately 80 sticks of high explosives, TNT, and a remote detonation device. The destructive power of such explosives is known to anyone possessing a modicum of military knowledge, and that these three had prepared so many was no wonder Mr. Nelson questioned them so sternly. The three turned pale, exchanging glances, closed their eyes, and lamented, "It is over. Despite our tremendous efforts, we cannot eradicate the demon. Perhaps it is fate." Upon hearing their words, Mr. Nelson and I were compelled to ponder. The manner in which they spoke suggested they were educated youths. Yet they engaged in such a horrifying endeavor. What hidden agenda lay beneath? Mr. Nelson approached the large box of explosives, glancing at it and exclaiming, "So, the large quantity of explosives stolen from the American military camp last year was indeed taken by you?" The three opened their eyes and replied, "Indeed, it was us." They gestured toward the water, adding, "The generator submerged below is also American military property." Mr. Nelson's tone became exceedingly stern as he demanded, "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" One of the three retorted, "Who are you? Why should we have to explain ourselves to you?" Mr. Nelson replied, "That is our responsibility." The young man's voice brimmed with mockery. Yet Mr. Nelson maintained his serious demeanor, stating, "That is our duty." The young one erupted into laughter, pointing above, saying, "Above your head lies the root of all evil in the world. Why do you not endeavor to eradicate it?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Nelson and I instantly understood the implication of his words, and we began to grasp what the three were pursuing. What a formidable undertaking! I found myself cheering for them in my heart. I exclaimed, "Good, continue your work." Mr. Nelson interjected, "No, this is criminal behavior." I immediately countered, "Why can one act criminally to prevent countless other crimes?" Mr. Nelson turned to me, asking, "Who grants you the right to commit crimes to stop crimes?" I was unwilling to concede the argument and replied, "Sir, who then grants you such authority? You are human, they are human. None of you wish to witness criminal acts, yet you all engage in them. Why is it acceptable for you and not for them?" My words, perhaps somewhat fallacious, nonetheless caught Mr. Nelson momentarily off guard. The three young men seemed taken aback by our unexpected argument, especially since I was fully siding with them. They exchanged glances and one stepped forward, bowing deeply, saying, "We are grateful for your support, but we concur with that gentleman's perspective. We are indeed committing a grave sin. However, we have resolved that when the explosion occurs, we will not leave the cavern, perishing alongside the demon. Perhaps this will atone for our sins." Hearing the young man speak thus, Mr. Nelson and I were profoundly moved. The three shook their heads in unison, declaring, "We three are like-minded individuals. Our entire family perished at the hands of the Moon God Society's fiends. We have plotted for over a year to devise such a means of revenge, and we now live solely for the purpose of vengeance. Once our revenge is fulfilled, what is left for us to live for? Such a terrifying notion. Perhaps it is the profound influence of the samurai spirit on the Japanese." I candidly stated to Mr. Nelson, "Sir, what these three young men are undertaking is an immensely sacred task. You must be aware that the Moon God Society's criminal activities extend not only throughout Japan, but also across the Far East. Yet what have you accomplished? It is precisely because I share a profound bond of life and death with Nelson that I can candidly enumerate his faults." Mr. Nelson sighed and remarked, "I feel ashamed." The three individuals, filled with joy, inquired, "So have you decided to keep our secret?" I nodded and replied, "Naturally, but I suggest that one of you should keep watch at the cave entrance, and you need not wait for me to finish." The three young men, not waiting for my conclusion, interjected, "We understand your goodwill." I, of course, found myself at a loss for further words. I gestured to Mr. Nelson, saying, "Shall we take our leave?" One of the three remarked, "Aren't you trying to evade the pursuit of the Moon God Society?" I replied, "We are aware of that, but what other options do we have?" Suddenly, one of the young men burst into laughter, pointing at the pile of objects on the stone, and said, "Do you think we brought these through the minefield?" I discerned the implication in his words and felt a surge of joy. Exclaiming, "Is there another way out?" The young man affirmed, "Indeed, it took us several months to discover it." The three of us could hardly contain our excitement and urgently asked, "How do we proceed?" I hastily inquired, "What about the small boat?" However, the young man seemed to grasp my meaning and replied, "You need not worry about the boat. At most, we require 2 more days of work to complete it. Currently, we are so exhilarated by our impending success that we cannot even eat, and we no longer need to replenish supplies. The boat has become unnecessary." These three young men had surprisingly resolved to face death with courage. The trio paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Sir, you are the most humorous Saturnian we have encountered." They emphasized the term Saturnian, clearly expressing their disbelief that Fong Tian was indeed from Saturn. Fong Tian chose not to argue further, and the three of us continued onward, only to hear the clattering of pickaxes behind us as they resumed their work. Mr. Nelson turned to glance back a few times and remarked, "Wei, you were right. I was mistaken earlier." I sighed and added, "We neglected to ask for their names, yet I trust they would refuse to disclose them." Nelson stated, "These three are not only brave but must possess tremendous willpower." I interjected, "Stealing powerful explosives from a military camp is no simple feat. They must also possess exceptional intelligence." As we spoke, we walked forward for about 20 paces and indeed spotted the three of them boarding a small wooden boat, which was quite cramped. We picked up the oars and began to row. Following the arrows that guided our path in the darkness, we navigated through winding passages for approximately an hour, encountering low rock formations that compelled us to lie flat in the boat to continue our journey. After more than an hour, we finally saw light ahead. Before long, the small boat emerged from the cave and reached the surface of the sea. We all took a deep breath. After inhaling, Fong Tian remarked, "There is something I perhaps should not mention." I replied, "I too have something off-topic on my mind." Nelson continued, "I know what you are both thinking, as I have been troubled by the same matter." I spoke solemnly, "Sasaki Kiko." They both echoed, "Sasaki Kiko." We exchanged glances and silence ensued. Although we all understood the significance of this moment, we refrained from voicing it, each of us simultaneously contemplating, how could we possibly rescue her? Fong Tian, having just been saved by us, despite his Saturnian origins and superior intellect, found himself in a predicament that required action rather than mere contemplation, leaving him at a loss. Our silence lingered until Fong Tian suddenly covered his face with his hands and lamented, "I feel ashamed. I have no means to rescue Kiko." Nelson looked at me and asked, "What do you mean by that?" I realized my own thoughts were so jumbled that my words became incomprehensible. "Mr. Nelson chuckled softly. I cannot conceive of any viable solution. I too found myself at a loss, and as we stepped off the boat onto the shore, no one spoke, particularly Fong Tian, who appeared despondent. We walked slowly along the rugged path when, all of a sudden, Fong Tian lifted his head. His face displayed an expression of utter shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and his complexion turned an ashen blue. The sky was ominously overcast, devoid of anything but the deep gray clouds. Unable to restrain myself, I gave Fong Tian a firm pat on the shoulder and asked, "What do you see?" Fong Tian's expression remained one of horror as he exclaimed, "He has left! He has left!" I shouted, "Who has left? Whom do you mean?" This was not the first time I had heard those 5 words. I had long questioned their meaning, and as Fong Tian, in the midst of his peculiar behavior, uttered those very words, my patience reached its limit. I spoke in a low voice, "Fong Tian, what do those 5 words signify?" Fong Tian lowered his head and glanced at Mr. Nelson. I immediately said, "Fong Tian, Mr. Nelson already knows you are from another planet." I did not inform him, but he deduced it himself in a moment. Fong Tian's expression turned grim, but within a minute, he sighed and said, "Even if Mr. Nelson were unaware, I was prepared to disclose it." Fong Tian pondered for a moment and added, "Well, it is not," and with a wry smile, he continued, "I have previously told Wesley that this matter is something Earthlings can hardly comprehend. It is utterly beyond their grasp, and I find it exceedingly difficult to articulate in any terrestrial language." I replied with a wry smile, "We are not fluent in Saturn's language either, so please bear with us." After a brief contemplation, Fong Tian stated, "You Earthlings, to this day, have no means to address even the most common ailments, such as the common cold. This is due to the fact that the virus causing the cold is so minuscule it cannot even be seen under a microscope." I had to interrupt Fong Tian, asking, "What does this have to do with the cold virus?" Fong Tian smiled apologetically and replied, "I must start from here. When Earthlings catch a cold, they feel unwell. Severe colds can even lead to death. However, while the filtrable virus is indeed small, such an entity exists. Yet, on the moons of Saturn, there is something unique, which the Saturnians refer to as Huaku-i-Du-Jian, that does not exist in reality." Both Mr. Nelson and I grew increasingly perplexed. Gradually, we began to grasp the concept. Simultaneously, we felt a chill run down our spines. I swallowed hard and asked, "Do you mean it is merely a thought?" Fong Tian affirmed, "You could say that. It is a fleeting thought that can lead to death. Engineer Kimura Shin was such a case. He had actually died long ago, yet he continued to live like an ordinary person until Huaku-i-Du-Jian departed from him, at which point he ceased to breathe." Mr. Nelson gently nudged me. I understood his unspoken question. Was Fong Tian insane? I harbored no such doubts, for I had witnessed Kimura's condition firsthand. Fong Tian sighed and remarked, "The advancement of science does not necessarily bring happiness to the advanced life forms that develop it. Such is the case on Saturn." I inquired, "What do you mean by that?" I took a deep breath and asked, "So have you devised a means of defense?" Fong Tian responded, "Indeed, the 7 nations of Saturn united to employ powerful positron electricity to bombard the moons, causing Huaku-i-Du-Jian to vanish. However, just as Earthlings cannot eradicate bacteria, we can only prevent its spread." I recalled the transparent helmet Fong Tian had donned when we visited the factory to see Kimura and asked, "Is that transparent helmet the preventive measure?" Fong Tian confirmed, "Yes, that helmet continually emits positrons, preventing Huaku-i-Du-Jian from invading, much like how Earthlings receive the BCG vaccine at birth to prevent tuberculosis. Saturnians must wear such helmets from birth until death." Note: as of 1986, the BCG vaccine is no longer routinely administered. Fong Tian added with a wry smile, "This may be a consequence of our spaceship's arrival, Mr. Nelson. This is the true crisis facing Earthlings." Mr. Nelson, still somewhat oblivious, asked, "Why is that?" Fong Tian explained, "Like bacteria, Huaku-i-Du-Jian can replicate, and it does so rapidly. However, it must invade the human brain first. Even if what we brought from our spaceship is merely a form of Huaku-i-Du-Jian capable of infiltrating the brain. After all these years, I cannot estimate how many have replicated." I found myself voicing in a hushed tone, "If this continues, will all of humanity not perish?" Fong Tian replied, "Perhaps no one will die, but all will cease to be themselves, merely existing as Huaku-i-Du-Jian." A chill coursed through my heart, and Mr. Nelson's expression shifted dramatically. Fong Tian continued, Or perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. After Huaku Idu Jian infiltrates the minds of the Saturnians and interacts with their brainwaves, the original consciousness splits into two upon departure. I interjected swiftly, "Are you suggesting that since the brainwaves of Earthlings are weak, they cannot split into two, thus remaining as one entity?" Feng Tian affirmed, "That is a possibility. If that is the case, then Earth would merely have an additional elusive and unseen perpetrator. Huaku Idu Jian does not frequently switch its hosts, so the calamity would not be excessively grave." I pressed my hand to my forehead, saying, "I hope that's true." After hearing such a bizarre and unbelievable account, I suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Mr. Nelson inquired, "Mr. Fong, can you see that entity when it moves through the air?" We exchanged glances, both sharing a sense of unease. Feng Tian clearly noticed this and shrugged, saying, "This is the best explanation I can provide," I replied. "We are beginning to understand." As we spoke, we continued walking and had now reached the highway. Feng Tian had an abundance of peculiar contraptions, too many to question, and we were initially unprepared to inquire. However, he maintained that strange demeanor for far too long, and our clothes remained damp. Being discovered by the members of the Moon God Society passing by would spell trouble. Prompting us to ask questions, I nudged Feng Tian, saying, "What are you doing now?" Feng Tian's expression turned grave, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "I feel that someone is deceiving us." I was taken aback and asked, "Who?" Feng Tian replied, "Those three young men." Mr. Nelson quickly asked, "What have they deceived us about?" Feng Tian paused for a moment, then suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Not 3 days from now, but now, right now." As he shouted, he darted forward. Mr. Nelson and I were momentarily bewildered by Feng Tian's outburst, but we soon comprehended. In the 22nd chapter, The Struggle at the Rocket Base, Feng Tian dashed forward, only to take 7 or 8 steps before the ground violently shook. Mr. Nelson and I, along with Feng Tian, fell to the ground. All of this transpired in less than 2 seconds, resembling a silent film as we lay there, swaying as if cradled like infants, yet producing no sound. A remarkably peculiar state. But in just those 2 seconds, sound erupted, a thunderous roar that evoked images of the apocalypse, followed by a deafening silence. This silence was naturally due to our eardrums being momentarily deafened by the sudden blast. However, even in our silence, we could feel the shock waves. He looked upward, shouting in a strange voice, cursing in the Saturnian tongue, which we could not comprehend. He did not curse for long before he slumped down on the road. Mr. Nelson and I approached him. He raised his head, his face streaked with tears, and said, "It is not those 3 young men deceiving us. Rather, Huaku Idu Jian has found one among them as a host." I was perplexed and asked, "So what does that imply?" Feng Tian explained, "Originally, they intended to detonate 3 days from now, but one of their minds has been replaced by Huaku Idu Jian. The creature likely found it amusing to explode now?" "Poor GZ." I sighed, "Feng Tian, you need not be so distressed." Feng Tian sighed deeply and stood up. Mr. Nelson queried, "Could such a powerful explosion not destroy Huaku Idu Jian?" Feng Tian replied with a bitter smile, "The previous explosion could obliterate all tangible matter, but how can one destroy something that is intangible?" In Saturnian, Huaku Idu Jian translates to incorporeal flying demon, and it has now departed. I can feel it. I could not help but smile wryly. With such an incorporeal flying demon on Earth, even if the weak brainwaves of humanity prevent it from splitting, it would still be a considerable nuisance. Mr. Nelson was even more astonished. If the incorporeal flying demon infiltrates the mind of a high-ranking national defense official, then if it becomes pleased and presses those buttons, I interjected, a great war would erupt. And Earth would be doomed, Feng Tian replied with a grim smile. I am not being alarmist. Such a scenario is entirely possible, friends. I now suspect that the instigator of the Second World War, the infamous Hitler, may have become a host for the incorporeal flying demon, explaining his capabilities. Otherwise, how could a mere painter cause such global catastrophe? Feng Tian's words grew increasingly enigmatic, sending chills through our hearts. Feng Tian then stated, "You have treated me with such kindness. It is my duty to reciprocate. However, the incorporeal flying demon is not a specter, and I am not a ghost hunter. This matter cannot be resolved through mere whim." At that moment, a throng of vehicles and people surged onto the highway and fields. Mr. Nelson urged, "We must take cover, especially since I am involved. The situation could become quite troublesome." Should we be associated with the explosion? It would be exceedingly inconvenient. The three of us swiftly left the highway before the crowd could converge. Before long, we arrived at a small village along another path, where we discreetly borrowed 3 sets of dry clothing and rode away on 3 bicycles. The houses in the village had all their windows shattered, and there were hardly any people left. They must have all rushed towards the site of the explosion, allowing us to exit the village smoothly as we headed towards Tokyo. We cycled for several miles until we reached a larger town, where Mr. Nelson made a long-distance call to summon a car. While awaiting its arrival, we rested in the local sheriff's office, at this juncture. Mr. Nelson asked, Mr. Fong, under what circumstances can we eradicate the threat posed by the incorporeal flying demon? Fong Tian replied with a wry smile, it is quite simple to articulate. Earthlings could indeed accomplish it, but executing it is another matter entirely. Mr. Nelson and I fell silent. Fong Tian continued, we must prepare a room capable of emitting intense positrons at any moment. It would suffice to lure the incorporeal flying demon into this chamber. He paused, sighing, however, the incorporeal flying demon consists of a group of ethereal thoughts. While I can sense its presence, I cannot dictate its movements, and I can only perceive its brainwaves when they are near me. Once it distances itself, like now, I am left in the dark. Mr. Nelson suggested, then we should immediately prepare such a location. Fong Tian contemplated for a moment, saying, I believe the incorporeal flying demon would not wish to linger on Earth, as it can only remain as one entity here and cannot split. Fong Tian nodded silently. Fong Tian added, yes, my leave is nearly over. There is one more matter I wish to ask for your assistance. Mr. Nelson chuckled, after all these years, you have helped that country immensely, which seems to balance things out. We won't spill the beans. Fong Tian gazed at us with gratitude. I can report to you all I have seen along the way and my experiences upon reaching Saturn. I inquired in astonishment, what method will you use? I quickly added, do you possess such equipment? Fong Tian nodded, indeed. In a certain country's rocket launch facility, I have such a device in my private office. I invite you to join me. Once I take off, you will continuously receive updates on my whereabouts, though due to a lack of sufficient power, the device's lifespan will not exceed 8 days. Fong Tian stated, I have calculated it. The journey will take 221 hours and 5 minutes, which is 8 days minus 10 minutes on Earth time. This means I will have 10 minutes to report to you after arriving on Saturn. I asked, Fong Tian, have you not used this device in all those years? Fong Tian sighed, of course I have. Otherwise, its lifespan would far exceed 8 days. However, after I had completed my installation, despite the cosmic rays oscillations traversing Saturn and reaching the instrument's communication device, the signals were chaotic and devoid of any system. Naturally, such profound matters eluded my understanding. Mr. Nelson remarked, could it be that a war has erupted on Saturn? Fong Tian replied, unlikely. The Saturnians possess a worldview distinct from that of Earthlings. We manufacture weapons not for warfare, but solely to showcase the prowess of our nation and the advancements of our science. I interjected, if the purpose is to flaunt scientific progress, why then produce weapons? Fong Tian shrugged and said, let us not forget that Saturn is home to 7 nations. The possibility of conflict is not entirely absent. Mr. Nelson and I fell silent, fatigue weighing heavily upon us after days of exertion. Before our vehicle's arrival, burdened by our thoughts, we leaned against the sofa and dozed for a brief moment. Upon reaching Tokyo, we made our way directly to the location where Mr. Nelson had placed the hard metal box. A smile adorned Fong Tian's face, as I discerned their intention to transport the box to the factory without delay and proceed to open it. However, both Mr. Nelson and I were famished. We instructed the attendants to bring our meals, using the hard metal box as a makeshift table, devouring our food voraciously. After finishing, Mr. Nelson commanded the preparation of the vehicle, and the two of us personally loaded the box onto it. Mr. Nelson had arranged for an armored vehicle, ensuring that unless a cannon were aimed at us, our box would remain secure in the bustling streets of Tokyo. Who could possibly deploy such artillery? Fong Tian, Mr. Nelson, and I sat atop the hard metal box, with Mr. Nelson, ever cautious, gripping a newly designed rapid-fire pistol. The journey felt fraught with tension, and upon reaching the factory, I noticed that both men seemed deliberately to avoid discussing the intangible flying entity. I, too, refrained from broaching the subject, not wishing to dampen their spirits. That day, under the commission of Inoue Tsukio, the task of forging the hard metal box from the extraterrestrial material through a special synthesis method had been overseen by Kimura. Now, with Kimura deceased, the responsibility for opening the box had fallen to the factory's deputy chief engineer, Yamagani Kinji. Though still young, Engineer Yamagani had already received notice and prepared everything in the workshop. Mr. Nelson and I hoisted the hard metal box onto the high-temperature cutting lathe, stepping back to don our deep blue glass goggles and asbestos hoods. The high-temperature cutting technique represents a pinnacle of modern industrial achievement. Utilizing intense flames, it can slice through any metallic object as effortlessly as a red-hot knife through butter. Yet, without the deep blue goggles, exposure to the blinding light would irreparably damage the eye's tissues. We observed as Yamagani Kinji issued a series of commands, and a long, flat pipe gradually approached the hard metal box. With a wave of his hand, a hissing sound erupted as flames spewed forth from the pipe. Even with the deep blue goggles, the brilliance of the flames rendered me nearly unable to keep my eyes open. As the flames licked at the hard metal box, dazzling sparks erupted, more breathtaking than any fireworks display. It appeared as if the sun had suddenly split open, transforming into a myriad of shooting stars. The pipe moved slowly, its fiery tongue caressing the surface of the box, and I noticed a slender crack forming where the flames had passed. After approximately half an hour, Yamagani Kinji shouted, and the intense flames from the flat pipe extinguished. For the first half-minute, we could see nothing but darkness, a consequence of having gazed too long at the searing light. I promptly removed my asbestos hood, confident I was among the first to regain my sight. While the others also removed their hoods, they stood dazed and bewildered when I finally saw them. Approaching the lathe, I noted that although the hard metal box had been sliced open, it still radiated an unbearable heat. At that moment, the others regained their vision, and Yamagani Kinji ordered the activation of the cooling fan to dissipate the box's heat gradually. After touching the box, he turned to Mr. Nelson and stated, "Sir, my task is complete. Inside the box lies a thick layer of asbestos, which can be easily removed." Mr. Nelson replied, "Please ensure that you seal the box again once we are done." The hard metal box had been cleaved in half, and Mr. Nelson and I effortlessly separated the two halves within. We uncovered a substantial layer of asbestos, and Fong Tian joined us in dismantling it. The layer was swiftly removed, revealing an object wrapped in nylon fibers. Fong Tian inhaled sharply, and Mr. Nelson exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "We have succeeded." Yet I alone noticed Fong Tian's complexion suddenly turning a shade close to blue. Signaling a shift in the situation, I quickly tapped Mr. Nelson's shoulder, indicating he should observe Fong Tian. As Mr. Nelson looked up, he noticed Fong Tian's peculiar expression, causing his own countenance to change, the smile vanishing as he exclaimed, "Oh God, no." I immediately asked, "Fong Tian, what is amiss?" Fong Tian's voice trembled as he stammered, "Bigger than this." He pointed at the object encased in nylon fibers, saying, "In my memory, the guiding device seemed larger." I hurriedly reassured him. "You must be mistaken." Mr. Nelson interjected, "There is no need for debate. We can open it immediately." He produced a small knife and swiftly cut through the nylon fibers. As the object wrapped in nylon was revealed, silence enveloped the workshop. They must have been pondering whether such a grandiose effort was merely to extract a large rock. Indeed, upon the removal of the nylon fibers, what lay exposed was not an extraterrestrial artifact nor a solar system navigation device that humanity could not yet replicate, but rather a sizable stone, a commonplace granite. I was uncertain how my own expression appeared, but I saw Fong Tian's face bluing, as if he had received a death sentence. Mr. Nelson's expression was even more complex, akin to a child polishing an apple to a bright red sheen, only to discover upon biting into it that it was wax. We remained frozen for a full 10 minutes as I mentally retraced every step, unable to fathom where the error had occurred. Such a hard metal box could not possibly have a duplicate. This was the very one now severed, yet within it lay only a stone. I was the first to break the silence, erupting into laughter. In contrast, Fong Tian began to weep. Mr. Nelson shouted, "Silence." My laughter had erupted from a sense of helplessness, and at Mr. Nelson's command, I ceased, yet Fong Tian's tears, stemming from genuine sorrow, could not be stifled. Mr. Nelson declared, "Mr. Fong, this stone is a devastating blow to you, but you must understand, it is an even greater blow to me." I comprehended Mr. Nelson's sentiment, for after enduring such a perilous journey, Receiving only a stone was indeed an intolerable defeat. I shared the same sentiment, thus I immediately said, Fong Tian, the blow is equally heavy for me. Fong Tian ceased his weeping and asked, what shall we do? Mr. Nelson clenched his teeth and replied, you ask a pertinent question. In the face of failure, we must inquire what to do next, and there will always be a way forward. He covered the large stone with asbestos and raised his head to a nearby officer, saying quickly, summon the chief engineer. The officer promptly exited the workshop, and shortly thereafter, Yamagani Kinji entered, his youthful face reflecting astonishment. What has transpired? He inquired. Mr. Nelson asked, were you present when this hard metal box was sealed? Yamagani nodded. Yes, it was only myself and Engineer Kimura. Mr. Nelson further queried, did you see what was inside the box? Yamagani replied, I cannot say I saw it, for what I observed was merely a circular object wrapped in nylon fibers. His sincerity lent credence to his words. Mr. Nelson continued, then, who was responsible for wrapping that object in nylon? Yamagani responded, naturally, it was Chief Engineer Kimura. Mr. Nelson and I exchanged glances, and at that moment, Fong Tian suddenly exclaimed, I understand. Mr. Nelson asked, what do you comprehend? Fong Tian swayed unsteadily, lamenting, I am finished. I can only remain on Earth for the rest of my life. Kenjin Kinji and two senior police officers regarded Fong Tian with an exceedingly peculiar gaze, evidently perceiving him as a person of deranged faculties. However, both Nelson and I discerned the gravity of the situation. For Fong Tian had always shrouded his own identity in utmost secrecy, yet at this moment, he audaciously uttered such words in the presence of Kenjin Kinji and the others, underscoring the seriousness of the matter. Mr. Nelson hastily remarked, Mr. Kenjin, please re-weld that metallic box, to which Kenjin Kinji complied. Nelson then turned and quietly instructed the two officers, saying, once the box is welded, you are to ensure it is delivered to a certain country's embassy, stating that it is from Mr. Wesley. The two officers stood at attention, acknowledging Mr. Nelson's command. Once the box reached the embassy, the entanglement between myself and that embassy would naturally cease to exist. After Mr. Nelson concluded his directives, he grasped Fong Tian's hand and proceeded to exit. I followed closely behind them, and as we emerged from the workshop, the factory manager approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, is everything proceeding smoothly? He was evidently unaware that matters were far from satisfactory. Mr. Nelson responded vaguely, please provide us with a quieter room, and have the operator connect us with Inoue Tsukio's phone. It is an urgent matter, and we must locate him regardless of his whereabouts. The factory manager replied, Chief Engineer Kimura's office is available for your use, and we will notify you as soon as the call is connected. Mr. Nelson said, very well, we can manage on our own. You need not trouble yourself on our behalf. Both Fong Tian and I had previously visited Chief Engineer Kimura's office, so there was no need for a guide. We pushed open the door to the office, and as soon as Mr. Nelson entered, he inquired, Fong Tian, what do you wish to do? However, Fong Tian interrupted, exclaiming, no, it is not Kimura, but I have also begun to understand. It is the invisible flying demon. Fong Tian despondently took a seat, lamenting, I should have realized this much sooner. I interjected, are you suggesting that when Inoue Tsukio handed over the navigation device to Kimura, the invisible flying demon had already infiltrated Kimura's mind? That Kimura is merely a shell, and he no longer exists? Fong Tian affirmed, indeed, that is the case. Furthermore, I recall that Kimura exhibited signs of considerable unease when he mentioned the extraterrestrial object on several occasions. I still vividly remember Kimura's peculiar demeanor, and I had indeed harbored doubts at the time. Now, the situation is abundantly clear. Kimura was well aware that the so-called extraterrestrial object contained within that hard metallic box was nothing more than a stone that he had personally placed inside. Not only had I grasped this notion, but Mr. Nelson and Fong Tian had as well. I was unaware of Mr. Nelson's thoughts, but Fong Tian's perspective diverged from mine. Fong Tian believed that the invisible flying demon had already seized control of Kimura's mind, and thus, the act of concealing the navigation device was solely the work of the invisible flying demon, for Kimura was already deceased. Conversely, I maintained that during my initial encounter with Kimura, he was still very much himself. At that time, the invisible flying demon had yet to invade his body. The act of packing the navigation device occurred prior to my meeting with Kimura, leading me to conclude that it was indeed Kimura himself who concealed the navigation device and replaced it with a stone. This was the impression I had formed during my first meeting with Kimura. Kimura was not only an exceptional engineer, but also a scientist who accepted Inoue Tsukiyo's commission to pack the navigation device into the box. However, upon realizing that the navigation device would be buried underground, he substituted it with a stone, intending to privately retain the navigation device. Kimura believed that once the hard metallic box arrived at the Inoue family tomb, it would be promptly interred, thus ensuring his clandestine actions would remain forever undiscovered. I elaborated on my insights to Fong Tian and Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson also managed to reach Inoue Tsukiyo by phone, who confirmed that Kimura was of sound mind when he accepted the commission. The examination of his personal documents took 3 days, during which Fong Tian, Mr. Nelson, and I directly participated in the endeavor. Over the course of those 3 days, we scrutinized every piece of paper related to Kimura's activities during his lifetime, including laundry receipts, electricity bills, television receipts, and more. However, after 3 days, we could only ascertain that Kimura had indeed hidden the navigation device. And that was the extent of our findings. I discovered in his diary that on the very day the hard metallic box was welded, Kimura had written a single line. Today, I have done something that should not have been done. Yet for all of humanity, it is something that must be done. The so-called thing that should not have been done undoubtedly referred to the act of replacing the navigation device with a large stone. However, he left no clues regarding where the navigation device was hidden or what research he had conducted on it. Subsequently, we investigated all individuals who were close to Kimura, but found no leads. By the 7th day, we had conducted meticulous radar wave searches in every conceivable location within Kimura's home, office, and any other places he might have visited. Yet the navigation device seemed to have vanished into thin air. Mr. Nelson and I found ourselves utterly despondent during the final day of futile investigations amidst the rain. Strangely, Fong Tian remained unusually silent and composed. Given Fong Tian's nature, he should have been more disheartened than us. Yet he appeared even more composed, which was indeed a peculiar circumstance. On the 7th day, after exhausting all methods and still finding no progress, I asked Fong Tian, "Do you have any ideas for locating it?" Fong Tian nodded, stating, "Yes, there is a very simple method." Nelson and I were nearly incensed. After 7 days of disorientation and the mobilization of countless resources in our search, Fong Tian had participated in the endeavor but had concealed a simple solution. I quickly inquired, "What method?" Fong Tian replied, "Ask Kimura." Mr. Nelson shot me a glance. I understood his implication. Fong Tian had been so profoundly affected that he had lost his grip on reality. I composed myself and retorted, "Kimura is dead." Despite my efforts to restrain my emotions, my voice was still laced with anger. Nelson and I exchanged glances, our irritation beginning to dissipate. Nelson remarked, "Are you suggesting that if we could interrogate the invisible flying demon, it would possess Kimura's memories and thus reveal the whereabouts of the navigation device?" Fong Tian nodded, affirming, "Precisely." I quickly asked, "What method could compel the invisible flying demon to divulge such information?" Fong Tian offered a wry smile and replied, "There are 2 methods. One involves directly luring it into a chamber filled with positive electrons, allowing my brain waves to perceive its speech, which could then be articulated through the host's mouth." Mr. Nelson and I exchanged incredulous glances. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Although Fong Tian could sense the rapid exchanges of brain waves, it only occurred in close proximity, in the vast expanse of space above the Earth. The invisible flying demon could traverse freely, making it nearly impossible to ascertain its precise location. Not to mention that with nearly 4 billion people on Earth, how could Fong Tian possibly examine each one? Even if the host remained unchanged, it was still an implausible task. Fong Tian nodded. It seemed this was the only viable approach. After days of perilous adventures, I found myself surprisingly well rested on the plane. Fong Tian, being a key figure at the base, was greeted by personnel as soon as we landed. As the vehicle sped towards the base, I could see the towering rockets atop the facility, when suddenly Fong Tian jolted, exclaiming, "It's nearby! It's nearby!" We understood what he meant, and an involuntary tension gripped us. Upon entering the base, we were informed that 2 Japanese dignitaries were visiting. Fong Tian cryptically suggested that the invisible flying demon must have infiltrated one of them. Mr. Nelson and I prepared to masquerade as guides to approach the 2 dignitaries. However, upon realizing that their so-called visit merely entailed a brief drive around the base, we abandoned our initial plan. A drive around the base would certainly reveal many rockets poised for launch, but such scenes could be captured in any newsreel. This indicated that everything within the base, even to dignitaries from other countries, was exceedingly classified. Thus, my ability to move freely within the base was indeed a privilege. We stood beside the rocket, while the room filled with positrons, where Fong Tian had ordered preparations upon arrival, was situated nearby. Time swiftly passed, and at 10 minutes past 10, a dark gray sedan approached rapidly from the left, the very vehicle designated to receive the two Japanese dignitaries. A sense of tension enveloped us. Yet Fong Tian's countenance displayed an extraordinary dejection. Peering through the car window, I discerned two Japanese individuals seated within, accompanied by an official of the space base. I hastily inquired, "Which one is it?" Fong Tian shook his head and replied, "Neither." However, Fong Tian now asserted that among those two Japanese dignitaries, there was not a single parasitic entity of the invisible fiend. This revelation shattered all our expectations. As I stood there in a daze, the automobile had already turned the corner and sped away. I exclaimed, "Fong Tian, you can surely sense the parasitic entity of the invisible fiend, can't you?" Fong Tian responded, "Of course, unless," at this juncture, his complexion suddenly turned a shade of blue, but it was merely for an instant. I pressed, "Unless what?" Fong Tian, regaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, I can certainly detect it. None of the two Japanese dignitaries harbors a parasitic entity of the invisible fiend." Nelson sighed, saying, "We must start from square one." Fong Tian concurred, "Indeed, from the beginning." Sigh, "Shall we go for a cup of coffee?" I found Fong Tian's demeanor to be rather peculiar, but I could not articulate why. Logically, the whereabouts of the invisible fiend should be profoundly disheartening for him, yet he seemed remarkably at ease, suggesting coffee instead. If he had indeed made a discovery that allowed him such tranquility, why not disclose it? Mr. Nelson stated, "Of course, Wei, I've been with you for so long. If you possess such confidence, how could I not?" I patted his shoulder, and he smiled. I realized that the bond between Nelson and me was unparalleled. We understood each other deeply, and our collaboration was flawless. We approached Fong Tian's car parked nearby, where he first dropped Nelson off at the hotel for rest, before exiting with me. Upon leaving the hotel, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and he rushed towards the car. Following closely behind, I asked, "Fong Tian, why the urgency?" Fong Tian remained silent, merely gripping my hand. I felt his hand was icy, an unusual chill that alerted me something was amiss. Yet I could not discern what had transpired so suddenly. Fong Tian pulled me to the side of the car. His hand trembled as it pressed against the steering wheel. The vehicle jolted violently under his erratic movements before surging forward. I was taken aback and exclaimed, "Fong Tian, have you been drinking?" Fong Tian remained silent, accelerating the car forward. Before long, we arrived once more beside the Saturn rocket. Near his office, he exited the vehicle and dragged me into his office. Once inside, he pressed several buttons, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. I urgently asked, "Fong Tian, what on earth are you up to?" Fong Tian replied, "I have designed a system that emits powerful high-frequency waves, which will obliterate all sounds within this room, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to recover those sounds." I sat down and remarked, "Weren't we supposed to be having coffee? Why all this secrecy?" Fong Tian gave a wry smile and said, "Coffee? Wei Li, do you think I am in such a jovial mood?" I pondered whether the Saturnians might suffer a nervous breakdown under extreme stress. But Fong Tian's demeanor indeed suggested. I shook my head and said, "Fong Tian, we are not entirely without hope. You must recognize that." He had only spoken a few words, but had already shifted positions 7 or 8 times. Constantly rubbing his hands and glancing anxiously out the window, I was baffled by his urgency and inquired, "Under what circumstances would you be unable to perceive?" Fong Tian replied, "If the parasitic entity of the invisible fiend were extremely close to me, and it was someone I would never suspect, then I would be unable to detect it. However, your question has alerted me, and I have finally realized." I couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Fong Tian, you don't think I have been infiltrated by the invisible fiend, do you?" Fong Tian's voice trembled as he said, "Not you, but Nelson." Upon hearing Fong Tian's assertion, I sprang up, unthinking, and threw a punch that struck Fong Tian squarely on the jaw, causing him to fall backward. I was certain that Fong Tian's nerves had become somewhat unhinged due to excessive stress. How could he claim that Mr. Nelson had become a parasitic entity of the invisible fiend? Was this jest not exceedingly vile? Could it be that the man who had just shared a friendly shoulder pat with me, now resting, was a mere shell, directed by a foreign thought that would lead to his demise once that thought departed? This was simply absurd. I felt no remorse for my earlier strike against Fang Tian, and I was prepared to deliver another blow when he rose. Fang Tian, perhaps noticing my clenched fist or having been too severely impacted, could not get up on the ground. He trembled and said, "Wei Li, you must believe me. You must believe me." His face had turned a shade of blue, resembling a layer of ink. I was still unsatisfied and struck again, saying, "Fang Tian, do not forget that you are indeed a despicable individual. To protect your own identity, you have caused the deaths of many, and now you seek to harm Nelson. We certainly need not exert ourselves for such a vile Saturnian." Part 23. The death of a close friend. Fang Tian suddenly leapt forward with an unexpected speed, grasping my hand, and said, "Wei Li, wait, hold on." I coldly retorted, "What am I waiting for? For you to spout more absurdities? I believe you to be a most contemptible scoundrel. Perhaps there are no good Saturnians at all. Dio, you remember? You once attempted to murder me. If you do not let me leave, I shall reveal your identity." Fang Tian panted, "Feel free to insult me, but I only need you to hear 3 phrases from me. Just 3. That I scoffed. "Very well, speak." Fang Tian stated, "Nelson thinks we have gone for coffee, correct?" I replied, "That's 1. Fang Tian continued, "We are here, and he is unaware." I retorted, "That is trivial. How could he know you would change your mind and come here to ramble nonsense to me?" "That is 2. Fang Tian's chest heaved rapidly as he said, "Thus, I surmised he would approach the rocket. Alas, he is coming." My body leaped instinctively towards the window, and indeed, I saw Nelson. He appeared to be in excellent spirits, showing no sign of needing rest, and was walking towards the Saturn rocket with a senior security officer I had previously met. Clutching an oddly swollen briefcase, I paused for a moment, and Fang Tian trembled. "Do you see? He is going, he is going." Fang Tian's complexion turned indigo, and he urged, "Wei Li, look closely. What is it that he carries?" At this question, I found myself at a loss for words. Since I had known Nelson, he had never been seen with a briefcase, and this one appeared nearly spherical, notably conspicuous. Yet, I still did not believe Fang Tian's words, and I squinted, retorting, "It is merely a briefcase." Fang Tian nearly shrieked, "Yes, it is a briefcase, but I would wager my life that it contains the navigation device." My right hand balled into a fist. Raised once more, I cast a glance back, disregarding Fang Tian. Unraveling this mystery would be a straightforward task. I merely needed to catch up and see what lay within the briefcase. There was no need for further speculation here. I turned and walked towards the door. Yet Fang Tian called out urgently, "You doubt where are you going?" I countered, "Why not?" Fang Tian replied, "If you go, it will become aware that its cover is blown and it will flee." In that moment, I could not recall to whom he was referring, and I asked, "Who will flee?" Fang Tian sighed, "The invisible fiend of Huaku Idu Jian. If you approach, it will surely depart from Nelson's body. Wei Li, consider this. We are in one of the world's 2 great powers, the space exploration and missile base. If Huaku Idu Jian were to infiltrate the mind of a key figure." As Fang Tian spoke, I could not help but feel my complexion change. Indeed, if the entity known as Huaku Idu Jian were to infiltrate the mind of a high-ranking official with control over a button, the mere press of a red button could unleash a long-range missile towards the territory of another hostile nation, thereby igniting the flames of World War III and heralding the apocalypse. I felt a bead of sweat forming in my palm, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, "So, what do you suggest we do?" Upon uttering this question, I realized that it was tantamount to acknowledging Fang Tian's assertions. However, I could not bring myself to believe that the insidious invisible demon had indeed penetrated Nelson's mind, nor could I accept that my dearest friend, despite walking beside me, was already dead, a notion that was utterly unfathomable. Fang Tian replied, "Currently, Huakuidu Jin remains unaware that we have uncovered its parasitic form. We must devise a plan to lure it into a chamber saturated with positrons." I immediately countered, "That is utterly impractical. The moment you prepare that positron-filled room, Nelson will be aware of it. According to your claims, the invisible demon has already invaded his mind. How can you possibly lead him into that chamber?" Fang Tian took a few breaths and said, "Upon that rocket, I engineered a space capsule, and the navigational instrument must be installed within that capsule. At this moment, Nelson must be within that very capsule. And I have made provisions therein, he implored me, and I could no longer restrain my anger. Why did you not consult me about this beforehand? Feng Tian explained. My preparations were merely precautionary and not intended for use. Little did I know that the situation would necessitate their activation. Within that capsule, I have laid numerous high-voltage, perconducting wires. Once electrified, they will generate a substantial amount of positrons, thereby obliterating the electromagnetic waves of Hua Kui Du Jian and rendering it non-existent in this world. I fell silent, and Feng Tian added, "The remote control for the power is right here." He gestured towards a green button on his desk. I quickly interjected, "But then, wouldn't Mr. Nelson perish as well?" Feng Tian replied, "Wesley, he has long since passed." I slammed my hand on the table. "Nonsense. When did he die?" Feng Tian's demeanor remained composed, clearly confident in his assertion. "I suspect it occurred while we were in Tokyo. Amidst our examination of Kimura's belongings, when the invisible demon infiltrated Nelson's being, treating him as its host." I shook my head vehemently, struggling to grasp the concept, which seemed almost impossible to accept. How could I believe that my companion, who had traveled to this base with me and had remained by my side for days, was in fact already a corpse? Feng Tian pressed another button, and the television screen shifted, ultimately revealing a minuscule space with a single seat suitable for one person, surrounded by an array of instruments. Soon after, I beheld Nelson entering, opening his large, round leather bag and carefully retrieving an object. This item, which I had meticulously studied in photographs, I had never seen in reality. Yet, at that moment, I could unmistakably affirm, through the clear television display, that it was indeed the ancestral treasure of the Inoue family, the extraterrestrial artifact, a manifestation of Saturnian intelligence, the solar system's navigational instrument. My breath quickened, and Feng Tian exclaimed, "Do you see it? Do you see it?" My voice trembled as I replied, "Perhaps he has found the navigational instrument and wishes to surprise you." Despite my words, I felt they lacked conviction, even to my own ears. Feng Tian urged, "Observe his actions." The strands of wire, which appeared utterly inscrutable to me, were being connected one by Nelson. Feng Tian inhaled deeply and declared, "Only I possessed the knowledge to connect those wires. Aside from me, there is Hua Kui Du Jian." A wave of dizziness washed over me, rendering me nearly unsteady on my feet. Throughout my life, I had faced numerous adversities, but none had struck me with such force. My closest friend, my most trusted companion in adventure, had ceased to be himself, transformed into a vessel for an inexplicable and potent Saturnian brainwave. I clenched my fists tightly, my body trembling uncontrollably. Feng Tian shouted, "Press it. Now is the opportune moment. Hurry." My hands shook as the green button loomed before me, yet I found myself devoid of the strength to press it, for I understood that pressing it would yield dire consequences. The instant I pressed it, a surge of positrons would erupt from the capsule, and Nelson would meet his demise. Although Feng Tian insisted that Nelson was already dead and that only Hua Kui Du Jian would be eradicated, I was a denizen of Earth, not Saturn, and I could not reconcile myself to that notion. Noticing my hesitation, Feng Tian leaned forward and reached for the green button. Just before his hand could make contact, I abruptly swatted it away. Feng Tian's complexion turned ashen as he questioned, "Wesley, what are you doing?" I, too, was perplexed by my actions. I had come to believe Feng Tian's words, yet I could neither press the green button myself nor allow Feng Tian to do so, for I knew that this single press would surely spell death for Nelson. Despite Feng Tian's repeated assertions that Nelson was already gone, I could still see him diligently working on the television screen. Feng Tian called out again and attempted to press the button, but I blocked him once more. His face grew even paler, and he suddenly shouted, swinging his fist at me. I had never anticipated Feng Tian would strike me. Furthermore, my thoughts were in utter disarray, leaving me frozen, fixated solely on preventing him from pressing the green button. Thus, when Feng Tian's fist lunged towards my chest, I was caught off guard, and his blow sent me staggering backward. In that fleeting moment as I retreated, Feng Tian swiftly extended his hand and pressed the green button. I cried out, "Don't move!" As I shouted, I lunged forward with all my might. However, for Feng Tian, pressing that green button was merely a matter of raising his hand. Though I propelled myself forward with great speed, by the time I collided with Fong Tian, causing him to fall backward. He had already forcefully pressed the button. I stood frozen before the desk while Fong Tian struggled to rise, pointing at the television and screaming. His words were in the incomprehensible Saturnian language. Yet I endeavored to calm myself and focused on the screen. I witnessed Nelson abruptly cease his work, a look of unprecedented terror etched across his face. Meanwhile, the door of the capsule had sealed tightly. In that instant, I realized that the very outcome I dreaded had come to pass. Although I had known that Nelson had become a host for the invisible demon, my subconscious had still clung to a glimmer of hope for a miracle. Wishing that Fong Tian was merely speaking in folly, yet now, that final flicker of hope was extinguished. The reality was brutally harsh. I saw Nelson rise, his expression growing increasingly frantic. After Fong Tian pressed a button on the television, I heard Nelson's labored breaths. Fong Tian spoke a few words into a communicator, and suddenly, Nelson's voice emanated from the television's audio system. Yet, the language he spoke was not one from Earth, but rather Saturnian. The entity Hua Kui Du Jian had utilized the host's vocal system to communicate, and Fong Tian's words had been realized. I paid no heed to their dialogue, feeling my legs weaken beneath me. I had lost my dearest friend, and in such a manner. Though I considered myself stronger than the average person, I found it nearly unbearable to withstand this blow. I nearly collapsed into a chair. My gaze never leaving the television. On the screen, Nelson appeared as a wild beast trapped in a cage, thrashing about in that confined capsule. Simultaneously, the audio system relayed a familiar voice, unmistakably Nelson's, now speaking in earthly language. Wesley, stop Fong Tian's mad actions at once. What is this? What does this mean? This is nothing short of murder. I sprang to my feet, exclaiming, hurry, shut down the power. Fong Tian urgently replied, we cannot. I could no longer comprehend Fong Tian's intentions, but witnessing Nelson's plight made it impossible for me to remain calm. Just then, a senior security officer burst in, shouting about an emergency. I quickly inquired, what emergency? The officer replied. He insists on entering the secret space capsule. He then fell silent, glancing over my shoulder. The officer understood that Fong Tian held a position of great authority within this base. Although Fong Tian was under investigation, thus far, no evidence of wrongdoing had surfaced, only his remarkable contributions. Thus, upon hearing Fong Tian's remarks, the senior security officer promptly interjected. However, shortly after Mr. Nelson entered, the door of the space capsule suddenly closed automatically. I heard him shout, this is nothing short of murder. At that moment, not only had the medical personnel rushed to the vicinity of the enormous rocket, but the technical staff had also arrived. Fong Tian, the senior security officer, and I hurried towards the rocket, reaching its base. The power had been cut off, rendering the elevator unusable, so we had no choice but to climb up the steel framework. We carefully traversed the beam and arrived at a slightly ajar steel door, the entrance to the space capsule. I pushed past the senior security officer and opened the door. There lay Nelson. Just as I had seen on television, he was reclining in that chair, with the flight navigation device of the solar system resting on the ground before him. Several wires from the navigation device were connected to the space capsule circuitry. Yet several others remained unconnected. The space capsule was exceedingly cramped, accommodating only one individual. Since Mr. Nelson was already inside, I could only squeeze in halfway, leaving no room for anyone else. The medical personnel behind me called out, step aside. Let us in first. I grasped Mr. Nelson's wrist, but his pulse had ceased, and his wrist felt icy cold. He was dead. Truly dead, I withdrew, stating, there is no need for you. He has already passed away. The senior security officer was taken aback, exclaiming, dead? This is murder. Fong Tian replied solemnly, sir, do not hastily jump to conclusions. We must conduct an examination before reaching any verdict. The senior security officer remained silent, stepping back and exiting the rocket. Fong Tian tugged at my arm, saying, let us go. This is no longer your concern. I retorted, it is my concern. My dearest friend has died. How can I simply walk away? Fong Tian whispered, do not forget, he perished at the hands of forces beyond the control of Earthlings. And we have avenged him. I shook my head, declaring, no, you take care of the aftermath. I must remain with his body. As I spoke, I once again crawled inside and pulled Nelson's body out. As I did so, tears cascaded from my eyes like a spring, falling upon Nelson's somewhat disheveled and graying hair. I had lost such a friend. After dragging Nelson's body out, the doctors hurried over to examine him. An expression of perplexity crossed the doctor's face as he instructed the paramedics to place Nelson on a stretcher and carry him away. I nodded silently. The doctor's expression turned even more peculiar. I inquired, "Doctor, what happens to a person in a room filled with positrons?" The doctor, looking down as he walked, explained, "Ions possess both positive and negative characteristics. Negative ions elevate one's spirits and invigorate the mind, while positive ions induce extreme agitation. If there is an excess of positive ions, a person may die in a near-manic state." After he finished speaking, he turned to me and asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" The doctor nodded. "The latest autopsy techniques can reveal the mental state of the deceased in their final moments. So if he died in such a manner, it could be discovered." I took a deep breath and asserted, "I am Nelson's closest friend. I demand an autopsy of his body." Before the doctor could respond, a heavy voice from behind me interjected, "We have notified his family of this unfortunate incident, and a decision regarding the autopsy can only be made once they arrive." I turned around to see a man in civilian clothing. Around 60 years old in this base, almost everyone wore uniforms. Even we, as guests visiting, were required to don designated attire during our stay. Thus, encountering a man in civilian clothing immediately suggested a person of considerable status. His demeanor confirmed this, for though his features were rather gaunt, they lent him an imposing air. His piercing eyes bore into mine. When I turned to face him, he paused momentarily before continuing, "Mr. Wesley, why do you seek to have his body autopsied?" I pondered briefly before responding, "You are the senior security officer mentioned earlier." The man identified himself as General Chi Fei-er. This was my first encounter with him since arriving at the base. Before I could utter a word, General Chi Fei-er declared, "We will conduct an investigation." I managed a bitter smile and said, "Mr. Nelson was my closest friend. His death has caused me immeasurable sorrow. Am I also to be investigated?" General Chi Fei-er's expression was grave as he replied, "We must investigate everything. So, Mr. Wesley, you cannot leave here for the time being." I gazed at the stretcher bearing Nelson's lifeless form, quietly stating, "I will not leave, for I too wish to uncover the true cause of his death." General Chi Fei-er said nothing further, and with his aide, he departed in a vehicle at great speed. I could not help but admire the remarkable efficiency of the country's administration, yet at that moment, I had no inclination to contemplate why operations proceeded so swiftly, for my dearest friend had died. I lost track of time, unaware of how long I had been pacing or what thoughts occupied my mind. It was not until a firm yet sorrowful voice reached my ears that I was jolted from my reverie. With a sigh of resignation, I felt as though I had aged considerably in an instant. The voice echoed again, asking, "Is this Mr. Wesley?" I turned to see, to my astonishment, the figure of Mr. Nelson standing before me. However, I quickly realized that the person before me was not Nelson, but a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. He was of a similar age to mine, with golden hair and deep blue eyes. His demeanor calm, yet one could discern profound wisdom and courage etched upon his countenance. Initially, my heart was heavy with sorrow, but upon seeing this young man, my spirits lifted considerably. In that moment, I suddenly felt that my grief and despair were unwarranted. For regardless of the circumstances surrounding Nelson's demise, he was destined to leave this world. His life would inevitably come to an end. Yet life itself is eternal. Nelson had passed, but in this young man, I saw all of Nelson's virtues, perhaps even more than Nelson himself possessed. Life does not cease with an individual's death. On the contrary, it not only continues but also evolves and progresses. I gazed at the young man, convinced he was Nelson's son, and asked, "Indeed, I am Wesley. Have you come regarding your father's death?" The young man replied, "Yes, I just arrived." I stated, "Mr. Nelson." He waved his hand, saying, "Call me Mr. Wei. I heard you requested an autopsy of my father's body?" I affirmed, "Yes. Because he was my closest friend, and his death has dealt me a heavy blow. I must uncover the true cause of his passing." Shao Na replied proudly, "You lost a dear friend. I lost a beloved father." I too wished to ascertain the cause of his death. At that moment, several doctors in work attire approached, and a nurse wheeled in a cart laden with various autopsy tools into the examination room. Xiao Na and I waited outside. Time had inexplicably slipped away for several hours, yet now it seemed to drag on endlessly. Xiao Na was not a man of many words. He did not pose any questions to me. It was a full hour before the doctors conducting the autopsy began to emerge one by one from the room. As they removed their masks, each wore a look of astonishment. Xiao Na and I simultaneously inquired, "What were the results?" The doctors exchanged wry smiles. With one responding, "We are still uncertain how to report our findings, as we could not determine the cause of death." Xiao Na was taken aback, saying, "How could that be?" The doctor continued, "Moreover, we discovered that certain tissues had ceased functioning long ago. And if those tissues are inactive, a person cannot survive for more than half an hour. Yet he lived until today, which is indeed a scientific miracle." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the tension in my nerves eased. I sat on a white bench, naturally refraining from disclosing to the doctors the fact that Nelson had already died. To do so would require much explanation and would be difficult to clarify. Nelson had, at that moment, truly passed away in the space capsule. It was not Mr. Nelson who had been extinguished, but rather the forces that had conspired against him. I sat for what felt like an eternity before Xiao Na spoke, "Thank you for your efforts." The group of doctors stood in a state of profound confusion. Evidently unable to ascertain the cause of Nelson's demise in their preoccupation, they failed to heed the words of young Na, conversing amongst themselves as they proceeded forward. Young Na silently took a seat beside me. After a brief moment, he suddenly inquired, "Mr. Wesley, could you enlighten me on the cause of my father's death?" I was taken aback by Na's directness. It confirmed my earlier suspicion that his perceptive abilities surpassed those of his father. Nelson, I had no reason to conceal the truth about Mr. Nelson's death from young Na. Yet the words caught in my throat. As silence enveloped us. Na pressed on, "Don't you? You are aware of his cause of death. And due to lingering doubts, you intend to perform an autopsy to confirm it, but now you have verified it, correct?" I raised my gaze and replied, "Yes." Na continued, "You are my father's closest friend. Please share the cause of his death with me." I sighed, rising to pat his shoulder gently, saying, "Na, this matter may be exceedingly difficult for you to comprehend." Na insisted, "I am prepared to understand the most perplexing of matters." As I gathered my thoughts to articulate the sequence of events. An urgent sound of footsteps reverberated through the hospital corridor. I looked up to see 5 or 6 individuals hastening past, the foremost among them a tall man in military uniform, his complexion flushed and vitality apparent. He nearly rushed to my side, extending his large hand to grasp mine, introducing himself, Major Steve, the military's attorney, representing Dr. Fong Tian. I was astonished. Why would Fong Tian require legal representation? What had transpired? Before I could voice my question, Major Steve continued, "Dr. Fong Tian has been detained, accused of murdering Mr. Nelson." I quickly exclaimed, "That is utterly impossible." Major Steve placed a hand firmly on my shoulder, stating, "But it has occurred. Fong Tian is your good friend, is he not?" I nodded, one could say so. The expression on Major Steve's face grew exceedingly grave. "My client, Fong Tian, has told me that only you can save him. Therefore, for Fong Tian's sake, you should refrain from discussing matters with others. He needs you to prove his innocence." I offered a wry smile, remaining silent. Chapter 24. The return of tragedy. Without further ado, Major Steve dragged me out. My mind was in such disarray at that moment that I was unwittingly pulled from the hospital and into his vehicle. Once inside, Major Steve drove forward, stating, "All evidence points to Fong Tian as the murderer of Nelson. Wesley, do you have any means to exonerate him?" I continued to smile wryly. Major Steve elaborated. They discovered that Fong Tian's office was equipped with a direct electrical conduit to the space capsule. And within his office, there was television equipment capable of monitoring everything happening inside the capsule. They also found a device that, when powered, could generate a substantial amount of positrons, and on the control button was Fong Tian's unmistakable fingerprint. The fingerprint expert declared that the time the fingerprint was left coincided precisely with the moment Nelson encountered his unfortunate incident in the space capsule. I sighed, "Major Steve, since Fong Tian is undoubtedly doomed, why are you still defending him?" Major Steve's piercing gaze met mine. "It is because of you." I was taken aback. "Because of me?" He affirmed, "Yes, Because of you, I am Fong Tian's attorney, and I am the only outsider allowed to meet with him following his special confinement. When he saw me, he uttered but one sentence. Only Wesley can save me. His nerves were evidently in a state of extreme agitation. Beyond that single statement, he spoke no further. I sighed again. And thus you believe his words? Major Steve replied. Indeed, I believe him, and I have faith that you possess the means to prove his innocence. I remained silent. Fong Tian was innocent. The true culprit behind Mr. Nelson's death was the elusive shell creature. However, how much eloquence would it require to convince the people of Earth of Fong Tian's innocence? Furthermore, would Fong Tian be willing to reveal his true identity? After a moment's contemplation, I asked, may I meet with Fong Tian beforehand? Major Steve shook his head. No, Fong Tian is under strict surveillance and cannot meet anyone other than myself. A special military tribunal has been convened, with General Chi Fei as the presiding officer. The hearing will take place tomorrow morning. Wesley, if you have a solution, you must present it swiftly. I turned to Major Steve. I request that you ask Fong Tian whether he permits me to disclose everything about him. If he does not grant permission, I cannot conceive of any other means to prove his innocence. Major Steve, clearly astute, discerned the underlying significance of my words and solemnly replied, very well. I shall provide you with an answer as soon as possible. I breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was evident that Fong Tian, realizing the gravity of the situation, would recognize that maintaining his secret would lead to his execution, rather than facing the electric chair. It would be far wiser for him to reveal that he was not of Earth. His decision was astute and spared me considerable trouble. That night, I traversed a haze of half-consciousness, my mind in turmoil. The guards outside the building were particularly vigilant, and Major Steve and I navigated through a throng of sentinels. Upon reaching the temporary special military tribunal, the atmosphere was exceedingly solemn and chaotic. Yet unnervingly silent, General Chi Fei had yet to arrive, and the central position remained unoccupied. The prosecutor's bench was occupied by a senior security officer, while the defendant's seat remained vacant. Fong Tian had not yet arrived. Major Steve invited me to sit beside him, and shortly thereafter, young Na sat down beside me. As soon as he settled, he whispered, Wesley, if you believe Fong Tian is not the murderer, I do as well. Upon hearing this, I instinctively grasped the young man's hand tightly. His words, seemingly mundane to outsiders, conveyed profound trust to me. Young Na was undoubtedly aware of the weight of the accusations against Fong Tian. Yet despite knowing all the facts, he still placed such faith in me, highlighting my standing in his eyes. I held his hand in silence, but Na understood my unspoken sentiment, his expression radiating intense emotion as he gazed at me. Just then, everyone rose to their feet, General Chi Fei took his seat, and shortly thereafter, Fong Tian entered, escorted by military police. His complexion was pale, yet upon meeting my gaze, a faint grimace crossed his lips. I gestured to him, urging him to maintain his composure and not to become overly anxious. Nevertheless, Fong Tian's demeanor remained despondent. As I watched him, a thought resonated in my mind, almost as if his voice were echoing within me. Of course, I heard no actual sound, but I felt Fong Tian speaking to me, his powerful brainwaves influencing my own. I looked at him and couldn't help but smile wryly. His voice reverberated within my mind. I am finished. I am finished. I am finished. In that moment, I found myself unable to communicate with Fong Tian. I could only swiftly ponder in my heart when the prosecutor began to read the charges, stating that Fong Tian had secretly installed a space capsule in the rocket designated for launch to Saturn. I gently nudged young Na, and we quietly withdrew from the room and the corridor. We encountered numerous scrutinizing eyes. Young Na regarded me with evident suspicion. I whispered, "Would you like to hear the detailed cause of your father's death?" Na appeared astonished. "Why not speak of it in court?" "Fong Tian is waiting for you to testify." He stared at me, clearly perplexed by my words. I steadied my voice and murmured, "Fong Tian is a Saturnian." He was momentarily taken aback. "But if he is the murderer, I will never assist him." I shook my head. "He is not the murderer. Not only is he innocent, but he also avenged your father by eliminating a significant threat to us Earthlings," I described. In the simplest terms possible, the terrifying invisible entity from Saturn's moons and the peril it posed. After listening, Na remained silent for what felt like an eternity, utterly speechless. I could understand his feelings. He was undoubtedly engulfed in a state of profound bewilderment, as though caught in a dream. For everything he had just heard was something he had never encountered or even contemplated in his life. To liken it to a person who has grown accustomed to walking on their feet, suddenly attempting to walk on their hands. I too have experienced such a situation, thus I refrain from disturbing him. I merely hope that he can grasp everything I have conveyed within a relatively short span of time. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he finally exhaled deeply and lifted his gaze towards the window. From the vantage point of the window, one could behold the numerous rockets towering within the base, with the Saturn rocket standing tallest and most conspicuously. The distance from the office building to the Saturn rocket is roughly 1 kilometer. Yet to facilitate Feng Tian's passage at this thought, I could not help but smile wryly. Just then, Xiaona spoke up, saying, "Wei, do you have any method to ensure Feng Tian reaches that rocket safely for takeoff?" Upon hearing his inquiry, I realized he had fully embraced my words. I replied, "And you? Do you have any ideas?" He shook his head and said, "I do not, and moreover, there is no need for extensive deliberation regarding Feng Tian's case. It can be decided immediately. He will be transported under extremely tight security to the nearest location equipped for execution." My mind raced with thoughts. How can we ensure Feng Tian reaches that rocket? If we fail, he will undoubtedly perish under the onslaught of the guard's gunfire, and Xiaona and I might also meet a grim fate. After a moment, Xiaona approached me and said, "Getting Dr. Feng onto that rocket is quite feasible." Hearing this, I quickly inquired, "What do you propose?" Xiaona smiled enigmatically and replied, "The real issue is whether Dr. Feng can take off immediately after boarding the rocket." I explained, "Feng Tian once told me that everything is ready. They are merely awaiting the navigation system. I believe this indicates that once he boards the rocket, it can take off without delay." Xiaona remarked, "That problem is resolved, leaving us with the second issue. What do we do after getting Feng Tian onto the rocket?" I gazed at him with a bitter smile and said, "If I had a solution to that, I would have already rushed into the temporary court." Xiaona lowered his head in silence, and after a moment, he said, "The best approach would, of course, be to follow him and fly to space together." I vehemently shook my head and replied, "I am unwilling to do so. Do you realize that if we go to Saturn, we may only survive for 2 or 3 years before perishing? This is due to the differing perceptions of time between the two planets." Xiaona added, "Of course, I was merely speaking theoretically. In reality, that spacecraft may not even have the capacity to accommodate 3 individuals." I cleared my throat and stated, "At present, the best course of action is for us to refrain from being overt. Ideally, we should remain unseen and assist Feng Tian from the shadows. Ensuring he reaches that rocket." Xiaona raised his head and said, "According to protocol, there is a recess after the chief prosecutor finishes reading the indictment." I smiled wryly and replied, "What good does that do? We have no means of contacting Feng Tian, and he is a person of considerable timidity. He may lack the courage to escape." After I finished speaking, I shrugged my shoulders, indicating my utter lack of solutions. Xiaona lowered his voice further and said, "Wei, I do not believe we are entirely without hope." I recalled his earlier assertion that getting Feng Tian onto the rocket was not an insurmountable task, indicating he must possess significant confidence. Despite being younger than me, he is undoubtedly the son of a formidable father, and I have no reason to dismiss his words. I turned my gaze towards him. Xiaona quietly said, "When I received news of my father's death, it coincided with a major success in my research over the years." I stared at him in disbelief, unsure of what he meant. Xiaona continued, "I initially studied agricultural science, and I discovered that the most effective way to combat locusts is through dense fog, as it impairs their ability to navigate, forcing them to fly higher. However, the upper atmosphere's air currents are detrimental to locusts, causing them to fall to the ground and cease their destruction." I patiently listened to him finish before asking, "And what of it?" Xiaona looked around and said, "I have spent 3 years in the laboratory and over the vast sea, inventing a catalyst, which I have named Fog Ball. Once electrified, it can condense the water vapor in the air into fog droplets, even outperforming any smoke bomb indoors. I carry this catalyst with me." I felt a glimmer of hope as Xiaona said, "The procedure for electrification is quite simple. We merely need to connect the fog ball to a standard electrical current. A task I can handle. We can prepare a swift vehicle in front of the office building for you to contact Feng Tian." Contacting Feng Tian is a monumental challenge. While Feng Tian can converse with his lawyer, Major Sure, If I were to approach Major Shi to communicate this matter to Feng Tian, I would inevitably have to disclose everything, which is something we are keen to avoid. Just as I was pondering possible solutions, I suddenly felt as though Feng Tian was calling out to me. Of course, I could not hear any actual sound, yet I sensed a sudden jolt within me. Feng Tian's brainwaves are remarkably strong, surpassing those of any earthly being, enabling me to perceive his thoughts. He can also influence others with his thoughts, compelling them to self-destruct. In other words, he does not need to speak to transmit his ideas to my mind. Thus, could it be that I too need not utter a word for him to discern my thoughts? I whispered. All right, you prepare everything. I will enter the court and attempt to contact Feng Tian. Xiaonan nodded in agreement, and I entered the temporary court, where I felt Feng Tian's mental call to me more distinctly. Observing him, I repeatedly mentally recited, "Do not worry, remain calm, I have a solid plan." After silently repeating this 10 times, I sensed Feng Tian's urgent inquiry. What is the plan? What is the plan? My heart surged with joy, for this indicated that Feng Tian could indeed translate my brainwaves into language. As I silently recited, Feng Tian remained completely still. Once I finished my thoughts, I mentally conveyed, "If you have perceived my thoughts, please nod 3 times. To my astonishment, Feng Tian nodded 3 times. At that moment, the chief prosecutor's impassioned voice reached a crescendo as he recounted how, after Nelson's demise, a significant discovery was made in Feng Tian's office regarding the production of a substantial number of positrons in the spacecraft upon electrification. While General Chi Fei listened intently, my anxiety mounted silently, as Xiaona's promised fog had yet to arrive. I certainly did not believe he was speaking nonsense, but such circumstances were undeniably nerve-wracking. Feng Tian was also glancing around, his urgency undoubtedly surpassing my own. After about 10 more minutes, the chief prosecutor's indictment was nearing its conclusion, and I was so anxious I could hardly sit still. Just then, I heard someone outside whispering, "Fog! Such thick fog!" Feng Tian and I exchanged a glance. His face was tense, and his fists were tightly clenched. The sudden onset of such an extraordinary fog caused even the chief prosecutor to halt his reading, and all heads in the courtroom bowed down. The fog surged forth like a flood, rising swiftly, and within less than half a minute, everyone was submerged to their waists, judging by the speed at which the fog ascended. In another half-minute, Feng Tian would be able to take action. I stood up, and amidst the expressions of panic on everyone's faces, I approached the door. I crouched slightly, allowing myself to be fully enveloped in the fog. I had never witnessed such dense fog. Once immersed, I could see nothing but a white expanse, devoid of any other color. I memorized the direction of the door and cautiously made my way to it. Pushing it open at that moment, even if I stood upright, I was still enveloped in the fog. I waited at the door, and suddenly I sensed someone brush past me. At that instant, I heard General Chi Fei's grave command, "Strengthen the guards." I swiftly positioned myself in the doorway, thrusting my hands forward forcefully in the fog. I could not see the unfolding scene, yet I surmised that the figure which had just darted past was Feng Tian. While I was now confronting 2 guards, indeed, as I pushed forward, 2 voices shouted, "Who blocks the way?" Naturally, I remained silent, merely bowing and retreating. The corridor and hall were also thick with fog, and apart from the cacophony of voices, I could discern nothing. Unfamiliar with the layout of this office building, I found myself at an impasse as I entered the corridor. Following the sounds, I navigated through, colliding with several individuals before finally reaching the entrance. At this point, the fog not only engulfed the entire office building, but was also spreading outward from it. As I burst through the main entrance, I still saw nothing, only hearing the sound of an engine starting. I fervently hoped that the engine noise I just heard was from Feng Tian boarding a vehicle. If that were the case, then there would be no doubt that Feng Tian could reach that rocket. I continued to flee outward, having dashed a distance of 2 or 3 zhang when suddenly, the scene before me brightened. I turned around to glance back, and the entire building was enveloped in thick fog, from which individuals emerged, bursting forth one after another. At that moment, the office building had been completely obscured by the dense mist, which was rapidly expanding outward. The faces of the people were drained of color, and they exchanged anxious glances, incessantly inquiring, "What is happening? What has transpired?" I comprehended the origin of this fog, and thus I remained considerably calmer than the rest. It was then that I realized the limitations of human intellect. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, humanity possessed no immediate capacity to respond, only panic, sheer panic. It is worth noting that those who emerged from the fog were all first-rate scientists, military personnel, and high-ranking security officials. If they could react thus, one could only imagine the dire consequences if such a fog were to manifest in a place populated by ordinary people. The prevalence of riots and blind actions in the world becomes understandable. Humanity, in its arrogance, considers itself the pinnacle of creation, yet in reality, it remains a remarkably impulsive and foolish creature. As I stood there, mesmerized by the expressions of alarm on the faces of those around me, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. Turning around, I found it was Xiaona. He winked at me and asked, "How are you?" I whispered, "He has already left." Xiaona shrugged and inquired, "What about my new invention?" I furrowed my brow and replied, "It is indeed impressive, but the fog is expanding ever more. When will it dissipate?" He paused, taken aback, and said, "I hadn't considered that." Suddenly, his expression changed, and I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What is amiss?" He enunciated each word with gravity. "IVE caused a catastrophe." I was taken aback. "A catastrophe?" He grabbed my arm and hurried away, stopping only when we had distanced ourselves considerably from the office building. He explained, "The fog Orbai invented creates dense fog by utilizing electrical power to disperse an electrifying agent, which causes the moisture in the air to condense into minuscule droplets, thereby forming the fog." I remarked, "Indeed, you have succeeded. This is a remarkable invention." Xiaona managed a bitter smile. "No, it has failed, for as it stands, once the fog has formed, it has triggered a chain reaction in the air, causing it to continue spreading." I was astonished. "Is there no end in sight?" Xiaona replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it is clear that without a powerful and dry wind to sweep through, this fog may linger indefinitely." In the span of our conversation, several buildings within the office complex had already succumbed to the fog. The entire base was thrown into disarray, with the red lights atop the control tower flashing incessantly, signaling that all operations had come to a halt due to an unforeseen and ambiguous emergency. I saw General Kaifir busily directing the chaos, as nearly all vehicles mobilized, and the defensive radar network spun into overdrive. For the highest authorities at the base were uncertain whether this fog was a clandestine weapon of the enemy. Every personnel in the base was caught up in the frenzy, except for Xiaona and me. As we were not affiliated with the base and thus had no duties, Xiaona's complexion turned pale, and after a moment, he suddenly declared, "Wei, I must speak with General Kaifir to clarify that this fog is merely my prank." I grasped his arm. "Do not go. I admire your sense of responsibility, but it is unnecessary," he grimaced. "I fear General Kaifir may perceive it as a conspiracy from a hostile nation and order retaliation." I shook my head. "It is not that dire. If you explain to him, how could you escape unscathed? You too would bear responsibility?" He sighed. "I never anticipated that my research would harbor such grave flaws." I reassured him, "You can continue your research." I scarcely finished my sentence when a piercing wail pierced the air, the most urgent signal of all. Xiaona and I froze momentarily, amidst the relentless blaring of alarms. The frantic voices from various loudspeakers echoed, "Emergency order! Personnel near rocket M17, evacuate immediately. The fuel of the rocket is spontaneously igniting, and a violent explosion may occur. Emergency order! Emergency order!" Upon hearing the alarm, both Xiaona and I were taken aback. However, upon receiving that urgent command, we felt a wave of relief. Rocket M17 was the one slated for launch toward Saturn, and the current situation confirmed that Fang Tian had already reached the rocket and had activated it. Unconsciously, we rushed toward the rocket, for only the two of us knew that the rocket would certainly not explode. It would soar into the heavens, straight to Saturn. At this moment, to describe the state of the entire base as apocalyptic would not be an exaggeration. I believe that even if the Third World War were to erupt, the chaotic situation would pale in comparison to the present. The fog continued to expand, and as Xiaona had mentioned, the moisture in the air had initiated a chain reaction, accelerating the rate of expansion exponentially. Nearly half of the base was now engulfed in fog. Simultaneously, the emergency signals continued to blare, and personnel near Rocket M17 rushed past us, while at the M17 base, searing sparks began to fly, and massive steel structures began to collapse. This was ordinarily a common occurrence at the base, yet in the past, each rocket launch had been meticulously planned. This time, however, it was utterly unforeseen. Xiaona and I dashed in the opposite direction of the crowd and arrived at Feng Tian's office. We secured the doors and windows and activated the dehumidifier to prevent the formation of fog inside the room. We noticed a red light on one of the instruments flashing incessantly, accompanied by a continuous beeping sound. I recalled Feng Tian once informing me that this instrument was capable of receiving transmissions from Saturn, a long-range cosmic communication device. Feng Tian had also mentioned that the device's power reserve would last for 8 days and 8 nights, and upon reaching Saturn, he would have precisely 10 minutes to report back to me about the conditions there. At that moment, I could not see Feng Tian, for the towering rocket M-17 had quickly vanished from sight. Yet I was certain that his expression was one of extreme excitement, a hue of deep blue. The color of the Saturnian. Within the base, the fog continued to spread, yet after the initial panic, a sense of calm began to settle. We switched on the intercom to the command center, and we could hear General Kaifir issuing directives. Rocket M-17 has autonomously launched into space. Cause unknown. The fog enveloping the base has proven non-toxic, merely a consequence of sudden meteorological changes. All personnel must remain indoors, either in their offices or dormitories, and food supplies will be provided by dedicated vehicles until the fog dissipates. Those responsible for defense must exercise heightened vigilance against potential enemy incursions. Xiaona and I settled onto the sofa, as tendrils of fog slowly infiltrated through the cracks of the doors and windows, casting a thin veil over the room despite the operation of the dehumidifier. I smiled at Xiaona. Let us remain here. After all, food will be brought to us. Xiaona shrugged. Had my father still been alive, I would have faced a severe reprimand for causing such a disaster. After hearing my words, Xiaona fell silent. I could not discern his expression, for the fog had completely enveloped us, obscuring him from view. Feng Tian narrated the pitch-black expanse of space, and suddenly he exclaimed, "I have passed the Earth's satellite." This indicated that he had crossed the moon. Feng Tian's voice then faded, as it was evident that after traversing the moon, space was eerily silent and dark, leaving him with little to say. The food delivery arrived punctually, and neither Xiaona nor I ventured outside the office. From the command center's orders, we learned that the base was continually attempting to disperse the fog, but to no avail. It had spread hundreds of miles beyond. Now, our only hope rested on the impending arrival of a powerful, dry seasonal wind to disperse the fog. By this time, 4 days had elapsed. During these 4 days, Feng Tian spoke little. He merely mentioned encountering 2 spacecraft evidently originating from Earth, both of which had lost control, indicating that the astronauts aboard had perished, becoming mere drifters in space. He did not disclose from which country these spacecraft had been launched. On the 6th and 7th days, Feng Tian's words diminished further. Meanwhile, the seasonal wind was approaching the base, with reports indicating that when the wind met the fog, it would immediately disperse. It was anticipated that within 24 hours, the seasonal wind would reach the base. Thus, it can be said that by the time Feng Tian reached Saturn, we would have emerged from the thick fog. I believe that everything has come to an end. I have already begun to contemplate a tranquil rest once this ordeal concludes, and I shall never leave my home again. This entire situation arose from my departure to Hokkaido for a skiing trip. As we pondered this, Xiaona let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Well, the matter has come to a close." Everyone assumed that the issue was resolved, yet unexpectedly, it still trailed behind like a lingering shadow. Although the development seemed irrelevant to me, Xiaona, and all the inhabitants of Earth, they bore significant implications for the blue-blooded Feng Tian. Thus I feel compelled to document it. On the 8th day, Feng Tian's voice once again emanated from the cosmic communicator. The words enclosed in quotation marks are solely those of Feng Tian, with the quoted I referring to him as well. On the afternoon of the 8th day, amidst the silence, Feng Tian's voice suddenly called out, "I have spotted that enchanting ring. It is a delicate shade of lavender. There exists no hue in the cosmos more exquisite than the ring that encircles our planet. I am approaching it. I am drawing near. My spacecraft has traversed through it. Why does its charge exceed what I am familiar with by dozens of times?" This. At this moment, alongside Feng Tian's words, a tremor reverberated, likely due to the turbulence experienced by his spacecraft. Feng Tian's voice radiated an overwhelming joy. "My spacecraft is descending. Ah, My familiar mountains and rivers. Ah, Phaicc. That is the name of the highest peak on Saturn. Chin Jin Lakai Ao. That is the Grand Lake on Saturn. Our most magnificent mountain. Our most beautiful lake. I am drawing ever closer to my long-lost homeland. I see the grand edifices. I shall land in the central square of my nation's capital. And I am successfully flying towards it. How strange. I am exceedingly close to the ground. Yet why is there no spacecraft to greet me? Why is there no contact from anyone? Fang Tian's voice had now become filled with uncertainty. I have landed. And it is ideal, not a hint of turbulence. Wesley, from this moment onward, I have exited the spacecraft and I have 6 minutes to report to you the situation on Saturn. Both Xiao Na and I stood beside the communicator, listening intently. However, Fang Tian suddenly screamed. Ah, what is this? Is it a crowd come to welcome me? Wesley, along all the streets leading to the square, people are rushing towards my spacecraft. I am to be welcomed. No, no, no. What is this? What is this? Who are they? Who are they? Wesley, who are they? Xiao Na and I exchanged bewildered glances. No, no. This horde of creatures cannot possibly inhabit Saturn. They are multiplying, and they are all imbeciles. Merely grinning at one another. My heavens, they are humans, Saturnians, my kin, Saturnians. Fang Tian's voice grew increasingly heavy. However, due to this catastrophic weapon, even in its experimental phase, repeated trials could yield the same disastrous consequences. Thus, an agreement was established among the 7 nations prohibiting its manufacture. Yet, now. Fang Tian sobbed. Fang Tian cried out hoarsely. This is not my homeland. This is not. Where is my homeland? My beloved homeland. Fang Tian's words were evidently not yet complete. However, the red light on the communicator abruptly extinguished, and his voice was no longer audible. I stepped back and sank into the sofa. I knew not Fang Tian's fate. Perhaps he piloted his spacecraft into the vast expanse of space, seeking his lost homeland once more. Or he disembarked from the spacecraft and, under the influence of the altered atmosphere, transformed into one of those grotesque beings. Alternatively, he might perish amidst the assault of those imbeciles, along with his spacecraft. Or I found myself unable to speculate further, for Saturn is indeed too distant from Earth, is it not? The fierce seasonal winds blew in, dispersing the thick fog on clear nights. I often gaze up at the pitch-black sky for an extended period. I cannot discern Saturn among the myriad stars. Instead, I find myself pondering. What has become of Fang Tian?